and moulds to get whatever shape is required. Ron Bakker is the co-founder of PLP Architecture and PLP Labs.
In Mycelium you can make any shape you like, but we felt it was important to make objects that could be organized, built up in different ways, taken apart, put back together in other ways, almost a little bit like Lego blocks, because that's one of the aspects of future architecture, is to make demountable buildings.
At Clerkenwell Design Week in London, Bakker shows how mycelium can be shaped for various uses.
So we made a seat, we made a planter, we made a piece of wall. We can make all sorts of shapes if we have enough blocks. And that's what we try to show here.
Unlike conventional building materials like concrete and steel, products containing mycelium are renewable, biodegradable, and have minimal environmental impact. They are also lightweight, excellent at insulating, and have high resistance to fire.
We could use mycelium to make construction materials, to make cladding panels, to make acoustic absorption, to make light fixtures, to make elements that are basically made from waste and from nature, and that never leave the idea of waste and nature.
The team are now investigating how biocomposite mycelium can be protected from water and humidity, and how to grow it into load-bearing structures. They are all key steps towards turning it into the homes of the future.
Yes, watch this space, it's coming. Mycelium has so much quality that we normally look for in materials that are mined, made out of mineral rocks or made out of fossil fuel, all the foams we know. Most of these have a big penalty to the environment, and mycelium does not. So it has so many benefits that if we combine those and use the physical properties of it, I think it's a real material for the future.
We are in times of great change, from the way we live and work to how we communicate and travel. From geopolitical ructions to climate change and energy insecurity. We need to ask big questions about our future.
From the streets of London and Beijing to the centres of New York and Sao Paulo. Building a better tomorrow starts with a better understanding of today.
Reuters Next is our leading editorial event, hosting the essential debates.
Engaging constructively and reliably with us as interlocutors is really important.
There is a lot of uncertainty, and there's a lot of different forces that are impacting markets.
Drawing on our unrivaled newsroom and journalism, Reuters Next helps set the agenda.
And we're encouraged by the news we've seen out of Europe. I'm not going to get ahead of our European allies and partners.
Clearly, as you say, energy security is top of the agenda. Can you give us details?
Our reporters ask questions to get to the facts, to catch people's vision.
So what's next for big business, supply chains, and globalization?
What's next for energy, sustainability, and finance?
Join us at Reuters Next, because in a time of great change, the most powerful question is, what's next?
Notice anything different about this carrier ship? It's been fitted with 2 special sails called...
Thank you for joining us. I am Alessandra Galloni, Editor-in-Chief of Reuters. I'm thrilled to welcome you all to Reuters IMPACT, those physically here and those virtually all the way around the world. So we launched this conference 3 years ago, and the idea was to bring the issues facing our planet to the heart of the mainstream business discussion. Reuters has long made climate change coverage a priority. And, Reuters IMPACT was a way to create a physical destination for some of these discussions. We have grown significantly this year. Reuters IMPACT will have 3 times as many people in attendance, and we have expanded to 4 stages. Reuters journalists will host several of the panel discussions and interviews, asking the key questions of business leaders, policymakers, and innovators. Climate change is expected to drive up to 132 million people into extreme poverty by 2050, according to the World Bank. Floods and other water-related disasters could cost the global economy $5.6 trillion by 2050, according to the Emergency Events Database. So over the next couple of days, we're going to hear from a number of executives, from Uber, from Heineken, from Inca, and more, who are going to provide insight on creating successful transition plans. As you know, the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive is going to come into effect next year for 50,000 European companies. Executives from WeWork, from Puma, from Diageo are going to share insights on data collection, on reporting processes, and importantly, on the collaboration between sustainability and finance teams. COP28 is less than 2 months away, and so we're going to try to tackle some of the most burning questions between now and then. So, for example, Chris Skidmore, the chair of the UK Net Zero Strategy, is going to talk about the factors influencing climate decisions. Bezos Earth Fund CEO Andrew Steer is going to talk about disruptive transformational change that the fund says is crucial. But above all, this forum aims to talk about the challenges that all of you leaders will be tackling as you navigate the challenges ahead for your countries, for your businesses, for your societies, and for your households. Reuters IMPACT will also hold businesses and leaders to account for past pledges, so you should all expect some hard questions coming from our journalists. Above all, thank you for all of the speakers who've committed their time to Reuters IMPACT, and I will now hand you over to our MC for this morning, Reuters Editor-at-Large, Axel Threlfall. Thank you.
Thank you, Alessandra. A very good morning, everyone. As Alessandra said, I'm going to be the MC for the first half of today, then again tomorrow morning. I'm thrilled to be back for this event. I want to add to what Alessandra said by saying it's so good to see many familiar faces again in this audience. We clearly did something right last year. It's a close-knit group, this group, with a shared passion. These are faces that we see not just here at our Impact events, but other Reuters events, the Responsible Business Summits, the Net Zero Summits, Davos, of course, and the COP meetings. There is this collective determination to move things forward and not to take no for an answer. So thank you for coming back, and thank you for everyone new here. As we also heard, we've got Reuters journalists moderating sessions across 4 stages. We're still waiting for a number of people in registration to make their way up here. I think there's a little bit of confusion as well with the other stages at the moment, so bear with us. You're going to hear me mention throughout the day that some sessions are going to be helmed by the Reuters newsroom, others going to be moderated by our commercial colleagues at Reuters events. The panels and the interviews run by journalists are going to follow our trust principles. I do have to say this, which will ensure that all of our reporting is free and fair. Questions are not agreed in advance. Topics, any topic is on the table there. Essentially, it's a sort of live journalism event. Regarding the 4 stages, there's the Road to COP stage, the broader climate conversation here. The other stages, what the team are calling practitioner stages, are going to host the nuts and bolts, the how-to conversations on sustainability reporting, on ESG and net zero. Let me just give you a few little housekeeping bits which I have to do. Fire safety, if we do have to evacuate, you're going to hear an alarm. Get to the closest exit. No smoking anywhere. Do wear your badge at all times. Keep your personal belongings with you. Lunch is going to be served out there in the foyer area. Bathrooms located past the main reception next to the lifts. And any questions, there are plenty of Reuters events people on hand to help you. Wi-Fi available throughout the venue. The network is called ECT Venues, etc. Venues, and the password is Wi-Fi 9093. You will need it to participate in the sessions today. We do really want you to get you involved. There's a QR code, I think, on the screen somewhere, or at least they'll be putting it up in a second. Oh, there it is, yeah. QR code, do scan that or go to slido.com, enter the code, #RoadToCOP, capital COP, and you can submit questions and whatever you like there. We're going to give it a quick crack now. We're going to pull up the first poll. There it is on the screen, a very broad question for you. Just pull out your phones and give this a go. We want to just check that it's working okay. The question is, of course, how optimistic are you feeling about COP28 post-Sharm? Very optimistic, somewhat optimistic, not optimistic, no opinion, other events are a priority. I'll give you a few seconds to do that, of course, just reminding you, of course, that the Dubai is going to be the first global stock take since the Paris Agreement. The President designate, Al-Jaber, has said it's going to be a COP of unity, solidarity and impact, but he's also said that trust is low. I think it is worth noting that. All right, this is what we've got so far. Not optimistic seems to be winning out. Yeah, seems to be winning out here at 50%. So it'll be interesting. We've got, as Alessandra said, a number of fascinating panels throughout the day, today and tomorrow. No doubt we'll delve into a lot of these issues. Be interesting to find out why you are not particularly optimistic for this year's Dubai meeting. All right, let's kick off I'm going to try and keep my comments to a minimum today. As I said, I'm going to be the person who links a lot of these sessions. Let's kick off the agenda. I'm delighted to introduce the first session. It's the launch of the Reuters IMPACT Global Sustainable Report. Please join me in welcoming my Reuters events colleagues, Opshi Ghosh and Liam Dowd, to the stage, and they will take us through that. Come on up, Liam and Opshi.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. Welcome to Reuters IMPACT. It's my pleasure to be presenting to you today. As Axel said, I'm Liam Dowd, Sustainability Lead within Reuters Professional.
And I'm Opshi Ghosh. I'm the Sector Research and Evaluation Lead for Reuters Events.
So for the next 10-15 minutes, Opshi and I will be highlighting exclusive insights from our new inaugural Reuters IMPACT Global Sustainability Report. Sorry, actually, is there a ticker here, someone? I've just realised we should have that on screen. Okay, whilst we wait for the ticker or a colleague at the back just to tick along for the slides. So this report will look to highlight how companies are strategising and investing to tackle some of the most pressing issues that their industry face. We understand that now that yourselves, business leaders like yourselves, need access to this information to help inform strategies, benchmark how your company is tackling these key issues and how that matches to some of your peers. Maybe now more than ever before, this information is vitally important with increasing regulation, rising stakeholder pressures and increasing uncertainties. Understanding how your peers will be addressing some of the issues, strategising, investing, will hopefully help you shape some of the strategies that you deploy. So whilst we wait for the ticker to come through or the slides to appear, do we have him? Okay, so unfortunately, we're starting off on a slow start. We don't have the slides ready for you, but what we can do is we can slightly readjust our approach. I will make sure that we get access to the QR code that will give you live access to the report straight away on our screen shortly. We're just trying to work through some of the slides at the moment. But the report, as I say, will outline how companies are investing. It's based on 500 plus responses from senior practitioners across the globe. We asked them how they're strategising around energy and decarbonisation, how they're strategising around nature and biodiversity, and other topics such as human rights, diversity and inclusion. We look at what technologies they're investing in, where they're investing now, and then where they're looking to invest in the next 3 years. There's a shift that we see in the report that companies are currently investing in a lot of technologies that are helping them get a stock of where they are, data management solutions, analysis of the impact that they're having, both social and environmental. In 3 years' time, we see that actually moving somewhat to more of a kind of scenario mapping and understanding, I suppose, how the business will undergo this transition. So, unfortunately, I'm really sorry that we don't actually have the slides, because Upshi and I had some really useful insights for you. But when we do have the information, you will be the first to see it. We're launching it today. It's not been the best launch, I must admit, on stage right now to all of you. But the report is available, and we'll get the QR code available to you shortly. And when we do, you can access it. And Upshi and I will be around for the next 2 days to make sure that we can answer any questions or even field any suggestions for our 2024 report. So apologies for that. I believe we're now going to have to transition onto our next speakers. So we can invite Axel back to the stage to introduce the next. It's how it happens sometimes, Axel. It goes well in dress rehearsal, but unfortunately, when sometimes live, it doesn't go to plan with the slides. So apologies for that. But yes, the report will be accessible to you shortly. Thank you.
All right, and we'll see if we can switch some of this stuff around. I'm sorry about that, Liam and Upshi. All right, hopefully our next speakers are ready. I'm hoping they are. This session is the first panel discussion. Why can't we decarbonize faster to phase out or phase down fossil fuels is the title of the session. It is in partnership with Milliken and Company, so this session is sponsored by Milliken. The moderator is Kingsmill Bond energy strategist, strategic insights at the Rocky Mountain Institute. Kingsmill, can I hand over to you, wherever you may be? Is our speaker here?
Yeah, I need my notes.
All right, bear with us just one moment. We're going to find out where everyone is. Every MC's nightmare. I don't know any jokes, I'm afraid. No, Liam is the one for that, so we'll have to get him back up in a second. But do bear with us. I'm not going to stand here and just fill. I'm going to wait for these panelists. I believe they're coming now, and Kingsmill will take over. Here we go. Thank you very much for rushing this through. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning.
Yes.
I do have my notebook on the. Yes.
I think we're just waiting for.
But I do need my notebook, which is over there. Okay.
I think
is it the black?
I think she's mic'd up somewhere.
Yeah. Mic'd up and coming. Let's hope we don't have a Gordon Brown moment.
There she is.
Brilliant, thank you. Right, so I guess we should kick off. Good morning, folks. My name is Kingsmill Bond. I'm an energy strategist at the Rocky Mountain Institute, and I'm stepping in for my boss, John Kreitz, who sadly is poorly today. We've got a fantastic panel today. We have Mark Campanale, founder and director of Carbon Tracker, Maria Medalice, who is the CEO of We Mean Business Coalition. We have Jonathan Maxwell, CEO of SDCL, and Helsley Cook, the CEO of Milliken and Company. And I think it's going to be an extremely interesting discussion. I salute you for getting up so early to get to this first panel of the day. So my role is simply to kick things off a little bit and then hand over to the brilliant panelists we have. And the session title is, Are we decarbonising fast enough? I think the subtitle possibly could be "How can we decarbonize faster?" And there really are three ways to decarbonize. You decarbonize electricity, you electrify everything you can, and then you have some form of green hydrogen for the rest. That's pretty much accepted to be the plan. And we at RMI have been writing a series of notes suggesting that the growth of solar and wind, and now the growth of EV and battery on S-curves, would suggest that actually that these the growth rate is happening extremely rapidly. And if governments continue to step up to the plate and corporates continue to step up to the plate, actually the goals of the Paris Agreement can be achieved. But anyway, let me start with the running order today, starting with Maria, please, as head of the We Mean Business Coalition. What is the most urgent action that your coalition is calling for corporate actors to take this year? How does corporate action complement what we expect to happen at the national policy level at COP later this year? Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So you rightly said, so we have done great strides to increase climate solutions, but yet emissions are still rising because we haven't done enough to tackle the primary cause of climate change, which is burning fossil fuels. If we want to keep the 1.5 scenario, we need to leave 90% of coal on the ground and 60% of oil and gas, because fossil fuel represents 76% of emissions. Climate impact, if we don't do that, the cost of climate impacts are going to continue to increase. Last year, only 1 billion of costs. So what does the science say? The science says that we need to end new exploration of new fossil fuels. So this is not about radically phasing out fossil fuels, but we need to start phasing them down so that we can phase them out. And for some sectors, this is easier than, it's not easy for anyone, but anyway, for some easier than for others, and those sectors should start. So this is what we are calling companies to do, to start to set a phase-out dates for the fossil fuels, which should be around 2040, a bit early for coal. And how we do this? Well, to be able to have a credible timeline of phasing out, phasing down fossil fuels, both the demand side, the finance and government need to be aligned and provide a clear signal to the supply that actually the demand of fossil fuel will decline so that there's no new exploration. If oil and gas companies continue to build new plants, then it will create its own demand, I'm afraid. So why should business do this? Well, it is a competitive advantage. It reduces a lot of the risk that we have seen in the previous years. It boosts customer loyalty and employee engagement. And I suppose many of you got this flyer underneath where civil society is precisely asking for this. So why are we focusing our message at Women in Business this year on this topic? Well, because last year at COP, 80% of the governments called for a fossil fuel phase-out. The G7 already included some language. We don't think that G20 will, because Saudi Arabia is part of them. But we do hope that at COP28 there is a very strong signal about starting to put timelines on fossil fuel phase-out in the national plans and multiply by 3 renewable energy and by 2 energy efficiency. We know that this is not easy, but we also know that because we are slow in taking actions, the actions that will be needed to take by governments and business now will need to be more, I don't like the word radical, but for some it might be radical. We know that it's feasible because because renewables are competitive. They are 4 times cheaper to build solar and wind onshore than to build coal or gas plants today. So we need the governments to not only support and include timelines for fossil fuel phase-out, but also to have clear policies that point into that direction and redirect the $1 trillion that is right now going as fossil fuel subsidies to clean energy sources. So in summary, of course, more renewables, less fossil fuels. This is a historical moment with COP happening what is happening. We're going to see a lot of the youth, civil society and business, calling governments, calling business to accelerate the decarbonization through tackling the primary cause of climate change, which is burning fossil fuel. The faster we do this, the better. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Maria, we're going to have time for questions, by the way, everyone, at the end. We'll hear from each of the four panellists in turn. So if I now turn to Mark Campanale, Carbon Tracker looks at the effect of the energy transition on financial markets, and those of us in the research space know how much money the transition to clean energy will put back into the pockets of consumers. So are there still doubts and questions amongst the financial community as to whether or not the energy transition is indeed the wisest investment decision, and how can we convince the naysayers otherwise?
Thanks, Kinsmore, for that. A few weeks back, I got invited to talk at a dinner for some banking executives from one of the high street banks. And if any of you knows Carbon Tracker's work or what I write about on LinkedIn or Twitter, definitely talk about fossil fuels. The night before the dinner, I got this email saying, Mark, we're really looking forward to your talk to the executives in this sort of private dining room in the club, but they'd be very unhappy if you raised the topic of fossil fuels. They find it really upsetting. Could you do your talk about the energy transition without talking about fossil fuels? And so it was like that. So I kind of did my best sort of Kingsmill Bond impression and talked about the clean energy revolution and got them very excited. But I think therein lies the problem, is that we've built an industrial system over the last 200 years, which is the energy system and transportation system and manufacturing, which is built on fossil fuels. That's the reality of it. And on top of that, we've built a financial system that supports that industrial system. And we shouldn't be surprised if the relationships that the banks have, going back 50 years, 70 years, with some of these large coal, oil and gas producers, they've built deeply entwined relationships. And I was involved at this roundtable at the Vatican a few years ago with the Pope and the heads of the oil and gas companies. And they brought along some of the senior management from BlackRock. And there was the chief exec of Exxon with almost his arm around the chief exec of his largest shareholder during these discussions. And it was, and they were chatting away. And what you got visually was the nature of this relationship. This, they were down. This is the down at the golf club relationship. So to get to the chase, to succeed with the energy transition, we're going to have to cut emissions by 50% in a decade, which is another way of saying we're going to probably have to stop using or cut the use of fossil fuels by 50%. But if you're a bank and you've lent, and the banking system has hundreds of billions of dollars of loan exposure to the fossil fuel system and trillions of dollars through the bond markets and the equity markets, and you're told you have to wean yourself off that relationship, it's very, very difficult. And so we shouldn't be surprised by the pushback, the spend by the fossil fuel companies to fight back. And we were chatting earlier about the likelihood of Viraswamy, the anti-woke campaigner, to get the nomination for the US presidency. Is there's a lot of investing in protecting the status quo and not shifting things quickly. So my view on all of this is a very simple one. We have to make the capital markets, starting with London, and my background was 20 years in fund management, big asset managers, is we have to make the capital markets themselves fit for purpose. And that probably means a moratorium on new coal, oil and gas IPOs. And if any of you are familiar with Carbon Tracker, we did this report where we looked at the last 10 years. There's been 2,500 coal, oil and gas IPOs in the global equity markets in the last 10 years. That's raised $600-700 billion. The capital markets have become more carbon intense this last decade, not less. The amount of fossil fuels owned by investors has got more, not less, in the last 10 years. The biggest IPO in the London market last year was an oil and gas company. The biggest. It was the 5th biggest in Europe. So we have to make it fit for purpose, and that means a moratorium on new coal and gas IPOs. And it also means that when you put together a prospectus to raise money as a coal company, you've got to disclose climate risks. It's amazing. If any of you, and I'll finish my comments in a second, if any of you have got round to reading the Saudi Aramco bond prospectus or the equity prospectus, I actually enjoy reading those kinds of things because it's what they don't say. And what they said is we passionately support the Paris Agreement. And by the way, here's 40 pages of projects we plan to do over the next 60 years. And that's the limit of the climate risk disclosures that they make. So it's a failure of the lawyers, it's a failure of the investment banks, it's a failure of the auditors who put together the 3 years of accounts, who oversee the 3 years of accounts. And it's a failure of imagination by investors to really see that, to rise to the challenge. Do I think we're going to do it? Absolutely, I think we can make this transition. But we've got to get finance aligned with the same goals, the same Paris goals as the corporate sector. And I support the work of Remy Business. And we've got to get it right. And we absolutely are not getting it right at the moment. And the emissions are rising, funding of fossil fuels, it's still like in the heyday. And we've got to get this changed.
Fantastic. Thank you. So we're in a united front thus far from the panel. Tony, Jonathan, playing off that answer, and as an international financier yourself, what are you advocating for in your portfolios? What's being overlooked in the public and private sectors?
The largest, fastest, cheapest source of greenhouse gas emission reductions and energy security is efficiency. If you want to keep 60% of oil, gas in the ground, don't waste most of it. And that's what's happening today. This is actually the biggest, mostly overlooked, not by us, because we're the largest specialist institutional investor in energy efficiency projects. But this feature, the fact that the world wastes most of its energy, is shocking and a true story. Just to track one of your molecules, I'll pick gas because it remains the largest source of electricity and heat. If you take a molecule of gas, primary energy, you lose about 10% extracting it and converting it into a pipeline. You lose another 50% of what remains as heat. Because thermodynamics states you put a molecule into a machine like a turbine, half of that molecule in primary energy will turn into electricity, the other half is heat. And if you're generating energy far from the point of use, where most energy, almost all energy is generated, you lose the heat, it goes into space. So before you've got that molecule out of the turbine, you've lost about 60% of the energy. And then you lose another 5 to 10% on its journey from the turbine through the transmission and distribution system into a building like this one. So the decarbonization battle has been lost before you've even started worrying about the next piece, which is how much energy is being wasted inside a building like this one with lighting, heating, ventilation, air conditioning equipment. So on average, we're wasting about 3/4 of the world's energy, about half of the world's food, which, by the way, is almost all dependent on fossil fuels for fertilizer, for transport, for packaging. About 1/3 of the world's water, which we make clean using energy. So if you look at the way that Kingsmill, maybe a short answer to your question, what's the biggest problem is that we're wasting most of the resources. The overconsumption of those resources is creating climate change. If you weren't worried about that, and Mark and his team have proven that we've basically only got 7 years of carbon budget left. But if you weren't worried about the Earth overheating, you would be worried about overconsumption of resources, I think, creating wars like they have done for many years in the Middle East, as desperately, sadly, as it's happening now in Russia, Ukraine, and as other flashpoints around the world like the Arctic, Middle East, North Africa, and God help us, the South China Sea. So for all of these reasons, Kingsmill, I've got one answer to your question, which is the biggest problem is that we're over-consuming and wasting most of the resources. The good news is that that's the biggest opportunity because these problems can be solved. decentralize energy, be much more efficient with consumption. I don't mean reduce, actually, I just mean be much more efficient with the way that we get energy where it's needed and the way that we use it at the point of use. And that's the biggest lever we can pull. It cuts costs, it cuts carbon, it improves energy security. And that's what makes me immensely optimistic about the capability we have to make change quickly, because there's so much low-hanging fruit to pick up.
Fantastic. It's nice to hear efficiency articulated. As many in the audience will know, RMI, with the brilliant Amory Lovins, has been talking about efficiency as the core driver of the transition for 40 years. And this is, I think, we would totally second that observation. So I think we're pretty much sticking to time. So turning to the fourth panellist, Elsie, Mycelium was one of the first companies to have a net zero target certified by the Science Based Targets initiative. Could you give us a snapshot of your journey as a company making the transition firsthand? How are your goals progressing? What obstacles are slowing you down? And as I said to you in the green room, are you making money out of this, out of the opportunities? Thank you.
Yeah, so for those of you who don't know Mycelium, we're a 158-year-old company, a diversified global manufacturer and science company. We're often not in the products that you might use. So, for instance, we make the airbag in your car, or we might make the colorants in the carpet. We also manufacture carpet. We're a diversified player in textiles, specialty chemicals, floor covering, and healthcare products. I think as we kind of open up and talk a little bit about our journey, we've made tremendous progress in the last 5 years in decarbonizing. I guess the punchline is we've reduced our greenhouse gases as a global manufacturer by about 30%, scope 1 and 2. And that's a big achievement. And so really our story at Mycelium is around goal alignment and agreement on stretch targets, and then breaking big problems into smaller problems that we can solve. It's heavily rooted in our purpose statement, and when we solidified that about 5 years ago, we found that there was kind of a big unlock. Together we strive to positively impact the world around us for generations to come. It's something that I can see on T-shirts, and people will quote back to me as I tour our 40 manufacturing facilities around the world. So I think that goal alignment is an incredibly powerful and necessary thing in actually making change. And it's based on our values of integrity, excellence, innovation, sustainability, and people. And we name those 5 values because they become the basis of all of our operational priorities. And if we do those things right, we think we'll serve our customers well, they'll reward us with their business, and our stakeholders, including our shareholders, will get a fair return, and we can develop our associates and give back to the communities that we're in. And so that's the business model that we're trying to work, and it's 158 years new. And we've, I think, now turned that lens towards sustainability. And what we find is that sustainability is becoming the lens for everything we're doing inside the company, and it happened quite organically and naturally. It is about integrity, it's about excellence, innovation's required, and people are the absolute basis of doing all that. So in a sense, all of our other values are kind of enabling this sustainability journey. The biggest risk we found is that as we embraced it, people were cynical. And they said, well, this is more greenwashing, and you're just talking about things that everybody's talking about. And that's really where SBTI came in. We thought if that's the disease, the cure was really to have the Science Based Targets initiative review and legitimize our plan. And so we committed and built a plan to reduce our scope 1 and 2 by 50% by 2030, and 30% of our scope 3 by 2030, and then everything by 2050. And so we're on record, and every year we report on our progress. And as I said, In the first 5 years or so, we've been able to get a 30% reduction in our greenhouse gases, which is pretty amazing. And so, how did that happen? I think that's a story of great initiatives and projects, hundreds of projects at the plant levels inside of our businesses around the world, but enabled by available capital and high-level leadership by a lot of people in our functions and our various businesses around the world. And so we got very focused on what is available and what technologies could be deployed. And so a couple of the examples would be, we had incandescent light bulbs everywhere. We moved to LEDs. We had inefficient air conditioning systems. We upgraded them. Variable speed drives in our plants. A big hit was to take the coal burning furnaces that were creating steam for our chemical and textile processes, and turning them to natural gas and creating a cogen facility that would provide power to, and basically went off the grids in several of our plants by virtue of just using the steam we were already generating to drive a turbine and give us the electricity we needed. We also greened our own purchases by about 20% in terms of using natural and renewable resources. So in a large sense, I'd maybe move to the obstacles as we try and complete the task moving to 2030, and then there's a huge mountain to climb between 2030 and 2050 for this company. We've kind of harvested the low fruit, if you will. But to answer your question, all of those projects had good paybacks, maybe a little longer time horizons, and I think that is the advantage of private capital, patient capital, that we can look at things on a 7 and 10 year payback with the real returns coming in the out years. The obstacles we have is the grid needs to now move, because we can do only a certain number of projects, putting in solar arrays, cogen, and at a certain point we need to know that all the electricity we're buying for our production is actually renewable sources in and of itself. And that is, I think, what we see is a gridlock of regulation, technology selection, and supply chains. So if you look into just the available switchgear and cabling and panels to do either offshore wind or solar, there's years of backlogs in a number of these industries. And then, we all need small nuclear, but that's going to be another, we'll have test projects probably in 5-7 years. But nobody's really sure that that's going to be able to click in. And hydrogen looks very, very promising. We've even studied carbon capture, introducing hydrogen to create green ethanol. Those projects look very promising, but they're big bets, and scaling them is going to be really difficult. So I think there's a lot of things to solve for, and I guess we would say our journey's been one of, let's not let perfect be the enemy of progress. And so we've grabbed things that were available that had clear benefits, but we do understand that a lot of what we've heard is this higher level system thinking is slow, and the solutions beyond 2030 are not obvious to us as we sit here today. But I'll just conclude by saying that we're very excited about what we've achieved. We find it's attracting people to the company, and we find that our customers are also in for this and have their own goals for carbon reduction. And so, some of our big customers, like Autoliv, we serve the big three together with airbags, Procter & Gamble, 3M, these are all Owens Corning. These are all big customers of Milliken and Company who are absolutely committed to their own goals, and we've got enough evidence that the basis of competition will include the inherent carbon in our products as we look 10 years forward, that we really see it as central to the sustainability of our enterprise, and the existence of us as a company is going to require us to stay on this journey and keep working it. So we really put our team and our people at the center of what we do, and we're in it for humankind, and have had some good progress so far, but lots more to do.
Fantastic. And if I may just follow up on that question with Maria, would you like to add any more from a high-level corporate coalition perspective on this issue?
I think my fellow panelists have captured very well the state, the context where companies operate. Women Business was one of the founders of the Science-Based Targets Initiative, and I sit on their board. We also created the SME Climate Hub for SMEs. In total, there are 13,000 companies that have committed to be aligned with net zero, and they are grappling with the same opportunities and challenges. Obviously, energy efficiency that goes even beyond the efficiency of a building. It is, or the efficiency of the supply. It is about how do we design products and services so that they consume less materials and less energy, and that is really important. It is about how do we accelerate the permitting processes, because it takes ages to build solar and wind at scale. It is also about how do we find flexibility mechanisms, because maybe the biogas or the hydrogen is not next to where the factory is, and we cannot expect companies to change the location of the factory from one day to another. So we are in a journey, and I hear often about greenwashing attacks and how, and the fact that this SBTi is validating those that are doing credible action. Because credibility is also a big topic this year. Now, I always say the same. I think we should point to those that are not doing anything, which are the vast majority of business, and try to find solutions to the problems that businesses are facing today. So the panel is about why can't we decarbonize faster? And I think there's two reasons. It's because fossil fuels keep fossil fuel companies keep investing in new operations and bringing more fossil fuel to the market. And second, governments that are supporting energy efficiency and renewables are not providing the right regulation policies and incentives that are required for these technologies to scale at the pace that will be needed. And the permitting is the big barrier that companies face. So there's a lot of work to be done to go faster, and that's why we just need to call things by their name, even if we are not welcome in some places by doing so. Thank you.
Fantastic. So I'm going to flip the order a tiny bit now and ask people to submit questions on Slido. And if you have any questions you'd like to ask the brilliant panelists, so please go on to slido.com. The organisers, I think, have given the instructions on how to do that. Just as people are doing that, I will actually ask the panel briefly, maybe 1 or 2 minutes each, to address the final question on my list here, which is about justice and equity. The transition must be just and equitable, must bring everyone along. Given the diverse sectors and the work that you do, in a couple of minutes, could you share how your organisation or company is working with government, private sector or communities to speed up the energy transition in a way that gives an opportunity to people who have historically been left out of major industrial revolutions like this? We could perhaps start briefly with Mark at the end.
Yeah, I'm going to answer this in a slightly different way. There's a second part of this panel talk, to phase out or phase down. And why is that in this title? And it's very deliberate, because this is an echo on what happened at the COP last year. Now, as everyone knows, the words coal, oil and gas don't appear anywhere in the climate negotiations or the Paris Agreement. For the last 20 years, they had all these conversations, but you couldn't talk about fossil fuels. And the reason why is because it's an emissions reduction treaty. You're allowed to talk about emissions, you don't talk about fossil fuels. And last year, into the text went phase out. And at the last minute, and this is why there was a lot of people upset about it, a couple of the major countries intervened and changed the words to phase down. And on the issue of sort of justice and the way I see it, you've got 2 or 3 predominantly fossil fuel producing countries, and let's name those. It's the Saudis, it's the Russians. There's obviously more. They've got the world at their under control in the sense that their fossil fuels are used by most of the world, and they essentially dictate terms. And what's unjust about that is you've got less than 20% of the world's population export energy, 80% of the world's population import energy. And when we talk about justice, is it justice for the 20% who produce the fossil fuels, or is it justice for 80% that rely on fossil fuels? And to get into the next negotiations at the COP, where we can't talk about fossil fuels and a few countries are keeping this off the agenda, is the problem we have with the climate negotiations. And, we're chatting earlier, I was sort of saying, I'm going to be going. And the answer is, it's the fossil fuel COP, run by the fossil fuel people. Last year, there were more lobbyists from the fossil fuel companies than there were lobbyists from developing countries and delegates from developing countries. And we won't name it. We won't talk about it. So how do we resolve this in a just way? So I'm a big fan, and please, people can sign it. Cities have signed it. Nobel laureates are supporting it. I'm a fan of the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty. Fossilfueltreaty.org, please look at it. And it's an international agreement to get all countries to accept the need to agree to give up their production rights, to keep within a 1.5 or well below 2 degrees budget, to be realistic. And I chair the sister project, which is the Global Registry of Fossil Fuels, fossilfuelregistry.org, to map who's producing the fossil fuels, the embedded CO2, and to get countries to give up production rights. And until we get this into the COP process, we're going to have another COP failure as we enter a world of crisis, and we've got to get it sorted. I feel quite strongly about it. Do we get the sense? Oh, no. There we go.
Maria, following on from that, would you like to comment on this justice issue?
Obviously, I agree with what he has said. But in addition, when we look at companies, and just transition is one of the things that leading companies are doing. We just put earlier this summer a new platform that is giving guidance to companies on how to tackle the just energy transition, because it can mean many things for, as you know, for many people. I think if we can summarize it in 3 things that companies need to do. First is they need to manage the risks of the transition, ensuring that the transition is made in a timely manner, ensure that there are no stranded assets. Second, they need to help employees reskill so that they can embrace the new business models and new activities. The really good examples, Iberdrola is one of them. They closed the coal plants, they retrained, they built a solar manufacturing plant and retrained their workers to do so. And then, of course, they need to support the communities that have been built around these plants that have benefited from many, many years from this. In addition to that, the SME Climate Hub, which we launched 3 years ago, it is our mechanism as well to help the small companies benefit from the transition, providing them tools, calculators, education, and resources and reporting tools so that they can also keep at the same speed as the big companies with much less resources. Thank you.
Fantastic. We still have 5 minutes, but so I'm going to actually double up, if I may, Jonathan, with the next question a tiny bit, comment possibly a little bit on justice, but also one of the questions on Slido, talk about the retreat from globalization, whether or not that has an impact on this debate. But maybe start with justice, and making sure to leave some time at the end.
Yeah. So if I just start with the UK as an example, we Diary for UK Energy Statistics, nice summer reading for anybody, shows you that roughly 40 million tonnes of oil equivalent is being wasted in the UK each year. That's about £22 billion or £60 million a day. I think that is unjust in a country which is struggling with cost of living, healthcare, inflation, and the rest of it. So I think from a justice perspective, that points to the fact that wasting energy from critically important economic as well as environmental resources is a huge problem that needs to be solved. And I think we've heard today about some great examples of how decentralizing energy and being much more efficient with the use of it is a sort of critical component of the solution. It's definitely the fastest way, as well as the lowest cost way of reducing emissions and improving energy security. We need as much renewable energy, including renewable power, but not limited to it, as possible. But it's going to take time and it's going to take a lot of money. So in the meantime, we have to save, we have to be efficient. And by doing that, we can cut costs and I think release value for companies, for individuals, for governments. What we're doing about it, very quickly, just to answer that question. So two things. One of it is investment. So I run a company called Sustainable Development Capital, or SDCL for short, and we run investment vehicles designed to invest in profitable solutions to these problems. We have a London Stock Exchange listed investment company, the SDCL Energy Efficiency Income Trust, and the FTSE 250. We have investment vehicles that are listed in New York and private vehicles. So what we do for a day job is invest in solutions that deliver decentralized and efficient energy into the energy market. And I'm delighted to say we've become the largest specialist institutional investor in that market with over $2.5 billion of projects. The second thing that we do more recently is communicate. And I think this is the big feature. We talked about these issues sometimes being overlooked. So I think it's our job to help solve that problem too. I've just published a book last week called The Edge, How Competition for Resources is Pushing the World and its Climate to the Brink, and what we can do about it. Communicating, I think, about just quite how extreme the problems, but also how extraordinary the opportunities are, I think is a big part of this.
Fantastic. And finally, Halsey, if I may ask you to comment on this issue about justice.
Sure. Just to keep it brief, because we all see the countdown clock here, and we're coming in for the landing. As we think about this question, I'm going to take a micro approach and think about our own workforce and its readiness for the systems change that is coming. And we see it at a technological level, organizational level. It really requires a lot of adaptive skills, which we're working very closely with various universities, but community colleges. If you just think of the amount of heavy lift and manual work that's required to change a grid, to run cable, to put it in the ground or overhead, there's so much work to be done and skills that people don't have. And as we look at declining birth rates and look into the pipeline, looking into K through 12 education, vocational schools, we see less people coming, not more. And so kind of big picture, the days of a mill with a long line of people waiting to come to work each day, hoping that they're the one to get the golden ticket to come in, doesn't exist, and it's actually the opposite. So labor is not a commodity, it is a scarce resource, and it completely changes our framework in terms of thinking about how we're going to have skill sets and people available to do that work.
Fantastic. I think we'll wrap up there because we've got to the end of time. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Kingsmill, and thank you very much to our speakers. I've spoken to most of these speakers over the past few years, trying to work out whether there is more or less optimism, and I'm afraid to say I think overall less, plenty of clues as to why the increased scepticism about the COP process. And I always like Mark's anecdotes, I've got to say. Fascinated to know how he talked about the transition without talking about fossil fuels. And speaking of that, the next chat, the fireside chat, our first fireside chat of the day is entitled Energy Transition, Climate Leaders Action Plan. We expect plenty of talk about fossil fuels in this energy transition discussion. The moderator is Ben Caldecott, UK Climate Change Committee and co-head of the UK Transition Plan Task Force Secretariat. He will be speaking with Duncan Clark, head of UK at Ørsted. Coming up.
Great. Well, thank you for that introduction, and delighted to be able to moderate, I guess, this first fireside chat of the summit. And what we're going to be talking about is the energy transition. And we have Duncan Clark here, who is the UK and Ireland CEO of Ørsted. And my job is to try and tease out some of the thoughts that Duncan has on the energy transition, given his significant experiences in this area. Duncan's also a member of the steering group of the UK Transition Plan Task Force, so I'm hoping that we'll also talk a tiny bit about transition plans and transition planning at the end of this. And Slido is operating, so please do ask questions. I'll try and pepper him with those as well. So first sort of set of theme that I want to pick up on with you, Duncan, is around the last decade or so. A lot has been achieved. How has that been achieved, particularly in the UK, the energy transition in offshore? What are the lessons from that?
Yeah. So, good morning, everybody, and thanks, Ben. We've seen an extraordinary decade. I can remember 20 years ago working for a company involved in onshore renewables. These were at the margins. It was a campaigning industry that added small amounts of clean production capacity to a massive system that felt safe ignoring it. And then by the time we got to the end of the last decade, I can remember, we were building new offshore wind parks like Hornsea 1 and Hornsea 2, which were producing just in the one park more than 30 times as much clean energy as what we've been working on 20 years before, and doing so at a fraction of the cost. So the decade that we saw was a decade of total turnaround in realizing that we had at our disposal the technologies, the projects, and the capabilities to build our energy system around clean production. So in the context of needing to decarbonize our electricity system, and in the UK, we're going to do that by 2035, but also electrify much more. So expand our electricity system to do so much more than it does today. What we saw was a decade that showed us the tools and showed us the cost pathways. So transformational. And of course, the company I work for, Ørsted, also went through a transformation from one of the most carbon-intensive European energy companies, oil and gas developer, a coal-fired power operator, making a total pivot to being a green electricity producer, onshore renewables, world leader in offshore wind power, deploying capital into the energy transition as fast as we can.
So you're right, been a transformational decade, particularly offshore in the UK, but it hasn't been perfect. So what are the key lessons from that decade, not just for the future of the UK and UK energy policy, but also for other jurisdictions?
Positive lessons, all about the benefits of a modular technology, something that can be scaled up like wind turbines, something that can be produced in factories and installed in a modular, repeatable way. It's quite efficient, it's quite cost effective. We've also seen challenges very recently. We've had a massive change in our investment environment, interest rates increasing incredibly rapidly. So when you're talking about technologies that are very capital intensive, renewables typically have a high upfront capital investment, but obviously you don't pay for fuel through the life. So it's sort of obvious that you're quite sensitive if interest rates move very quickly. So we've seen quite a few places around the world where the regulatory frameworks are responding a little too slowly to that. If your regulatory framework awards contracts for the output, but does so quite a long period in advance of the actual project, then you can get a disconnect between the revenues that an investment can see coming and the cost of financing the infrastructure.
So, I mean, just specifically on that, presumably you'd want to see more index-linked, CFDs. And
we need to see more index-linked CFDs or whatever the mechanism is, and I think we also need to see. One of the challenges is a consequence of the success. Here in the UK, we've pioneered offshore wind as one example, and we've got 50 or so offshore wind farms operating in the UK today. Around the world, people have seen that progress and they want some of that solution. So we've had a ballooning of demand and enthusiasm at a time when we really want the supply chain to scale up. Because we've also evolved the technologies. We've gone to larger and larger turbines. So we need foresight for investment in supply chain. So as well as indexation of revenues, we also need a line of sight with sufficient advance warning so that supply chains can make their investment. So investing in factories, investing in their supply chain so they can produce the kit. It's infrastructure. So whether we're talking about the transmission networks that take the electricity to where we consume it, or whether we're talking about the actual production from renewable sources or storage or all of those things, it needs a chain of investment, starting with the supply chain as well. So the line of sight is also important. Yeah.
And that's probably something that we've done less well in the UK. At least some people would say that, particularly around manufacturing and jobs associated with the supply chain in the UK. A lot of this kit's manufactured elsewhere. How could government try and address that in the future?
Yeah, well, we have had success stories in the UK. We've got blade factories, we've got steel fabrication, we've got a lot of expertise that gets deployed around the world from the UK. Just in offshore wind, 30,000 jobs today in offshore wind, and that will almost certainly reach 100,000 by the end of the decade. So there is a great economic engine here, and we shouldn't imagine that for a global supply chain, any one country, UK or anywhere, shouldn't expect to sort of capture and localize a whole supply chain. That's not the way it's going to work. But there is much more we can do. We have failed to give good line of sight that helps those manufacturers invest. We've focused on the cost to society. That was probably right for the last decade because we had to move from it being a slightly niche, expensive solution to being a mass-producible, scalable, cost-effective solution. We did make that move, and I think competition, auctions really help with that. I think right now that can be a little unhelpful because if you structure your competition that only at the end of a long process do the supply chains know who's won, which projects are going ahead, they don't get the line of sight to make their investment. So I think we need to change that. We need to move that mindset from scavenging every last pound off the price per unit produced and focus on execution. We need speed of execution and we need line of sight to enable that upscaling of an industry. Yeah, so slight change in focus, I think.
Yeah. And you kind of alluded to some of the challenges you're facing in the markets at the moment, particularly around inflation and high interest rates. Yeah. And I know there's some things, particularly in the US, for Ørsted at the moment. But it's also, there are other challenges too. There are political challenges. Again, looking at the UK, likely change of government, changing politics. This is becoming much more contentious in different places. But there's also a lot of opportunity. And some people would say, your industry is awash with subsidy. You've got IRA, you've got all these, you've got subsidy competition around the world. How are you grappling with those challenges and opportunities?
Yeah, and it's mostly incredibly encouraging that governments around the world are turning their minds to the energy transition they need. There's an enormous amount of investment required. So as you say, there's an enormous business opportunity and societal opportunity there. And the UK is quite a nice example where we've seen through a series of different governments of different colours really quite consistent support for certain things. Now, it's not been good across the board, but offshore wind, again, is quite a nice example because we've seen for 15 years rather consistent support to take it, to work out at each stage, well, what would be needed to keep this on the path of maturing, on the path of growing. So it can be done. So you can navigate those tides of short-term particular imperatives, even on industries which have got a very long timeline. Because I think that's the thing which sometimes sits uncomfortably. You've got political timelines that are in a few years, typically at most, whereas you need a few years just to get a new factory conceived, designed, funded, and built, and get it up and running. And then the same again for a big piece of energy infrastructure. So I think those timelines can be mismatched, and that is one of the challenges. But around the world, we've seen a lot of cloning of the regulatory frameworks that work. So you mentioned CFDs, a contract for difference, which is a market tool which gives an investor in infrastructure sufficient long-term line of sight to the revenues they can access. So it reduces the risk in the revenue line, and that solution, contractual solution, has been then duplicated and reused around the world. I think that's one of those success stories. So governments have got those toolkits to design their own frameworks for developing projects, raising funding, getting through execution. Yeah.
And they're private law contracts, and so should be robust to political change. But it sounds like you aren't particularly worried about the UK political situation. You think the cross-party consensus will hold on these issues?
I think in the UK, we're now in a drumbeat of annual awards of these CFDs. That's our mechanism today. Of course, in 10 years' time, it may well be a different mechanism. But what we've also seen through a number of market reforms, I've been doing this about 30 years. I think there's roughly one every 10 years.
You've tried everything.
That will probably carry on, I think. So we do need the confidence that as the circumstances change, as energy systems move towards very high penetration of renewables, we've got some good examples to follow. So it can be done. We follow them. Markets will need to adapt because a market designed for coal-fired and oil-fired power stations is different from a market designed for renewable power production. Of course they'll be different. So that's the evolution we're on. I believe evolution, it can be made to work. Yeah, it can be made to work. And yeah, so I'm optimistic in that sense. I think there is a difference between electricity and fossil fuels. We need that transmission network. So we need to front load the thinking and the investment in that part of infrastructure. I heard the previous talk talking about distributed production. There's another dimension in that, classically renewables are smaller and quite widely distributed. So we tend to have quite a long journey in planning systems around the world, different countries, to get planning approval. So those things, planning approval and front loading the investment in the networks, those are really important underpinning things for us to make energy transition.
And the problems we're seeing at the moment with grid, with a bit of foresight, could have been completely preempted. We're talking about the last decade being a great success.
Yes.
That's probably one of the mistakes. Actually, is not building preemptively for this.
I agree, but you can understand why it didn't happen. There was a big focus on cost. I mean, now more than ever, we should still expect a focus on cost. Well, I think what's become clearer is that it's a false economy to keep postponing and postponing and postponing that investment, because what you're doing is tying yourself to a more costly and more damaging legacy system. So the investment, I think that breakthrough in thinking is where I hope we're getting to right now, so that it is correct to have a societal approach to reinvesting and renewing and expanding your electricity grids. I think we're seeing that now, and it is a mistake to look at every individual element of that investment, every individual substation project or line upgrade, and scrutinise it for every last dime. That just slows it all down, and it ties all the authorities up in process. So we need to move away from that, see it as an overall transformative infrastructure investment campaign, and then work out how to do that most efficiently. So it involves working with supply chains, giving them a long line of sight, doing some standardisation and modularisation, all of those things.
Yeah. So we've got a great question from somebody in the audience via Slido around this sort of the new entrants, essentially, particularly offshore, as oil and gas companies, other companies see this new industry, want to invest. You've got more competition. How are you viewing those market dynamics?
So competition has been great. As I say, it's driven cost of production right down. That's really helpful. We also got to realise that this is something happening globally, and it's going to deploy an enormous amount of investment capital. So at the helicopter level, it's incredibly healthy that there's so much interest in it. And of course, a company like ours that has been in offshore wind since the very first offshore wind farm in 1991, but as I said, it's only really 15 years ago that we started our transformation, and 10 years ago that we made our absolute pivot. So it would be a bit churlish of us to say that the other energy companies shouldn't make their own transition as well. So everyone's welcome. I think it's very healthy. Of course, we need to make sure that you don't get distortions. It's not been particularly healthy to see circumstances where governments see a sort of upfront revenue-raising opportunity for things like seabed auctions. That's so far in front of the full investment in infrastructure, so actually making a difference. You only make the difference when that asset is up and running and producing and connected into the grid. So I think there are cul-de-sacs that we need to avoid designing the right frameworks.
Yeah. And do you think other companies, particularly oil and gas companies, given your history as Dong, can do what you've done as quickly?
I do, actually. Maybe not in exactly the same way. But we found that if you turn your mind to it and you focus your strategy on it, there are lots of business opportunities, and you can achieve things that you really didn't think you could at the outset. And I think, as a pioneer, there's often a few steps of faith, not knowing exactly what the solution might be. A step of faith, for example, that offshore wind really would be scalable and really would be cost effective. But actually, having turned our attention to it as an industry, supply chain companies working together with developers and investors, working together with governments, what we found is extraordinary things that would have totally surprised us even 10 years ago can be achieved. So from that perspective, I am very optimistic, and I think other companies can make that journey, and they are. I mean, let's not pretend it's only Ørsted. If you look at the long list of companies whose history is in fossil-produced power, companies whose history is in oil and gas production, they are increasingly in renewable energy.
And how do you think transition planning will support all of this?
So, it goes hand in hand, I think, with regulation. Electricity, the power sector is quite highly codified and regulated, and so I see it as another arm of that overall environment in which we operate as companies. I see it as helping us make the transition while keeping this structure of markets and competition that we work within balanced. What would be a backward step is if companies that are forcing the agenda, for example, addressing not just the Scope 1 emissions with the investments we make, but the Scope 2 and Scope 3 emissions in terms of how we do, what we buy, how we lead and drive our supply chains. It would be a tragedy if the companies pushing that transition agenda to the full found themselves at a competitive disadvantage. So I think transition planning and formalising that, regulating it, making it very transparent, I think that's incredibly helpful to make sure that these markets keep functioning properly.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're out of time, but Duncan, thank you for sharing all of your insights and all that experience you have, and a big round of applause for you. And
thank you very much. Thank you.
And over to the next session.
Thank you very much indeed, Ben. Many thanks to you, Duncan, as well. If you turn your mind to it, focus your strategy on it, you can achieve things you didn't think possible at the start, was the quote for me from that. And policy support. We didn't really get into that then, but clearly critical. And I don't know if you've seen, but of course, Ørsted's US plans are the subject of much discussion now. I know we didn't really get into that then, but do look that up. The context here is the business case for decarbonisation, I guess, and our next panel is an editorial-led panel, so a Reuters news session. It's entitled, Can Climate Investments Deliver Superior Returns? The moderator is Tommy Reggiori-Wilkes, Senior Correspondent, Sustainable Finance, and he will introduce this super panel now. Tommy and the panel, come on up.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here and welcome. I'm Tommy Reggiori-Wilkes. I'm a correspondent covering sustainable finance with Reuters here in London, and I'm delighted that for the next 40 minutes we will be discussing climate investments and answering the question, can they deliver superior returns? We'll also be hearing about what's needed to drive more money into greener investments, which I think everyone can agree is necessary if we're to have any chance, really, of limiting global warming. So let me introduce my panel. To my left, we have Anel Bosman, who's the Group Managing Executive for South African lender Nedbank Corporate and Investment Banking. We next have Elena Viñez Fiestas, who's the Commissioner of the Spanish Financial Market Authority and the Chair of the EU Platform for Sustainable Finance. And last but not least, we have Peter van der Pel, who's the Managing Director at Inca Investments, which is the investment arm of Inca Group, which owns and operates the majority of IKEA stores, a brand I'm sure everyone in the room is familiar with. Thanks, everyone, for being here. And now, if I could start with you. You, of course, focused on Africa, which is a part of the world that's at the forefront of some of the consequences of climate change. Equally, there are huge investment opportunities to deal with climate change. What's your perspective on whether right now, looking across Africa, looking across sectors, whether climate investments, and by climate investments I think we mean those projects that can benefit the climate or reduce emissions, whether they really can deliver superior returns to other investments?
Thank you, Tommy. Good to be here. Firstly, in my mind, I tried to make sense of all of this by putting the word investment in three subcategories. And the first one I refer to is actually ESG funds and investments that flow throughout the sector in those vehicles. The second type of investment is project-specific, industry-specific, technology-specific, but also the disinvestment in those that don't make sense. And the third one is actually the public, more transitional type of investment. And I think we need to differentiate between all of those because it's not exactly the same when you look at it. But right now for Africa, I think Africa needs energy. While we see green as a luxury in the developed world, sustainable and dependable energy is a luxury in Africa. So there is a huge demand. There's also a huge amount of funds flowing into the African market. So the challenge is to match these two in a way that makes sense. And I think that is where regional banks actually can play a very big role, because we know the market. We have learned through history how to structure, how to mitigate the risk. And actually in that way, what we have been able to do is to price appropriately. Tariffs have been coming down because the cost of capital is actually lowered, and therefore the market has really benefited both the investor and the consumer. A good, appropriate investment profile and cheaper energy for the consumer. Now, obviously behind this is that enabling regulation that we spoke about before, but the platform is there for a really good investment profile for both parties.
Could I just follow up on one thing there? What do you think about the role of the public sector in driving money towards climate investments? You know, clearly in parts of Africa, development banks and other public institutions play a very important role in that. Is that a good thing? Is that necessary to get investments off the ground?
I think it has a very important role. Public funds need to be enabling. It needs to look at those projects that are firstly cross-generational, cross-national, and therefore really, really difficult to measure and ascertain the benefits because it is not directly linked to the project. That is very difficult for private investments to participate in that, simply because the returns are unclear and often unmeasurable. Where public funds crowd out private funds by coming in to projects that are actually viable.
Do you see that happening?
We see that happening, and then the banks step back.
What
and
sort
you
of projects?
Lose energy projects, because of the demand for these climate-friendly projects and investments. We see the banks being crowded out. So the structuring, the intellectual property, and the way of mitigating the risk actually disappears. And those funds can be much better applied to projects that it's difficult to make sense in a private investment, and I think one needs to differentiate between the two very clearly.
That's really interesting. Yeah. Peter, I'd imagine the majority of your investments are in parts of the world where IKEA has supply chains and it has operations. What's your perspective on this big question of whether climate-related investments can deliver superior returns?
Yeah, it's a good question, and our strategy is that it should at least match the returns that are also coming from other parts. How we evaluate our returns is in actually 4 dimensions that we call value creation goals. So we have better homes, better lives, better company, and better planet. We are the investment arm of Inca, so we have 3 objectives: securing the financial resilience of the company, investing in the continued growth and acceleration of the transformation in the IKEA retail part, and then also contributing to the sustainability goals of Inca and IKEA. And I think the question on returns is a little bit different in the different sectors that we operate in, I would say. It's difficult to come with a generic answer on that part. We have 3 portfolios that are very relevant for this. The biggest one is renewable energy, where we've committed to invest €6.5 billion by 2030. We're around €4 billion now. And of course, returns there, you can say, depending a little bit on the risk-taking in the project. If it's a ready-made wind or solar park, it's quite predictable in cash flows. If it's an early development, there's more risk to it, which is also where we're stepping in now, for instance, in offshore. Then we have another part, which is in the forestry part, which is something where our longevity comes into play. We think in generations, not in quarters, and that's very needed also here because we have a 100-year perspective in forestry. It is, of course, good from the underlying assets that have its stable value, but then the cash flow from the returns that you get from the activities you perform in the forest are very slow. So that's also what takes a long breath. And then beyond that, we also go in reforestation and afforestation. And then the third part is circularity, which is more risk-taking, because that's where we want to be part of also starting to bring scale in the recycling material industry. It's early stage. We need to find the right production techniques. We are also contemplating together with the regulators to find the right environment. There's more risks involved in that, but we think that's also important. So, of course, that also relates in another risk-reward profile.
Can I just pick up there? You talked about forests and how there can be a slower payoff. I mean, how slow are we talking? And I know you have a very long time horizon, much longer than most investors would have. But how can you sort of justify those kind of investments if we're talking, years before you start to see a return on that investment?
It is because we are long-term in everything that we do. But I think if you think about afforestation, which we do, for instance, now in New Zealand, but also in the US, the first 30 years we just invest because we need to plant, we need to also do all the work.
So there's no financial return.
There's no cash flow coming out of it at all.
Right.
And we can do that because, again, we have a 100-year perspective, and we think it's good for the planet. It's also good for IKEA as a company, because we believe that wood fibers are an important part of also creating a regenerative economy going forward.
Okay. Just before I bring Elena in, let me just ask you one last question, which is, what do you think is the next exciting area for climate-related investments that you guys see? I mean, what's the sector that you're focusing on that you think could be really interesting?
I think the newest portfolio that we have now is the circularity portfolio. I think the big question now is, how do we scale the availability of recycled materials? We started in plastics, we are in mattresses, we are in food waste, we're looking into textiles. So we are looking into those industries, and there I think investments and finding solutions that are scalable, going from a virgin material world to a recycled and renewable material world, is the big thing for us that we want and need to invest in.
And how do you scale those? Because, I mean, we hear lots about recycling, but the percentage of materials that recycle globally generally is quite limited. And is it about public subsidies, public support? Is it newer technologies that are needed? What can enable that?
For us, it's not so much about public subsidies. I think we invest with partners that also have the ability to scale. So we look on bigger recycling platforms that we can build out. I think two concrete examples, perhaps. We have invested in the biggest recycling company in plastics in Europe, where together we're also in the endeavor of also scaling that further. The second part that might be interesting is Retourmatras, which is a concept where we work together with a waste collection company and an industrial partner in a joint venture, where we can take care of all recycled mattresses in the Netherlands. We take them back, then we decompose it into the materials, and we even do repolyol production on site in some of those areas. The thing again here is to understand, in many markets in Europe, still incineration is incentivized above recycling.
Right.
So we need to make sure that we also work together with the regulators and the governments to get the right incentives to do this, because we are ready to scale out. We are now in Netherlands, we're in UK, we will go in Belgium, in France, we will go in Scandinavia, and we're ready to do more. But here I think it's typically something that we need to do together.
Okay, thanks. Elena, you clearly look at this world from a regulatory perspective, and regulation is crucial, right? If we are to get more money flowing towards greener investments. I know you are closely involved in building some of the new regulations that we've seen in Europe, and many would say that Europe has played, somewhat of a leading role in building rules and regulations to encourage investment towards climate-related projects. What's your assessment of what regulation is doing, what it's not doing, and what more needs to happen to get more money flowing to?
Right, so thank you, and good morning to everyone. So as you probably all have heard about, the Green Deal is the overarching framework within the EU. And within the Green Deal, you have one of the key pillars, which is the Sustainable Finance Package, which is what I've been working on. And the Sustainable Finance Package goal, actually, it is what you said. The goal is to create the right framework that really encourages private sector, mobilizes private sector, particularly the financial sector, capital to flow into not only investments that are green, but investments to make different assets and players become green, and obviously to decarbonize. But at the same time, the strategy has another goal, which is to decarbonize the portfolios of both investors, both investment portfolios, but also credit portfolios. So let me explain very quickly a little bit how it works, so people get a little bit of a gist of how it is. The central piece, imagine it's a jigsaw, and the central piece is the taxonomy. I know it has a terrible name, but the taxonomy is just basically like a dictionary that tells you which economic activities can be considered sustainable or green, under which circumstances, And then you have the climate taxonomy, you have pollution, biodiversity, 6 environmental objectives. But what is really interesting is what I said, is actually all the different pieces that are surround the taxonomy, whose purpose and who have been precisely designed to really encourage mobilizing investments and capital flows into taxonomy aligned or to become taxonomy aligned. And how it works is that, imagine I'm a company, I need to report the part of my activities that already meet the criteria, so the revenues that represent, but also my expenditures and the capex. And this is probably, in my opinion, the biggest contribution. Why is it? It's because I am a company who today it's not, net zero, who today is not green at all, to put it very simply. Yeah? But I have my transition plan, and I make an investment plan, a capex investment that can go up to 5 years, even in some cases 10 years, and say, okay, I'm going to transform my assets. And then all of those, as long as my objective is to meet the criteria, can be called green. And why is that important? Because then I will go to the bank and I will ask for a green bond or a green loan. And we all know that how the green bonds already benefit from a greenium in the primary market. But I can also, all my shares and all my bonds, general purpose bonds, will have two figures attached to them. My zero from the revenues, but also my capex. Imagine it's 100%. I want to make it very, yeah? And then that makes it that all asset managers and asset owners are much more interested and attractive with a company like me that want to invest in that type of companies, that they are moving forward. You need to understand that today, 55% of the European market responds to funds that have either environmental characteristics, ESG, or have an objective. That means that 55% of the market already is looking towards those companies that have a higher percentage of capex and revenues. Yeah? And at the same time, the banks also need to report, and they want to look good in front of the supervisors and regulators, but also they want to look good in front of their investors, because they have an incentive. And I won't go into all the details, but there are plenty of different pieces of the regulation that they are there to increase the demand, a demand that is all naturally already was there, yeah, from the market, and not least from the retail investor. And you can start seeing, that machinery start working. We have the first year, it's not yet finished, but of some of the companies. For the time being, only 1,600 need to report, but in a few years, it will be up to 50,000 companies, yeah? And guess what? The numbers are showing, that alignment is much higher on capex than on revenues, and that's particularly true on the high-impact investment sector, So that means that the utilities, the automobiles, the energy, real estate are actually investing to green their operations.
I mean, one of the big questions in climate finance is how to get more money from the developed world into the developing world and into climate projects there. What's the role of regulation, and European regulation in particular, in doing that and getting it into parts of the world that Anel works closely in?
There is a concern, right, to say, okay, when you look at this whole framework that we're putting together, it's actually lifting the bar on standards, and not only on environmental, but also on social standards. And some people are concerned that that could be, a barrier, maybe for investments in developing countries. So in order to avoid that, on one hand, the Commission has created a high-level expert group that is looking at that, and what I would like to more talk about is what we are doing in the platform. So what we're doing now is we're looking at all the technical criteria. We're working with European Development Investment Funds, very much led by the European Investment Bank, and saying, okay, what's the criteria that actually needs to be met? Yeah? And what's the criteria that you cannot expect? If you are making an investment in the middle of, Africa, right? You might cannot expect to comply with the waste management, maybe because the infrastructure is not there. But can they comply with other type of criteria? That's the key. The key is to distinguish on the criteria and the standards on one hand, 2, improve the data available, but 3, also to distinguish between the large companies in emerging markets. Tata, I'm sorry, but I think that they should be, or Brazil Petrobras, they should be meeting the same criteria than a Repsol or a BP. But the difference that to the investment in small, medium enterprises, in public funding, in other type of investment. I think that we need to move away of putting all developing countries in one pocket and all investments in one pocket and start distinguishing and this is a time for implementation and to get into the nitty-gritty.
Thanks. I mean, it's no great secret that since the Ukraine war, lots of the non-green investments have performed very well, and companies that are heavily exposed to oil have had a good run. So in the short term at least, a lot of climate unfriendly investments have done quite well. I wondered, Danelle, if you could tell us a bit about the development context in Africa and how you approach some of those investments versus climate investments, given the development needs of Africa.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The world started with almost a land grab in ESG-related assets. And the war in Ukraine and energy security, as well as greenwashing and some publicity, has actually brought a big reality check. And the greenium, to some extent, has actually disappeared. However, it has been replaced with the minimum requirement to be able to play the game. So unless you also decarbonizing, you don't have access to capital markets. So that's where the price has changed a little bit. And I think the most important thing is for green assets to have appropriate returns. And you spoke about, it needs to differentiate between different types of companies, but I think it also needs to differentiate between different types of consumers. Sometimes the world debate on environment sounds tone deaf to Africa, where society plays such a big role. And there has been many studies in South Africa that showed that what the average family spends on food is, say, 1 unit. A healthy basket would cost 2.5 units. And a decarbonized unit would cost 4.5 units. Now, for that specific family, the choice is not about decarbonizing. It is about a nutrition for family members. And therefore, it doesn't mean that there's no focus on being green. It just means that priorities are different. And you can think about it like Maslow's hierarchy. It is not that important for that specific family. At the same time, though, the drive and the awareness of going green is huge. And if you look in the South African context, where we had a very strong renewable energy program for the last few years, in the first 6 months of 2023, because of the demand for energy, households and companies have implemented 1/3 of that total capacity in 6 months on their rooftops. Right. And that is incredible. So that type of demand is very, very big. And there we need regulation to enable to continue to do more of these things. So where the private sector can play a role, and it makes sense for consumer and investor, we see a huge demand for those type of assets.
Thanks. We've just got a couple of questions from the audience here. I think this one for you, Elena. It says, what's your view on green bonds? Are the standards tight enough, or are we seeing a lot of greenwashing, which is an accusation that's levelled at lots of sustainable finance products? What's your perspective on that, on green?
Yes. So to start with, green bonds are an excellent financial instrument because it's probably the type of one of the only financial instruments that ensures you that all the investments, the funds, are actually invested in the project, that they are ring-fenced. So they have a lot of potential. We've seen like the market exploding. In terms of the greenwashing, which is exactly that, the question, I guess on green bonds, we should say that there has been greenwashing, there is greenwashing, maybe more modest than in other areas because Climate Bonds Initiative or the ICMA Association put forward green principles and some criteria, voluntary, but a lot of the green bonds issued in the market have followed those principles, but still there were fears of greenwashing. That's why in Europe we work together with the Commission on this to develop a green bond standard, which will be like the stamp Yeah, this is the stamp that it ensures that it's green. What it means, the green bond standard, is that 85% at the very least of the funds need to be invested in taxonomy-aligned activities, or to become taxonomy-aligned, as I would say. It also means that they need some requirements in terms of the measurement of the impact, in terms of transparency, going back to the investors, and finally on verification. One of the problems or concerns that have been on green bonds is that the second opinion that is called, the verification on the green bond, sometimes was done by an actor of which, we could say that there could be some question marks in terms of conflicts of interest, because of the client, they're the same client, at the same time they're the same ones that they're rating them, and so forth. So moving forward, all verifiers of the green bond standards will be regulated by the European Supervisory Markets, Security Markets Authority, and they will have to be registered.
Great, thank you. There's another question here, and I'll ask this to you, Peter. It's a good question, is can climate investments deliver superior returns, and define returns? And one, I think this is a good question, and it's related to another that I saw pop up, which is about introducing, non-financial aspects to financial decision-making is counterintuitive, and, it relates to the ESG backlash that we've seen in the United States, where lots of Republican politicians have opposed introducing environmental and social factors into financial decision making. What's your view on this? And what are we talking about when we say returns?
I think excellent question, and we believe that there needs to be a positive impact on economics, on society, and on planet combined. We measure that through what we call our value creation goals that I already introduced, and I think we need to look at three aspects here. Of course, we need to look at the financial returns we get on the investments. That's absolutely still an important prerequisite, but that might lead you to become very short-term oriented and not very strategic in what you need to do. The second part is also, we are created by and for IKEA. We need to make sure that the core business model transforms in a climate-smart, positive impact business model. That's where we need to invest in. That's not only a good and a nice to have, that's a need to have going forward. And we also know that the cost connected to running a non-climate smart business model will just start to increase over time. So we believe that we need to make sure that we invest in that transition. And then thirdly, we are part of a world and a planet that's in need of change. So we also feel that we need to take those considerations into the whole perspective. So if we look at returns, we evaluate it in relation to those three parts. So of course we need to have a decent financial return, but again, we are a long-term investor. We are connected to IKEA. We need to make sure that we do the transition in the core of the business model, and that we take our responsibility also in transformational changes.
I was going to say, there must be times, particularly in the short term, when profits conflict with the need to support and help the climate and make a more sort of resilient business. How do you deal with that when there is that clash between the two, when financial returns may have to take a hit as a result of doing something?
But again, the fact that we have a perspective that's not connected to quarters but generations helps us to take those types of decisions. Because yes, in the short run, those returns might be subpar to other returns that we could find in the market. But that's not the only way how we evaluate our returns. Thinking again about the other aspects, it might actually be a much more beneficial investment that we need to do. So that's how we evaluate everything we do.
Okay, and just related to that, one final question for you is to change this narrative at scale, and by this narrative we're talking about the fact that it's counterintuitive to have non-financial aspects in decision making. What's the way forward in your view to broaden that out, to ensure that more businesses and other sectors think like you do?
I think there needs to be expectations from governments and regulators on looking at that perspective. And I think we also need to start to incentivize, measure, and recognize the importance of the other aspects in how we evaluate the performance, also from investments going forward. We are committed to that trajectory. That's also how we set goals, how we report, and how we also measure our performance. And we think that's also the way forward to make sure that we can go into also what we call long-term sustainable investments that are good for all aspects that we considered before.
Okay, thank you. We're only a couple of months away from COP28, and I'm confident that a big part of that will be how we get more money towards parts of the world like Sub-Saharan Africa. What are you expecting from COP28, and what's your big hope that comes out of the UN Global Summit?
I suppose from an African perspective, it's actually action.
Okay.
There's been lots of talk on how we can help Africa, and I suppose the challenges are twofold. One, the conditions of the flow of cash, but on the other side, the enabling governments and regulations to allow this. And I would really like to see those two parties coming together. And a good example is the investment promises into the Eskom grid, which is our way of transmission.
This is the South African
the South African, and it's about the shortage of transmission capacity we have, right, which then means that renewable projects that are not close to demand can't actually deliver the energy. And there's a inaction on that, and it's from both parties. But it's that type of thing that really needs to start, because those are long-term projects, and it will take a significant period of time to unlock that type of capability in economy.
Do you think there's an understanding among policymakers and businesses that, you know, parts of Africa will potentially need to depend on fossil fuels for longer than more developed parts of the world? I mean, you think in South Africa they're still highly dependent on coal, and there are lots of parts of Africa that are unelectrified, that you know, are going to need, you know, climate unfriendly investments for some time to come.
Yeah, we believe that there is a basket of energy that is required, and you need to supplement your renewable energy with some base load that may be gas rather than coal, because it is better. But in the short to medium term, we can't switch off the lights, but be renewable energy only dependent. And that is a big thing, because that links to growth. And growth links to the food basket that I spoke about before. So it becomes a virtuous circle to enable the consumer to be able to have those right decisions and be in a position to be able to make them. Absolutely.
Elena, what are you hoping for from COP?
Well, I think there's what I hope and what I think here. The heart and the mind are very divided. I don't know how many of you know that this COP, I think that the most important thing of this COP, at least on paper, is the global stocktake. Right? This is basically, in the Paris Agreement, it was decided that starting from COP28, we will have a global stocktake, like how much progress there have been in terms of the mitigation, in terms of resilience, climate resilience and adaptation, and also in terms of finance, since the actual Accord of Paris. And now we know from Bonn, so every year there's like the midterm meeting, right? And we know from the meeting in Bonn that the global stocktake, although we haven't seen the numbers, the data, we will see them in 2 weeks approximately, it's not too encouraging. But we need to take the global stocktake as not only that sort of photograph of where we are, but also the opportunity to change things, to change the direction of travel, to start, raising the ambition. That's the real purpose of the stocktake, to know what's working and what's not working. And the stocktake is going to tell us whether or not we're going to meet the 2030 targets. Now, the discussions around the global stocktake, without having seen it, were overshadowed by the endless discussions around finance and equity. And I think that we need to really think that they're both equally important. It's equally important to mitigate, to reduce, to adapt, and to finance. And my concern is that we have very little hopes of that ambition to be raised during COP28, the elephant in the room, what we're going to do about phasing out fossil fuels, not least subsidies. I don't think we're going to see much progress on that area during this COP. So my hope is that we progress on finance, particularly also on adaptation, definitely on the deployment of low-carbon infrastructure, but also on adaptation and on the loss and damage fund that it was promised.
Peter, do you have much hope, an expectation for COP?
Hope always. I think it's important that also the acknowledgement that we need to take action now. I think the past summer again has proved in many parts in the world that there is a huge need for urgent actions amongst all stakeholders. Of course, companies, but also together with government, regulators. We cannot afford to wait. I think for us it's also important that we look at predictability, stability in the regulations around this.
Do you see that at the moment?
I think it's mixed. We need to look also at level playing fields that we create for investors to make sure that more money even flows into it. I think we can look, of course, in renewable energy, where we need to look in grid investments, where we need to look at permitting processes that need to speed up, where we get also transparency in the processes. We need to look at circularity, as I said already, that we get the right incentives in place to move. So hope a lot. We will also show that we are willing to take action. We will collaborate with many alliances with companies, with investors, but also with governments and regulators. But I hope there's also a sense of urgency that makes us step forward, because we cannot wait.
You just mentioned there level playing field. Could you tell us a bit more about what you mean there? You're talking about level playing field between, climate investments and fossil fuel investments?
Yes, absolutely. I think it's that part that we make sure that also from a subsidy perspective that we create the right incentive.
Because there are vast subsidies still going towards fossil fuels globally.
Yes, there are. And I think for us, we are ready to invest. Again, we have the €6.5 billion commitment in renewable energy. We are committed also in the other fields that we operate in. So I think we're looking for opportunities all the time. But I think we cannot do this alone. There needs to be a lot of money flowing into this. So we need to create the right incentives from all angles to make sure that we create the movement.
So at the moment, that lack of level playing field is an impediment for you guys putting more money into?
I don't think it's so much an impediment for us not to step forward, but it makes it more difficult and less transparent. And certainly for, I think, the bigger financing that needs to happen, it is an impediment.
Okay, thanks. Just moving away from COP, we've had a number of questions, Elena, related to regulation and greenwashing. So I just wanted to ask you a big, broad question, which is, in your opinion, is ESG regulation fit for purpose as of today?
Yeah. I'm going to answer you with first, I think, which is a key message that I try to convey every time, is, and I'll give it to you with an example. When I was 13, 14, that's some time ago, I took IT, in school. And guess what they taught me? They taught me Pascal and BASIC. I did 2 years of Pascal, and then 3 or 4 years later, nobody was, in no school they were teaching programming. Why? Because we had the Microsoft Office package, and everyone were learning how to use the computer, Well, I'm saying this because the sustainable finance package, and very much the taxonomy, but the whole package is still work in progress. And people are it's still work in progress, and unfortunately, because we don't have time, it's being implemented. So people feel like they need to learn Pascal, programming, where actually, what they will need to know is how to use it. So we are really working now on how to make it useful, how to create the tools to make it really useful and simple to be used. So that would be my first answer. The second one is that it's still very early days, because I was just saying, we're just starting to see the data coming from companies, and a lot of the requirements for financial institutions and a portfolio, they're just at the very earliest stage. But I'm very, very confident with the first data and with all the work that has been put in it, that in a few years' time, and you can hold me into account, in a few years' time, if we're back at Reuters, we would be seeing how much money has been going into taxonomy-aligned activities, in becoming green, and much more, from a social perspective, much more inclusive.
Do you see any evidence that the anti-ESG backlash in the US is impacting Europe and the amount of money that's flowing towards climate-related and friendly events?
The ESG backlash, first of all, it's a reaction to the success of ESG, because if they hadn't been successful in impacting, they wouldn't exist. That said, I think that we haven't seen an impact on the investments, but we've seen an impact, it's on the engagement of investors, mainly US investors, on the announcements or groups that they are that investors have created, like the Net Zero Insurance Alliance or Asset Owners Alliance, where investors have been, they are concerned of legal risk of being, accused of antitrust breaches. So we've seen lately, for example, even Allianz, the global insurer, one of the biggest actors in this field, stepping down from the Net Zero Insurance Alliance because of that. We're also seeing a lot of push from the anti-ESG trying to stop shareholders' proposals on ESG issues. But when you look actually at the actual figures, really interesting, the anti-ESG movement also files proposals, anti-ESG proposals. But when you look at the details, more than 50% of those proposals are on social issues, on human rights, on racial equity, which says a little bit about the movement. And climate is only at the end. And on general assemblies, only 2% of those proposals on climate, for example, have been supported versus more than 20% for the climate.
Brilliant, thank you. And now I'm just going to bring you in very briefly with the last point, which is what for you is the next exciting area of investment opportunity that's climate positive in Africa? What do you think is the next hot investment area?
Just before I get there, I think to link what both of you have said is that we are solving a very complex problem, and there are many variables, SE and many other things. We know where we need to go to. We don't know how we're going to get there, but the decibels of the debate is definitely increasing. And I think the opportunity in Africa are those projects that unlock both growth, upliftment of society in a way that is sustainable. And it can be energy, it can be toll roads, infrastructure, and there's huge demand for those assets. It is about unlocking those opportunities and actually have that enabling regulation and an environment that allows those investments to happen. And both sides are very willing to get that done.
Brilliant, thanks. That's a good point to end on. We are out of time, I'm afraid, so thank you very much to the panellists. It's been a very lively and entertaining and wide-ranging discussion. Thanks to the audience and for those of you watching virtually. Thanks very much. I'm going to give everyone a round of applause. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Tommy, and thank you very much to our panel. And look, given our title for this stage, I'm glad we're doing our own stock take, if you like, of where we are ahead of COP. As Helena said, the global stock take, opportunity to change things and raise ambition. I think that is realistically what the way we should look at this as we approach Dubai. We're going to take a break. We're going to grab a coffee. We've got 40 minutes, so that is a slightly longer break. There is an exhibition hall. Go take a look, explore some of the exhibitors, grab a drink, have a chat with everyone around you. We'll see you back here at 11:20. Ken Murphy from Tesco will talk about how we can feed a growing population while reducing climate impacts. It should be a good one. We will see you back here at 11:20.
We are in times of great change, from the way we live and work to how we communicate and travel. From geopolitical ructions to climate change and energy insecurity. We need to ask big questions about our future.
From the streets of London and Beijing to the centres of New York and Sao Paulo. Building a better tomorrow starts with a better understanding of today.
Reuters Next is our leading editorial event, hosting the essential debates.
Engaging constructively and reliably with us as interlocutors is really important.
There is a lot of uncertainty and there's a lot of different forces that are impacting markets.
Drawing on our unrivaled newsroom and journalism, Reuters Next helped set the agenda.
And we're encouraged by the news we've seen out of Europe. I'm not going to get ahead of our European allies and partners.
Clearly, as you say, energy security is top of the agenda. Can you give us details?
Our reporters ask questions to get to the facts. to catch people's vision.
So what's next for big business, supply chains, and globalization?
What's next for energy, sustainability, and finance?
Join us at Reuters Next, because in a time of great change, the most powerful question is, what's next?
Notice anything different about this carrier ship? It's been fitted with 2 special sails called wind wings, which study how harnessing wind power can cut emissions and energy usage in the shipping sector. This voyage is the 5-year-old Pyxis Ocean's first with its new sails. A first of many as the maritime industry as a whole explores new technologies in an attempt to move away from dirty bunker fuel.
The maritime industry's got a decarbonisation challenge ahead of it. This is not going to solve the problem entirely, but it's a step in the right direction.
Cargill, one of the world's largest shipping charterers, has been developing the Pyxis Ocean's nearly 125-foot-tall wind wings pilot project for years. It's a course companies in the maritime industry have been forced to take, as investors and environmental groups push them to accelerate decarbonization in an industry which accounts for nearly 3% of global CO2 emissions. But as new technologies blossom, the idea of harnessing wind for energy is an old one. Before the switch to steam and diesel engines, wind was once the common way of propelling ships.
It is kind of back to the future, if you like.
Simon Schofield is the Chief Technology Officer at Bar Technologies, the company that developed Windwing sails, which were then built by Norway's Yara Marine Technologies.
When you see an aircraft come to land and it deploys its leading edge flap and its flaps at the back when a plane lands, we do something very, very similar, which allows us to control what we call the camber, the shape of the wing, which controls the amount of power. Then we can align the wing at any direction compared to the wind direction. And this is done all automatically, and it maximizes the amount of energy we're effectively harvesting from the wind.
The sails don't only cut down CO2 emissions, Schofield adds, it also cuts down how much fuel they purchase. He says the Pyxis Ocean can save up to 40% of fuel consumption, which he believes is a step in the right direction, considering how expensive fuel has become.
This has got the potential to be mainstream. Obviously, it doesn't suit all vessels because of practical reasons, but certainly on bulk carriers and tankers, we can see a large proportion of new builds and a huge number of retrofits in the coming years being fitted with wind technology of one sort or another. Both from an environmental standpoint, but also as the cost of fuels become more expensive, and especially the adoption of future fuels, it's going to mean that it becomes economically a bit of a no-brainer as well.
Cargill says the Pyxis Ocean will sail from Singapore to Brazil and is then likely to transport a cargo of grain to Denmark. The vessel is said to then remain in the North Atlantic area to maximize wind usage.
Iraq's southern marshes are drying up. They're receding and turning brackish following multiple years of drought. Fish are disappearing, and an entire way of life going back centuries is under threat. Fishermen here say they're feeling the squeeze, and they're asking, where do we go now?
أي أنواع السمك كان موجود بها هنا. كل شيء كان بني سمتي إشكال. هسه كله راح مات. من قلة الماء صار مالح صار السدود علينا وكله مات السمك مات الدغل مات كله انتهى.
On the marshland's shoreline, it's a grim catch. these tiny dead fish can only be used as animal feed. Fisherman Ali Hakim says his water buffaloes are already dying of hunger.
الماء جفاف كلش، أولاً السدود سادين علينا الماء، وثانياً الماء هو نفسه تجاف ماكو ماء قوي. وإحنا ناس معانين حلالنا موت قتل جوع، لا دغل ولا علف، هم علف غالي.
It used to be different. Some believe this area inspired the Garden of Eden. Residents were self-sufficient, filling their nets with fish and tending to large herds of water buffalo. But officials and locals point to a perfect storm driving the changes here. Upstream damming of rivers by Turkey and Iran, mismanagement of water resources, pollution, and man-made climate change that has led to less rain. Nasser Samari is an environmental activist.
لأن احنا ما بيدنا فد شيء، احنا ما نقدر نسوي الأهوار محمية، ما نقدر احنا نفتح أنهار، لأن احنا ناس ما لا قوة ولا سلطة. على الدولة أن تلتفت بشكل واقعي، والدولة أيضا أنا أعتقد أنه الدولة هي ما تشوف الأهوار إلا بالخارطة. ماكو واحد اليوم إجا جال بشواطئها وأنهرها وقراها على أنه يطلع على واقعها وأهميتها.
As the rivers and marshlands dry out, so does the economy that depends on them. This boatmaker used to employ up to 10 workers to build more than 6 vessels a month. Now he toils alone. Work is no longer like it used to be, he says. We can't even afford to pay our rent because of the shortage of water. While many are fleeing to cities, there's no guarantee of a better life there. This man used to make a living off the Euphrates, but now sells geese for slaughter and drives a taxi. Making ends meet is a struggle. More than 62,000 people have been displaced across Iraq due to drought conditions over 4 years. That's according to the UN's International Organization for Migration. It adds that number is expected to keep rising.
This variety of rice is climate resistant and climate smart, designed to withstand droughts, floods and rising sea levels. Scientists at the International Rice Research Institute are testing the experimental plant in these flooded rice paddies in the Philippines. They hope a crop that could withstand the impact of extreme weather will help curb the effects of climate change on agriculture. In Los Banos, south of capital Manila, farmers are planting experimental flood-resistant rice. Scientists say it can survive being submerged in water for up to 2 weeks longer than regular rice. Shalab Dixit is a senior scientist and plant breeder at the IRRI.
With climate change, with increased abiotic and biotic stresses, with reduced amount of water available, we need better genetics for rice to be able to provide stable yields in fluctuating environments.
In addition to flood-resistant rice, the team is currently also focused on developing drought-resistant and saline-resistant varieties. Using an advanced breeding method known as marker-assisted breeding, scientists are able to detect genes of desirable traits from rice grains and combine them into other rice varieties to produce a more favourable crop. Rulix Mendoza is a research manager at the institute.
So the donor parent is the one donating the trait, say drought tolerant, submergence tolerant, all those things. And the recipient parent, this is the one receiving that trait to add to the positive traits that it currently has. So for example, this recipient parent, it is very high yielding, early maturing, so good eating quality. So you need to put in those traits, those drought tolerance, submergence tolerance, or cold tolerance to produce offspring having all those traits.
The drought-resistant variety carries genes that enable rice crops to survive weeks longer than regular crops and continue to grow with very minimal water. It's now being planted by farmers in India, Nepal and the Philippines. Alex Abortes, a farmer in the northern province of Bulacan known for its droughts, says the climate-resistant rice will definitely improve yields for him.
Maganda nga yun, may pag-asa ka kahit walang patubig. Mayroon kang inaasa na kahit kaunting bagay hamog-hamog lang matuloy-tuloy ang buhay niyan. Ayun sa talaga. Napakahirap ang rito, minsan gaya dyan, hindi namin nagawa sa kabila. Sayang nga, hindi nataniman dahil walang tubig.
The Southeast Asian rice-producing country is usually hit by an average of 20 tropical storms every year. In 2022, a total of 37.6 million Philippine pesos, more than $670,000 worth of agricultural damages were caused by floods. That's according to the Philippine Department of Agriculture. And over $450,000 of those damages were rice crops.
What we hope is that these varieties will lead to improved stability and reduced risk in rice cultivation, so the farmers can earn better and have less cost of production, which will eventually lead to their income and other aspects, improvement of other aspects as well in their lives.
We are in times of great change, from the way we live and work to how we communicate and travel. From geopolitical ructions to climate change and energy insecurity. We need to ask big questions about our future.
From the streets of London and Beijing to the centres of New York and Sao Paulo. Building a better tomorrow starts with a better understanding of today.
Reuters Next is our leading editorial event, hosting the essential debates.
Engaging constructively and reliably with us as interlocutors is really important.
There is a lot of uncertainty and there's a lot of different forces that are impacting markets.
Drawing on our unrivaled newsroom and journalism, Reuters Next helps set the agenda.
And we're encouraged by the news we've seen out of Europe. I'm not going to get ahead of our European allies and partners.
Clearly, as you say, energy security is top of the agenda. Can you give us details?
Our reporters ask questions to get to the facts, to catch people's vision.
So what's next for big business, supply chains, and globalization?
What's next for energy, sustainability, and finance?
Join us at Reuters Next, because in a time of great change, the most powerful question is, what's next?
This is the world's biggest permafrost crater, a gash in the earth of Russia's far east, stretching 2/3 of a mile. And as the planet warms up, the Batagayka crater's permafrost is melting. Locals call it the cave-in or the gateway to the underworld. But it has a scientific name too, a megaslump. Scientists warn the phenomenon is a sign of danger for what's to come. The crater began to appear in the 1960s as a result of deforestation in the area. The deforestation led to the loss of ground ice, which then caused the earth to begin eroding. Since then, locals have taken note of its rapid growth.
Здесь немножко вот от тропинки где-то метров 20-30 было. Сейчас вообще близко, оказывается. Ну, здесь местами как? С этой стороны где-то метров 10 уходит. С той стороны где-то метров 4-6. Вот так каждый год. Ну и от года по-разному.
Scientists aren't sure exactly how fast the crater will expand, but they say Russia is warming at least 2.5 times faster than the rest of the world, melting the long frozen tundra that covers about 65% of the country's land and releasing greenhouse gases stored in the soil. Researcher Nikita Tananayev says that will further fuel global warming.
It is a sign of danger because this is produced by higher air temperatures, by warming climate, by anthropogenic impact. So we would say that, toward the future, with increasing temperatures, with high anthropogenic pressure, we will see more and more of those mega slumps forming, up until all the permafrost will be gone. Well, which is an extreme case, but I have to pronounce it nonetheless.
Thawing permafrost has already threatened cities and towns across northern and northeastern Russia, buckling roadways, splitting apart houses, and disrupting pipelines.
Record heat and historic floods in China this summer, but little public debate on climate change and what the world's top carbon polluter can do about it. Campaigners like Liu Junyan of Greenpeace East Asia are calling it a missed opportunity.
I believe that the coverage by mainstream media is indeed quite disappointing.
China's CO2 emissions grew 10% in the first quarter of 2023 from a year earlier, according to the Centre for Research on Energy and Clean Air. China has set some bold green targets. President Xi Jinping has pledged to make the country carbon neutral by 2060, but experts want faster action. They worry Beijing is failing to engage the public, which could slow the transition. This Beijing resident, who gave his name as Li, is worried.
If, for instance, a heavy rainstorm occurs and people merely discuss it and move on, as with earthquakes and pandemics, people just continue with what they have been doing when they're over. I don't think the results will be very good.
Climate change debate has been absent from media coverage of the extreme weather, campaigners say. Floods damaged Su's home and crops in Hebei province.
I'm not a scholar, I dare not say this. I can't comment on the bad environment. The river channel has narrowed, it's not as wide as it used to be. This is a fact.
State media and officials have said in the past climate change makes China more vulnerable to extreme weather. Though this year few have made that connection, or linked the climate to China's own emissions, now around a third of the global total and rising. People have been discussing severe weather like these deadly floods in Beijing, but there was no big spike in searches on climate change on Weibo or Baidu, China's biggest search engine, according to their official indexes. State media are defending China's record. Articles focus on Beijing's climate leadership and call on developed countries, where campaigners are also anxious governments are backpedaling on climate, to take more responsibility. China's foreign ministry didn't immediately respond to a request for comment, but government spokespeople have long promoted China's record on climate change and press freedom. China's climate campaigns tend to be state-led, and Fan Kecheng of the Chinese University of Hong Kong says the issue is misused, wasting the possibilities. This wasn't always the case. About a decade ago, a grassroots-led campaign prompted leaders to clean up China's smog-filled skies, especially in Beijing. But a crackdown on NGOs, civil society and media freedoms under Xi has made grassroots action harder, forcing campaigners to instead focus on trying to influence an increasingly centralized leadership.
Would you live in a home made of fungi? London-based architects say it might be a way to create a new type of building material, which could reduce carbon emissions from the construction industry. Mycelium is the intricate roots-like structure that makes up mushrooms and other fungi.
So over my left shoulder is a demonstrator of these mycelium blocks.
This idea involves growing building materials from mycelium, using 3D printed wooden moulds to get whatever shape is required. Ron Bakker is the co-founder of PLP Architecture and PLP Labs.
In Mycelium you can make any shape you like, but we felt it was important to make objects that could be organized, built up in different ways, taken apart, put back together in other ways, almost a little bit like Lego blocks, because that's one of the aspects of future architecture, is to make demountable buildings.
At Clerkenwell Design Week in London, Bakker shows how mycelium can be shaped for various uses.
So we made a seat, we made a planter, we made a piece of wall. We can make all sorts of shapes if we have enough blocks. And that's what we try to show here.
Unlike conventional building materials like concrete and steel, products containing mycelium are renewable, biodegradable, and have minimal environmental impact. They are also lightweight, excellent at insulating, and have high resistance to fire.
We could use mycelium to make construction materials, to make cladding panels, to make acoustic absorption, to make light fixtures, to make elements that are basically made from waste and from nature, and that never leave the idea of waste and nature.
The team are now investigating how biocomposite mycelium can be protected from water and humidity, and how to grow it into load-bearing structures. They are all key steps towards turning it into the homes of the future.
Yes, watch this space, it's coming. Mycelium has so much quality that we normally look for in materials that are mined, made out of mineral rocks or made out of fossil fuel. All the foams we know, most of these have a big penalty to the environment, and mycelium does not. So it has so many benefits that if we combine those and use the physical properties of it, I think it's a real material for the future.
We are in times of great change, from the way we live and work to how we communicate and travel. From geopolitical ructions to climate change and energy insecurity. We need to ask big questions about our future.
From the streets of London and Beijing to the centres of New York and Sao Paulo. Building a better tomorrow starts with a better understanding of today.
Reuters Next is our leading editorial event, hosting the essential debates.
Engaging constructively and reliably with us as interlocutors is really important.
There is a lot of uncertainty, and there's a lot of different forces that are impacting markets.
Drawing on our unrivaled newsroom and journalism, Reuters Next helps set the agenda.
And we're encouraged by the news we've seen out of Europe. I'm not going to get ahead of our European allies and partners.
Clearly, as you say, energy security is top of the agenda. Can you give us details?
Our reporters ask questions to get to the facts, to catch people's vision.
So what's next for big business, supply chains, and globalization?
What's next for energy, sustainability, and finance?
Join us at Reuters Next, because in a time of great change, the most powerful question is, what's next?
Notice anything different about this carrier ship? It's been fitted with 2 special sails called wind wings, which study how harnessing wind power can cut emissions and energy usage in the shipping sector. This voyage is the 5-year-old Pyxis Ocean's first with its new sails. A first of many as the maritime industry as a whole explores new technologies in an attempt to move away from dirty bunker fuel.
The maritime industry's got a decarbonization challenge ahead of it. This is not going to solve the problem entirely, but it's a step in the right direction.
Cargill, one of the world's largest shipping charterers, has been developing the Pyxis Ocean's nearly 125-foot-tall wind wings pilot project for years. It's a course companies in the maritime industry have been forced to take, as investors and environmental groups push them to accelerate decarbonization in an industry which accounts for nearly 3% of global CO2 emissions. But as new technologies blossom, the idea of harnessing wind for energy is an old one. Before the switch to steam and diesel engines, wind was once the common way of propelling ships.
It is kind of back to the future, if you like.
Simon Schofield is the Chief Technology Officer at Bar Technologies, the company that developed wind wing sails, which were then built by Norway's Yara Marine Technologies.
When you see an aircraft come to land and it deploys its leading edge flap and its flaps at the back when a plane lands, we do something very, very similar, which allows us to control what we call the camber, the shape of the wing, which controls the amount of power. Then we can align the wing at any direction compared to the wind direction. And this is done all automatically, and it maximizes the amount of energy we're effectively harvesting from the wind.
The sails don't only cut down CO2 emissions, Schofield adds, it also cuts down how much fuel they purchase. He says the Pyxis Ocean can save up to 40% of fuel consumption, which he believes is a step in the right direction, considering how expensive fuel has become.
This has got the potential to be mainstream. Obviously, it doesn't suit all vessels because of practical reasons, but certainly on bulk carriers and tankers, we can see a large proportion of new builds and a huge number of retrofits in the coming years being fitted with wind technology of one sort or another. Both from an environmental standpoint, but also as the cost of fuels become more expensive, and especially the adoption of future fuels, it's going to mean that it becomes economically a bit of a no-brainer as well.
Cargill says the Pyxis Ocean will sail from Singapore to Brazil and is then likely to transport a cargo of grain to Denmark. The vessel is said to then remain in the North Atlantic area to maximize wind usage.
Iraq's southern marshes are drying up. They're receding and turning brackish following multiple years of drought. Fish are disappearing, and an entire way of life going back centuries is under threat. Fishermen here say they're feeling the squeeze, and they're asking, where do we go now?
أي أنواع السمك كان موجود بهنا. كل شيء كان بني سمتي إشكال. هسه كله راح مات. من قلة الماء صار مالح، صار السدود علينا وكله مات، السمك مات، الدغل مات، كله انتهى.
On the marshland's shoreline, it's a grim catch. These tiny dead fish can only be used as animal feed. Fisherman Ali Hakim says his water buffaloes are already dying of hunger.
الماي جفاف كلش، أولاً السدود سادين علينا الماي، وثانياً الماي هو نفسه تجاف، ماكو ماي قوي. وإحنا ناس معانين حلالنا موت، قتل جوع، لا دغل ولا علف، هم علف غالي.
It used to be different. Some believe this area inspired the Garden of Eden. Residents were self-sufficient, filling their nets with fish and tending to large herds of water buffalo. But officials and locals point to a perfect storm driving the changes here. Upstream damming of rivers by Turkey and Iran, mismanagement of water resources, pollution, and man-made climate change that has led to less rain. Nasser Samari is an environmental activist.
لأن احنا ما بيدنا فد شيء، احنا ما نقدر نسوي الأهوار محمية، ما نقدر احنا نفتح أنهار، لأن احنا ناس ما لا قوة ولا سلطة. على الدولة أن تلتفت بشكل واقعي، والدولة أيضا أنا أعتقد أنه الدولة هي ما تشوف الأهوار إلا بالخارطة. ماكو واحد اليوم إجا جال بشواطئها وأنهرها وقراها على أنه يطلع على واقعها وأهميتها.
As the rivers and marshlands dry out, so does the economy that depends on them. This boatmaker used to employ up to 10 workers to build more than 6 vessels a month. Now, he toils alone. Work is no longer like it used to be, he says. We can't even afford to pay our rent because of the shortage of water. While many are fleeing to cities, there's no guarantee of a better life there. This man used to make a living off the Euphrates, but now sells geese for slaughter and drives a taxi. Making ends meet is a struggle. More than 62,000 people have been displaced across Iraq due to drought conditions over 4 years. That's according to the UN's International Organization for Migration. It adds that number is expected to keep rising.
This variety of rice is climate resistant and climate smart, designed to withstand droughts, floods, and rising sea levels. Scientists at the International Rice Research Institute are testing the experimental plant in these flooded rice paddies in the Philippines. They hope a crop that could withstand the impact of extreme weather will help curb the effects of climate change on agriculture. In Los Banos, south of capital Manila, farmers are planting experimental flood-resistant rice. Scientists say it can survive being submerged in water for up to 2 weeks longer than regular rice. Shalab Dixit is a senior scientist and plant breeder at the IRRI.
With climate change, with increased abiotic and biotic stresses, with reduced amount of water available, we need better genetics for rice to be able to provide stable yields in fluctuating environments.
In addition to flood-resistant rice, the team is currently also focused on developing drought-resistant and saline-resistant varieties. Using an advanced breeding method known as marker-assisted breeding, scientists are able to detect genes of desirable traits from rice grains and combine them into other rice varieties to produce a more favourable crop. Rulix Mendoza is a research manager at the institute.
So the donor parent is the one donating the trait, say drought tolerant, submergence tolerant, all those things. And the recipient parent, this is the one receiving that trait to add to the positive traits that it currently has. So for example, this recipient parent, it is very high yielding, early maturing, so good eating quality. So you need to put in those traits, those drought tolerance, submergence tolerance, or cold tolerance to produce offspring having all those traits.
The drought-resistant variety carries genes that enable rice crops to survive weeks longer than regular crops and continue to grow with very minimal water. It's now being planted by farmers in India, Nepal, and the Philippines. Alex Abortes, a farmer in the northern province of Bulacan, known for its droughts, says the climate-resistant rice will definitely improve yields for him.
Maganda nga yun, may pag-asa kahit walang patubig. Mayroon kang inaasahan na kahit kaunting bagay hamog-hamog lang matuloy-tuloy ang buhay niyan. Ayun sa talaga. Napakahirap ang rito, minsan gaya dyan, hindi namin nagawa sa kabila. Sayang nga, hindi nataniman dahil walang tubig.
The Southeast Asian rice-producing country is usually hit by an average of 20 tropical storms every year. In 2022, a total of 37.6 million Philippine pesos, more than $670,000 worth of agricultural damages were caused by floods. That's according to the Philippine Department of Agriculture. And over $450,000 of those damages were rice crops.
What we hope is that these varieties will lead to improved stability and reduced risk in rice cultivation, so the farmers can earn better and have less cost of production, which will eventually lead to their income and other aspects, improvement of other aspects as well in their lives.
We are in times of great change, from the way we live and work to how we communicate and travel. From geopolitical ructions to climate change and energy insecurity. We need to ask big questions about our future.
From the streets of London and Beijing to the centres of New York and Sao Paulo. Building a better tomorrow starts with a better understanding of today.
Reuters Next is our leading editorial event, hosting the essential debates.
Engaging constructively and reliably with us as interlocutors is really important.
There is a lot of uncertainty and there's a lot of different forces that are impacting markets.
Drawing on our unrivaled newsroom and journalism, Reuters Next helps set the agenda.
And we're encouraged by the news we've seen out of Europe. I'm not going to get ahead of our European allies and partners.
You know, clearly, as you say, energy security is top of the agenda. Can you give us details?
Our reporters ask questions to get to the facts, to catch people's vision.
So what's next for big business, supply chains, and globalization?
What's next for energy, sustainability, and finance?
Join us at Reuters Next, because in a time of great change, the most powerful question is, what's next?
This is the world's biggest permafrost crater, a gash in the earth of Russia's far east, stretching 2/3 of a mile. And as the planet warms up, the Batagayka crater's permafrost is melting. Locals call it the cave-in or the gateway to the underworld. But it has a scientific name too, a megaslump. Scientists warn the phenomenon is a sign of danger for what's to come.
I've got a quick announcement to make before we introduce the next session. The very first session of today, you'll no doubt remember the launch of the IMPACT Global Sustainability Report. It didn't happen for technical reasons. It will now be happening at 1:15, so right after lunch. That's the Reuters IMPACT Global Sustainability Report. An exclusive release of that report will happen at 1:15, right after lunch. So do be in here for that. We are going to jump straight on with our next speaker. Ken Murphy is the CEO at Tesco. Feeding the world while tackling climate change is the aptly named title of this presentation. Ken, where are you? The floor is yours. Ken, there you are.
Morning, everyone. I guess if we ever needed any evidence of the fact that climate change is with us, we probably just need to look out the window at the temperatures we're experiencing this September, which I guess after the summer we've had, nobody will be complaining about. I'm here to talk today about climate action in food and agriculture. But it's impossible to do that right now without also talking about the truly extraordinary pressure our food system and our economy have come under in recent years. We, together with our farmers and our suppliers, had to navigate COVID, of course. We emerged from that pandemic only to be faced by a supply chain crisis and then, months later, by a cost of living crisis, sparked by the war in Ukraine, which has driven levels of inflation that we haven't seen since the 1980s. The effects of inflation are very real for everyone, and for the poorest in our society, they are a massive burden that they struggle to bear day in, day out. UK supermarkets are amongst the most competitive in the world, and retail margins remain very thin. But with food suppliers hit by increasing costs for raw ingredients and commodities, by energy, shoppers have seen prices rise over the last 12 months. regardless of where they shop. At Tesco, we have tried to mitigate those rises for our customers as much as we can by reducing costs within our own business and working in close partnership with our suppliers, with our pharmacies, and with government. Unsurprisingly, giving customers great value is our #1 priority as a business. And today, we're the most competitive we've ever been relative to our competitor set. And now that some of those inflationary pressures are easing, we're taking the opportunity to pass on savings where we can. In just the last few weeks, we've reduced prices on over 500 lines by an average of 13%. But we can't stop there. As well as tackling the immediate challenges of today, we must do all we can to safeguard the shopping basket and the supply chain from future shocks. That means building a more resilient, secure, sustainable and productive food system, one that guarantees customers a long-term supply of quality, affordable food, as well as improving the economy and the world we live in. We can only do that through widespread transformational innovation. Many of the solutions we need today we know about, but a lack of investment, infrastructure and regulation is stopping them in their tracks. Green innovation is too often seen as an expense or a burden, when in fact cutting carbon can also cut costs, future-proof British farming and stimulate green growth. In fact, Chris Skidmore's Net Zero review found that reducing emissions in agriculture could save farm businesses up to £170 million a year by 2035 and more than £1.5 billion by the year 2050. And that's just in cost savings. Sustainability and economic growth should go hand in hand, not head to head. These barriers are often unintentional. It's often policy and regulation not keeping pace with innovation or not keeping pace with changing approaches in agriculture or consumer needs. We need to remove these barriers. Put simply, without the right incentives and innovation now, food prices will be significantly higher and more volatile for households in the future. We need to invest and ensure innovation is at the very heart of our journey to net zero, prioritising the areas that shape food prices and can grow our economy and reduce our impact on the environment. Take the high cost of energy, which government has said is the biggest drag on economic growth today. It has been a big driver of inflation for customers and has had a huge impact on farmers and suppliers and, of course, retailers who need significant amounts of power to grow, store and process food for the nation. Generating more homegrown green energy is critical if we're to prevent similar shocks in the future, let alone reach the UK's net zero targets. It's why at Tesco we've created the UK's largest ever unsubsidised renewable power purchase agreement, funding 5 wind farms and 4 solar farms. Combined, these will power the equivalent of 140,000 homes, saving 90,000 tonnes of carbon a year and creating more than 400 new jobs in the growing UK renewables industry. And it's not just our power purchase agreements that are helping us cut costs and emissions. We're continuing with our programme to refit stores in order to use less energy for heating, lighting and fridges. We are trialling technology like carbon neutral CO2 refrigeration and cutting edge air pumps that replace traditional gas heating. We are adapting and innovating in every part of our operation, from stores and distribution centres to our delivery fleet and EV charging network, all with energy saving and carbon reduction in mind. There is, of course, no room for complacency. With the UK needing to quadruple renewable energy generation over the next 30 years, much more is needed from government and business to bridge the gap in investment and infrastructure. Collaboration will be key. The issues of energy security and food security are interconnected. They are part of the same conversation. Solutions in food security can help unlock energy security and vice versa. The price of agricultural fertiliser and animal feed has also soared in the last 18 months due to increased demand, the war in Ukraine, which is a major supplier of both, and higher energy costs. Record prices have pushed up the cost for farmers and therefore food prices for consumers. At Tesco, we're working with suppliers and startups to overcome these challenges and cut both costs and carbon. One of the innovations we're most excited about is our low-carbon fertiliser trial, the largest ever commercial field trial of low-carbon alternatives designed to identify the most cost-effective and planet-friendly alternatives to conventional fertilisers, which are mostly imported from overseas. With conventional fertiliser costs rising by as much as 140% last year, and the confirmation last month that the last UK fertiliser plant is set to close, low-carbon fertilisers produced here in the UK could not only slash greenhouse gas emissions and improve soil health, but they could also be a cost-effective and less volatile alternative for farmers struggling with shortages and create green jobs locally. 6 of the 8 fertiliser producers used in the first year of our trial manufacture their products in the UK, from material including food waste, chicken litter, fire extinguisher waste and algae. And in many cases, the low-carbon alternatives are comparable in price to conventional fertilisers. We're already seeing instances where production can't keep up with demand. So it's critical we continue to support an increase in production in this space. During the first year of the field trial, 1,300 hectares of land were cultivated using low-carbon fertilisers, producing 70,000 tonnes of produce for Tesco customers, including lettuces, carrots and potatoes. I'm delighted to say that the initial results have been really positive, showing that low-carbon alternatives are just as effective as conventional fertilisers, with a reduction in emissions of up to 50%. Given these positive results, and with the help of our supplier partners, our plan is to increase the field trial from 1,300 hectares in the first year to 13,000 hectares in the next growing season, a 10-fold increase, hopefully paving the way for the widespread take-up of low-carbon alternatives across the industry. As well as our main vegetable suppliers, we're also exploring opportunities to roll out the use of low-carbon fertilisers across more of our sustainable farming groups, many of whom grow cereals for animal feed. This initiative is a great example of a retailer and its supplier partners working together to achieve a much more sustainable environment, managing costs right across the supply chain to improve the food security for the UK, while also cutting emissions and potentially improving soil health at the same time. I'm excited about what we can achieve together with this project, but we're only able to do it because the scale of our business and close working relationship we have with our suppliers. We're confident that innovations like this will one day make the food system more affordable, more secure and more sustainable. And we will continue to play our part. But to realise the full benefits, we need action beyond our supply chain too. Scale is the key to realising the potential of innovations like these. But reaching that scale can be a challenge. There is infrastructure to be built and upfront costs to be paid, which can hold back many businesses, especially small and medium-sized ones, from innovating and therefore reaping the rewards. The food industry as a whole needs more certainty and more support to invest in the future. That's why it's critical that political parties stand by their net zero commitments and the timelines and put food system innovation at the heart of the growth agenda. Businesses need stability and confidence when it comes to future policy, and a regulatory environment that helps rather than hinders. For instance, updated legislation will be needed to ensure insect feed can be fed to animals such as poultry, which count insects as a natural part of their diet. Governments will also need to give practical support to help scale innovation. It is positive that the government has funds available for innovation, such as the Farming Innovation Fund, but the level of investment in the UK remains well below the OECD average. We're lagging competitors in Europe and in Asia, and not to mention the United States. Money also has to be available for all stages of the innovation process. Government and industry must work together to enable to unlock investment and make sure that late-stage innovation is supported in the same way as innovation that is at the seed funding stage, because it's only there that you start to reap the benefits. We'll only get there through cross-industry and cross-party collaboration. Green growth is bigger than any one business or political party. It requires us all to drive towards the same goal and be better at sharing learnings and resources on the way. That means putting aside competition and differences so we can tackle some of the biggest challenges we face together. It is absolutely right that the collective focus is on how to manage and reduce inflation for families feeling the pinch right now. But we also have a responsibility to protect them tomorrow by adapting, learning, and investing to guarantee a secure supply of affordable, fresh food and a healthy, thriving food system. Getting this right is a win-win, one that is good for customers, good for the economy, and crucially good for the planet. When we all pull in the same direction, the things the food and farming sector can achieve is nothing short of incredible. The last few years have been proof of that. Together with the support of policymakers, I believe we can create a food system that is affordable, healthy, and sustainable in every sense of the word. And Tesco stands by to play its part. Thank you very much for your time.
I know there wasn't questions from the audience. I'm probably being a little bit cheeky here, but your message to government is very, very clear, and I know we're going to hear from Chris Skidmore MP in just a second. No longer in a ministerial role, but the message to government is: will you be going to COP and taking that sort of message onto the political stage in Dubai?
Well, look, I mean, we don't see our role as a political one. We see our role very firmly as a business one, to provide the politicians and the policymakers with the right information to make the right decisions to help us all to deliver a sustainable food system. So, we don't have a political agenda. We're agnostic about which political party is in power, but we are passionate about trying to create a sustainable food system for the UK consumer.
Yeah. And of course, you're going to, at the same time, express your frustrations with action or lack of action from government or industry?
I don't think frustration is the right word. I think that it is more a question of trying to balance what we understandably see as some very short-term priorities for government and some very short-term challenges consumers are facing in this country with what we see coming down the tracks from a longer-term perspective. The government can't just shift from one to the other. They have to do both. What we're urging is that governments balance their short-term priorities with the longer-term focus.
All right.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sorry to throw that at you, but
not
thank
at
you
all.
very much indeed.
Not at all. Pleasure.
Thank you. All right, and as I mentioned, we are going to hear now from Chris Skidmore, Chair of UK Net Zero Strategy. The moderator is Will James, breaking news editor in the UK for Reuters. Net Zero or Not Zero is the title of this session. It's an editorial session, so a Reuters news run session. Will, the floor is yours. Come on up.
Thank you, Axel. So As Axel set out, I'm William James, Reuters breaking news editor in the UK, and today I'm joined by the Right Honourable Chris Skidmore. In 2019, as Energy Minister, Chris signed UK's net zero commitment into law, making Britain the first G7 nation to do so and beating France by a matter of days in the process. Having left the ministerial ranks last year, he was commissioned to mark the government's homework and write a report on the progress towards that 2050 net zero goal. His net zero review is essential reading for those trying to work out if Britain is on track to decarbonise its economy. So, Chris, welcome.
Thank you very much. Nice to see everyone.
At the risk of asking you to sum up a 340-page report in a few words, how far off track are we?
Well, how far off track are we? The net zero review was essentially trying to deliver two separate messages. We just heard an important message there around balancing short-term priorities with long-term, essential strategic plans. And that's what I tried to do in the Net Zero Review. It was called Mission Zero for a reason. I was keen to try to set out long-term certainty around the net zero pathway, what we term the 4 Cs, the consistency, the clarity, the continuity, and the stability of policy frameworks that we needed to have in place. Germany's got their KfW programme, a 10-year guaranteed fund. We've got the IRA in the States now with a 45Q tax credit guaranteed to the 1st of January 2033. We don't have that in the UK. We are at the mercy of the spending reviews that are getting increasingly sort of small in terms of their time scale. So making that long-term commitment was one of the key priorities, and we had 10 10-year missions in the Net Zero Review. Aside from that, we then had 129 recommendations, of which I tried to help the government out by singling out a 25 by 2020-25 framework of immediate things that this administration could do, recognising we've got the King's Speech coming in November, and that'll be the final King's Speech, just 1 year left of legislative time, not many days in which to act. And obviously, we've just passed the energy bill last night, and that, I think, will be the last piece of energy legislation to go through the Commons this side of the next general election. So in the immediacy of the scenario that the government faces, there are certain things they've got to get on with urgently. But at the same time, making sure we've got those long-term investment pathways, long-term certainty for industry, manufacturing, construction is absolutely vital. I think in terms of what we've seen from the CCC's progress report, their confidence is increased that we are on track to meet our carbon budgets up until 2027, and then it starts to come off the rails. And that's the real challenge now, is the CCC is just about to begin its work on Carbon Budget 7, and there are some very difficult decisions around, obviously, thinking about how we're going to decarbonise buildings, how we're going to decarbonise industry for the future. But at the same time, we saw over the summer this sort of obfuscation around ULEZ being so-called a net zero policy, and then the media having a pile-on saying, "Oh, look at this! It's just, it goes back to the days of the green crap, the David Cameron." And the challenge is, unless we are clear now about what we are doing and whose advantage this is for, and why, above all, there is an economic opportunity that recognises that not zero, as we've said in the title, will be more expensive than net zero, that there is a cost in delay. That narrative was critical for the Net Zero Review. Having signed net zero into law 4 years ago, net zero is no longer an environmental and climate measure, critical and essential though that is. It is an economic reality. The rest of the world's woken up to this. As I said in the House of Commons yesterday, net zero is here to stay. There's nothing politicians can do. There are now new net zero markets and investment decisions happening right now around the world that are being based on net zero. And we can either get on board with that or we will miss out.
So I think your report sets out the recommendations to get on track. Is the presumption that we are now off track?
I don't think we're drastically off track. I think the challenge is always how do we as a climate policy community avoid that sort of sense of doomerism, that everything is impossible. Actually, when you look at the dial that's been shifted over the past couple of years, we saw yesterday news that investment in solar has now, for the first time, gone above that of oil and gas. 10 years ago, oil and gas was 6 times that of solar. We are seeing across Europe now renewables being the dominant form of energy generation. We are seeing, having a year ago, everyone was talking about we're not going to meet the EV mandate, the sort of 2024 target. Yeah. Actually, in August, 21% of all car sales were electric vehicles. That's not too far off the target that's set for 2024. So actually, when you look at the technological pace of change, regardless of the political situation, actually things are going in the right direction. The challenge is maintaining the political momentum and the strategic choices that politicians need to make to provide the certainty to industry and to business, because actually if they're given that certainty, they get on with the job and are delivering on it.
So you've mentioned a couple of things that I wanted to touch on, and particularly that political environment in the UK. I mean, I've seen net zero attached to things. You've already mentioned ULEZ, which was not a net zero policy on the face of it. I've seen it attached to a lot of other things, kind of as a woke issue, a kind of a rallying cry for policies and arguments which are generally anti-government. How is brand net zero going to survive in the UK? And is it something that you can actually fight and win an election on?
But I think it's important to recognise, I tried to do this with the review also, to expand that sense of what does net zero mean for the industries that are represented in the action that needs to be taken. And we saw Boris Johnson and Joe Biden not necessarily use net zero as a term, but to talk about the green industrial revolution, to talk about obviously that sense of a place-based approach, which is one of our 4 key pillars and missions in the net zero review, to ground it in the human context of life. What are the points of contact where individuals can be shown that actually taking decisions that will lead to decarbonisation will also lead to better quality of life. They will lead to actually more money ultimately in their pockets. And politicians are obsessed with those basic units of accounting, whether it comes down to household budgets, whether it comes down to jobs, whether it comes down to healthcare. Actually, net zero ticks all of those. And it's trying to demonstrate in language that is communicable, not just to the public, but I think also for politicians who struggle sometimes with the terminology around net zero to understand what this will mean. And if we can do that, and I tried to get that across in the net zero review, that this was around an economic opportunity and that we have an opportunity to demonstrate green growth and clean growth for the future, then we can win the argument. I think the challenge is we've got to also know when to push back, and we are in a situation where we can't be emotional. The climate crisis is the crisis of our generation, and no other generation has faced one like it. But never. Sorry. Oh, sorry. I heard someone say a voice then. Sorry.
I heard
but ultimately, we've got to be rational. We've got to be able to demonstrate that we can meet misinformation and disinformation with fact, calmly and coolly. And I think that that's the challenge, because those detractors who want to talk about net zero to blur the lines, to bring in other arguments, want us to fall into that trap of getting angry, want us to take the bait. And don't take the bait is important. Nigel Farage wanted to make this his latest money-making campaign, where he gets donors to come and back him. And he tried to hold a rally at Bolton Wanderers Stadium, thinking this was going to be the great thing that's going to sort of, get the sort of white van man, the red wall behind him. And it failed. The stadium told him where to go, because actually they've got their own net zero commitments, not just in terms of decarbonisation, because it helps the fans get to the stadium on time. They do car sharing exercises. They've got coaches for sort of EV portals. And they back net zero. And it's making the case that actually net zero is incredibly popular outside of Westminster and Whitehall, and politicians are behind the curve is absolutely vital. And last night in the energy bill, there's a challenge with media, and I don't know what you feel, I'm not the one asking the questions here, but sort of, the challenge is you've got, as the media, and you've got to present 2 equal opinions, but they're not equal. If you look at this net zero scrutiny group of my colleagues, 9 Tory MPs voted against the energy bill last night, claiming it was a net zero bill. They don't represent the Conservative Party. I'm told repeatedly that these people represent 360 Tory MPs, but they don't. And that's the challenge, is the media often wants to put 9 people, 9 MPs on a platform, equally with 350 other MPs who all back net zero, and that's the challenge we constantly face. So I would say there's a responsibility of the media also not to equate climate delayers and climate deniers with the vast majority of people that want to take action.
And do you think this government is forceful enough in taking up that cause?
Do I think the government's forceful enough? I think the challenge is that the government is missing a trick. I mean, they're not missing a trick, they're missing a massive opportunity to be able to set out a vision, a vision for what the future of Britain could be, by setting out that actually, when it comes to decarbonisation, we are in this global net zero race. We have been climate leaders in the past. We're about to lose that leadership. Jobs will go abroad. Companies will relocate elsewhere. Investment decisions will not come to the UK. There is no free rider opportunities in net zero. It's only by leading do you demonstrate market advantage. And actually, that's the vision we need to set out. And actually, if you look at some of the regional mayors, Andy Street, Ben Houchen, they've all put their chips on net zero as the opportunity to regenerate their local communities and are proud about it. What we shouldn't be doing is somehow hiding our green light under a bushel of saying, oh, you're a bit embarrassed about all this net zero stuff because we're slightly worried we're going to upset a tiny fragment of minority of people who watch GB News. I mean, you've got to be bold and set out a vision. That's what leadership's about. If you're not willing to do that, then don't lead.
And you mentioned losing the global leadership on climate change. Is that gone? Can Britain get that back?
I still feel, as Universities Minister, Science, Research and Innovation Minister, regardless of what sort of, it's Britain's leadership is not just about political leadership anymore. I think what we should all be proud of is our NGO sector, which is world leading. We should be proud of our university and research sector, which is world leading. There are Grantham Research Institute, Exeter University, which has 5 of the top 20 climate academics in the world. We can't turn away from the fact that when events like this take place, the rest of the world will be watching. When policymakers produce pamphlets, they go around the rest of the world. And I've been to the States recently, and whether it's Boston or Washington DC, yes, they've got a lot of money to spend, but they're still looking to us to set the standards. The interesting thing is that we have a huge advantage in providing the services around net zero as well. So actually the regulations, the standards, the opportunity to demonstrate what does good and excellent look like is something that we can export around the rest of the world as well. So I definitely don't feel that we've lost that sense of leadership because Britain will retain a vital, important role. And we have still decarbonised further faster than the rest of the G20, and that's not going to disappear anytime soon. But I just obviously wish that we could maintain the momentum of what we've done in the past. And there is still the opportunity to do so, but other countries will look to seize that mantle if we don't.
One of the things that you just mentioned is the services that Britain can provide. One of those would be a role in ESG regulation. How important is it that the system that is developing is joined up across borders?
So I think that the Paris Agreement, having seen Article 6 being sort of signed off at Glasgow, there's a number of international opportunities now for these agreements, these standards, to then create the markets that then will generate, I think, the uptake. Conservative by background, I sort of feel that until we generate that market-based opportunity to trade, to demonstrate how those services can really be sort of effectively demonstrate what advantage could be had, that then they will be taken up. And it is that sort of tipping point. And I think that one of the recommendations in the Net Zero Review was that the government rose behind some of these international standards, whether the ISSB standards, whether also around the future carbon markets and the work of the VCMI. The UK has an opportunity to lead on this in the City of London. Voluntary carbon market might go to Dubai. I mean, the COP28 is very keen to focus on that. And I just, we had that £450 million announcement yesterday at the Africa Climate Summit. So others are snapping at our heels on wanting to be the gatekeepers of these standards for the future. And it's only by backing them and showing early leadership that you then demonstrate that you are the home of where these standards can reside.
We're on the road to COP stage, so I have to ask you about COP. You've been involved in the last two summits, and I think you're going to Dubai as well later this year. In broad strokes, can COP achieve what it needs to do to limit the rising in global temperatures? Is it the right vehicle?
So, I've got a paper coming out in October which has gone through all the histories of the COPs all the way to demonstrate actually, what's the narrative patterns here. And the COPs now are too big to fail. And I guess the challenge is what does success look like at a COP, and how are you going to frame success? It is the last sort of multilateral sort of program that it still retains trust. There are obviously flaws within how the initial system was set up around voting practices and getting universal consent. And if you could redesign it again, you would, but you're not going to be able to and we've got that problem now with COP29. We still don't know where it's going to be, and Russia's just vetoed it taking place in Poland or Bulgaria. So there's obviously a challenge, and there always will be a challenge, but we can't make the perfect the enemy of the good. I always think we can't walk away from the COP process now. It's putting, but what I think's happened in the past couple of years with COP is actually there's a sort of kind of ambush strategy taking place where companies or coalitions are coming together well in advance of COP, and if the presidency hasn't got a clear strategy, and what the UK did was work out 2 years before COP what its COP strategy was going to be, and stuck with it. If the COP presidency doesn't have that strategy early on, then you lose momentum. People can't get behind the programme. But we've got Jennifer Morgan, and John Kerry advancing this sort of renewable power target they want to push forwards. There's obviously the loss and damage fund, the global stock take that's going to sort of happen. So in a way, there's a sort of what is there left for the COP presidency to define as their own. And the other thing I always think is really, and you all know this, but it's really important to just restate again, this is the beginning of the presidency, not the end. And the way we view it is somehow that sort of as soon as the COP is over, bye-bye Egypt, you're done. We've got to hold the presidency accountable for the rest of the year in which they hold the presidency. And that's doubly important when you look at a high-emitting state like the UAE. They can't just post the conference and think that their job done. Actually, they've got to maintain their commitment. So holding those host countries to account beyond the initial event is also really important.
Another issue with COP, and one that's been discussed a lot around this conference already, is greenwashing. It does exist. It's a real thing. Is there a danger that COP becomes a facilitator for that, a place to be seen rather than a place for action? I think, I two minds about this, because on the one hand, we've got to involve obviously those high emission companies, the companies that emit fossil fuels. We can't do it without moving them towards the right direction. Yet we've seen Shell, we've seen a number of organisations now having sort of resile from net zero commitments. There's got to be consequences to that. There's got to be a level of accountability. Actually, one of the amendments I put down in the energy bill that wasn't selected yesterday was actually to take up the CCC's recommendation for a corporate definition of net zero, that if a company used that word net zero, then that they would be criminalised, fined, or actually face consequences for using a phrase that actually they're not actually able to use because they're not committing properly to net zero. So there is a challenge that net zero becomes diluted to the point where we lose confidence in the term. I still retain confidence in net zero. I think there's not, just like COP, we have something through the Paris Agreement and this extension of the Paris Agreement that we've got to hold on to now. We've got further than we've ever got before. To throw it away would be disastrous. But at the same time, we've got to hold organisations to account. So I quite like this idea around when it comes to passes being granted, maybe sort of having an accreditation threshold by which you have to demonstrate certain criteria in order to attend. Interesting. My last one, the clock has turned red in front of us. You've talked a lot about leadership, how Britain needs to retain its leadership role. Does that mean Rishi Sunak should be attending COP in person?
Well, I know David Cameron didn't attend once, and from what I understand, also from a negotiator perspective, having the leaders there is a massive distraction. actually people come. You just mentioned people coming along and soaking up the credit. The challenge is the leaders turn up, and then all the negotiators' attention has to follow basically dealing with the leaders and making sure that they have a nice time, and it's all sort of like the theatre is arranged. Actually, it detracts from some of the detailed processes that we should have. So yes, it's nice if we can have a Prime Minister turn up. But I don't think it's essential. I've always been in politics, not for the personalities, but for the policy. And if it means that we can get more policy sort of across the line, then I'm all for that.
Okay, wonderful. Well, look, thank you ever so much. That's been fascinating. I'm sorry we didn't have time for questions from the audience, but thank you.
Thanks so much. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much indeed, Will. And Chris Skidmore, some interesting thoughts on the purpose of and reasons for COP, and I particularly like that last comment about the leaders and the distractions they pose if they rock up to this event. Right, we're going to run into the final session before lunch now. Financing the Transition is the title of this session. The financing bit is something we've touched on in several sessions this morning, but we're going to have a little bit more of a deep dive. Our moderator is Jacques Morris, Head of Policy, the UK Centre for Greening Finance and Investment. Jacques, over to you.
Thank you very much. Hello, welcome to this fireside chat on financing the transition. So I'm Jacques Morris, I'm Head of Policy at the Centre for Greening Finance and Investment. I also lead the team for the Transition Plan Task Force. I'm excited to be supporting a discussion with two really excellent speakers who are very well placed to speak on the roles of governments and institutional investors in enabling the transition. So I'd like to introduce Baroness Penn, Treasury Lords Minister and co-chair of the Transition Plan Task Force, and Staffan Hansson, CEO of AP3, the third Swedish National Pension Fund. So there are key roles here for governments and asset managers, asset owners to play. A key part of this is credible transition plans, which are rapidly emerging as strategic, forward-looking documents that can provide the critical information for investors to enable capital allocation. So they're a great source of information for governments and regulators too, who are also looking to bring in requirements around transition plans, and we're seeing slowly a move towards regulation in this area. Alongside transition plans, active stewardship and other methods are really crucial for supporting the transition, and we're going to have a bit of a discussion around some examples of that today. So I'd like to start with Staffan. AP3 has recently set out a climate plan for aligning with 1.5 degrees. What's your approach to enabling net zero across your portfolio?
Thanks, Jack. First of all, just a few short words on the third Swedish National Pension Fund, or shortly AP3. We are a buffer fund within the Swedish state pension system, managing roughly 45 billion euros. But to your question, Jack, we are invested in roughly 1,300 companies across the globe, listed companies, and 55 of these companies stand for 70% of the carbon emissions for all the 1,300 companies. That is pretty mind-blowing, isn't it? And this is measured through both Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3. So we have a pretty well-defined target, and that is to pursue these companies to adopt plans and climate targets in order to be aligned with the Paris Agreement before 2040. And these climate targets and plans, they should be board-approved, they should be science-based, they should be backed up by investment plans supporting the transition, and preferably also supported by climate targets embedded in remuneration. And on top of that, we also require the companies to validate the plans, so they need to be validated. And for us, we need to be confident that if they execute on the plans, they will be aligned with the Paris Agreement 1.5 degree target by 2040. And in order to do that, we use a metric called the implied temperature rise, which actually is a pretty simple metric that says it's forward-looking and says if they execute on their targets, how aligned are they with the Paris Agreement target in 2040? If the implied temperature rise is 1.5 degrees, then they're 100% aligned. If it's 3%, they have a lot of work to do. On a portfolio level, AP3's implied temperature rise on the equity portfolio today is 2.2 degrees. So we have work to do. But Jojo, I was curious to know, how is the UK government supporting the financing of the transition?
Well, thanks, Stefan, and it's great to have you here and actually hear a bit more detail about how you're approaching the challenge. And there are obviously things that the government's doing in terms of public financing. We've committed £30 billion towards our net zero transition, and also through regulation, for example, through mandates on zero-emission vehicles, heat pumps, sustainable aviation fuel, etc. But we're also really conscious that financing the transition is not going to come from government. It needs to come from the private sector. And that's where at COP26 we announced our intention for the UK to become a net zero aligned financial centre, basically ensuring that the flows of private finance aligned with the Paris targets. And there are three areas that we focus on in fulfilling that. One is around transparency, so various climate disclosures. One is around the tools that people need for using that information, whether that's green taxonomies or other areas. And then the final thing is thinking about transmission channels. How do you actually get those financial flows into the projects that need them? But as part of that work, and under the kind of transparency chapter, we also made a commitment at COP26 to move towards transition plan disclosure being mandatory for firms in the UK. And actually, I think it matches very much with AP3's approach. But in setting that ambition, we realised that we didn't have a template out there for what a good transition plan looks like, what a credible one looks like. And that's where the work of the TPT has really come in. They've worked at pace to develop a framework that allows firms to disclose a transition plan, but also then the users of those transition plans to really understand whether it's sufficiently ambitious. Is it Paris aligned? What does that mean? How do they articulate that? Does it have enough focus on action? So one of the challenges is with the kind of longer term timescales, you also need the short term actions that you're going to take to build towards your target that you can be held accountable for. And then the final bit is around accountability. Do you have board level accountability? How does that work? What's the transparency around that? So the work of the Transition Plan Task Force, I think, is a really important building block in ensuring that private finance is also aligned with our net zero ambitions, not just public funding and not just the other policy tools that we have in terms of regulation.
One follow-up question, if I may. Data and measuring the process toward targets, do you feel that is a difficult one? You say it's a challenge?
So, I don't know, and I'd bring Jackson here as well. It's not the thing that I get the feedback about that is the biggest challenge, actually, particularly when it comes to net zero. Most people say there's quite a lot of data out there, but being clear about what your commitments mean and what that translates into is the bigger challenge. As part of the work on the Transition Plan Task Force, we've broadened out to consider broader sustainability issues, and I think data can be more of a challenge in some of those areas, such as nature and elsewhere. But there's a lot of people working to solve the data question, and there's quite a lot of solutions out there. So I don't see it as being the biggest stumbling block, but I don't know if that reflects your experience, Jack.
I think that's broadly right. I mean, I'd say when we've been engaging with companies and financial institutions, there are always the questions around Scope 3. Of course, we have to recognise that is often the lion's share, and Scope 3 data collection methodologies can be difficult. Where companies are, for example, using proxy data, we encourage the disclosure of how that's being used, and then what steps an entity might be taken to improving the quality of that data, and then also understanding what impact that process change might have on your own business and your own targets, and linking back to how does that link back to SBTI and looking at refining targets. So I think it's true, there's a lot on data that's happening. I think in the TPT we've also observed that this is an iterative process. Transition plans won't be perfect the first time around, and actually as they improve over time, the quality of the plan will improve, as will the quality of the data.
And it's there's a feedback in that process. So as you develop your plan, you might identify data gaps that might create demand that then needs to be addressed. But when you were talking about AP3's approach, one of the things that being a global investor across different asset classes, you talked about assessing whether they're Paris aligned, and for that being projected temperature rise of 1.5 degrees. But how do you take into account different pathways in different jurisdictions, and how does that get accounted for in your approach?
Well, that's a very good question, and to take a wider perspective, I mean, in the aftermath of Russia's aggression on Ukraine, it became obvious that we have always thought about which companies to invest or not invest in, but then we took the discussion up to a sovereign level. What does make a country more or less investable at the sovereign level? What parameters should we look at? And we've been doing the work on that now since last autumn, and found out that there are a couple of parameters that we look at, like, for example, the level of democracy, state of rule, law of rule in a country, and level of corruption. And our intention is to start to use these kind of metrics in the future to just have an assessment and an active approach to where we want to be more invested or perhaps less invested. So it's very much on a wider perspective now after what has happened geopolitically the last year.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I think it's a challenge that we've been grappling with the TPT, and I think for us what's important is the organisation is really clear about what their commitment is. I heard Chris Skidmore saying kind of he'd put an amendment down to the energy bill about if you're making a certain claim about your commitment, what does that mean? So being clear about what that claim or what you're committed to is, and what your pathway towards delivering that is, actually provides a lot of the kind of answers around whether you're aligned or not. But it will look really different in different jurisdictions, and so taking that sovereign-based perspective must also be really, really helpful.
So I suppose in there's, we've discussed a bit about implied temperature rise and other sort of metrics and pieces of information that are useful for investors to make judgments and then enable capital allocation. So I suppose there's a broader set of pieces of information that you, Stefan, might be looking at. For example, too, on nature and on just transition, human rights. These are areas that in the TPT we've looked at as well. And I wonder if Jojo, you could outline a little bit of the TPT's approach to that, and then perhaps, Stefan, you could also offer some views on that.
Well, when as we've developed the framework for climate transition plans, and the TPT's done a huge amount of engagement on its draft framework, and with both potential users and disclosures, we got strong feedback that organisations were considering and needed to consider some of these wider issues. And so we've set up 3 working groups to look at how these fit in within the transition plan framework. So they're looking at nature, and there's obviously the work of the Task Force for Nature-Related Financial Disclosures, which in some ways is a follow-up for the Task Force for Climate-Related Disclosures, and the linkages between nature and climate are incredibly strong. And speaking to those organisations that have begun to engage with the TNFD framework, their feedback was a lot of initial concern. We talked about data before, that nature being a much more complex area, that even saying that you're going to begin to think about and address it is a much more difficult task. But actually, in doing so, they found the overlap between their work on carbon and their work on nature and the kind of information and processes that they need in place to be much greater than they thought. So there's nature, there's adaptation, which I think is incredibly important. And I think the case for increased attention being paid to adaptation is only growing at the moment, but it can be a much harder issue again to grapple with, I think, particularly when it comes to finance and financing adaptation. And then the third area is just transition, and thinking about the kind of social impacts of the transition. And actually that's, again, an area where the firms that have engaged with beginning to develop transition plans have said that that's a really important aspect for them. So those working groups are up and running. That work won't form part of the core framework, but I think it should, again, give those that want to engage in those areas some supplementary guidance and ideas about how they can begin to take that into account. And I suppose I'd be interested to hear how AP3 considers some of these wider issues, both through your stewardship role and also through capital allocation.
Yeah, we actually we have focus areas. The climate plan, that is one focus area. Then human rights is another one, and the third one is the biodiversity. And this means that when we look at these climate targets of companies, that's from the lens of climate. But we, of course, look at the same companies from the lens of human rights and social aspects as well, and biodiversity. But that is, as you said, it's pretty difficult. We haven't cracked the code yet how to monitor and how to measure that part. But when it comes to the social part, there are examples where we have companies active within renewable space that are doing the right thing, but they are not necessarily doing the right thing in the right way. So there might be problems with work conditions and the social part of being an employer, and it doesn't justify to do things in not a good way just because you are doing the right thing. So we are very much involved when it comes to human rights as well, that companies both do the right things and they do it the right way. When it comes to biodiversity, I'm just repeating what you said. It's a little bit difficult to get data and articulate targets that make sense at the moment, but we're working on it.
Yeah, I think the work of the TNFD will be a step forward in that regard. When we have a template for disclosures to be made around nature, that will begin to fill some of that data gap. And obviously we had the agreement at the Biodiversity COP at the end of last year, setting out a new set of targets that hopefully then people can align around in a similar way that people are aligned against the Paris targets for carbon.
So these issues are becoming more and more to the fore of the views of investors, for example, and understanding an entity's overall transition. We are nearing the end, but we've got a few questions. So there are a couple of questions on the UK government's approach. So we have a question on when might we see the final recommendations of the TPT. And then also perhaps if Jojo, you might want to talk a little bit about the overall sort of green finance strategy of the government, because I know that the government has set out quite a lot of information there around, what are the certain policies that we might see in the future, just to articulate a little bit more about that.
Well, so on when we might see the final framework of the TPT, and I'll get this wrong now. I know it's before the end of this year. I think it's October or November. October, there we go. So we're really in the final stages of that work, and it's already a requirement under FCA regulations for listed companies and certain financial companies to disclose their transition plans or explain why they haven't. And we were also committed as a government to consulting before the end of this year on extending that obligation to the wider economy. In terms of the broader green finance strategy, we set out an updated version of that earlier this year in March. And that, as I said in the introduction, looks at the three areas of transparency, the tools for transformation, and the transition channels that will be driven by. It sets out really clear timelines for when different aspects of that plan will be delivered, because one of the bits of feedback that I get in government is when it comes to transition, and you can look at any area, whether it's green finance or in a particular sector, a clear sense of prioritisation and sequencing is really helpful for those in the private sector who will either be under obligations or want to partner with government or will be impacted by the policy choices that government is making. And so we've tried in the Green Finance Strategy, it builds on the approach in the original Green Finance Strategy of setting out really clear priorities and sequencing for the work that we have to do, because we're trying to work so closely in collaboration with the private sector.
Brilliant, thank you very much. We are out of time, unfortunately, but I think we've heard some really good views on the roles of government and financial institutions complementing each other, making sure that we have policy signals, expectations, improving the quality of information that enables capital to flow throughout the economy. So please join me in thanking Jojo and Staffan, and I will hand back to the moderator.
Thank you very much to all of you, and to you, Jacques, for moderating that panel. Look, I'm going to keep this very brief because we are going to come back a little bit early from lunch. As I said, at 1:15, we're going to have the launch of the Reuters IMPACT Global Sustainability Report. That's at 1:15. Please don't miss that. We're going to take lunch now, though. It's been a very fruitful morning. After that 1:15 session, we are going to tackle this issue, this critical conversation of corporate leadership, whether it's fit to tackle the climate crisis. We've got a great panel lined up for you on that. We'll also speak to Annette Nazareth from the Integrity Council of the Voluntary Carbon Market. Annette joins us in person, which should be an interesting conversation as well. Go grab a drink, go grab some food. We'll see you back here at 1:15. Thank you.
We are in times of great change, from the way we live and work to how we communicate and travel. From geopolitical ructions to climate change and energy insecurity. We need to ask big questions about our future.
From the streets of London and Beijing to the centres of New York and Sao Paulo. Building a better tomorrow starts with a better understanding of today.
Reuters Next is our leading editorial event, hosting the essential debates.
Engaging constructively and reliably with us as interlocutors is really important.
There is a lot of uncertainty, and there's a lot of different forces that are impacting markets.
Drawing on our unrivaled newsroom and journalism, Reuters Next helps set the agenda.
And we're encouraged by the news we've seen out of Europe. I'm not going to get ahead of our European allies and partners.
You know, clearly, as you say, energy security is top of the agenda. Can you give us details?
Our reporters ask questions to get to the facts, to catch people's vision.
So what's next for big business, supply chains, and globalization?
What's next for energy, sustainability, and finance?
Join us at Reuters Next, because in a time of great change, the most powerful question is, what's next?
Notice anything different about this carrier ship? It's been fitted with 2 special sails called wind wings, which study how harnessing wind power can cut emissions and energy usage in the shipping sector. This voyage is the 5-year-old Pyxis Ocean's first with its new sails. A first of many as the maritime industry as a whole explores new technologies in an attempt to move away from dirty bunker fuel.
The maritime industry's got a decarbonisation challenge ahead of it. This is not going to solve the problem entirely, but it's a step in the right direction.
Cargill, one of the world's largest shipping charterers, has been developing the Pyxis Ocean's nearly 125-foot-tall wind wings pilot project for years. It's a course companies in the maritime industry have been forced to take, as investors and environmental groups push them to accelerate decarbonization in an industry which accounts for nearly 3% of global CO2 emissions. But as new technologies blossom, the idea of harnessing wind for energy is an old one. Before the switch to steam and diesel engines, wind was once the common way of propelling ships.
It is kind of back to the future, if you like.
Simon Schofield is the Chief Technology Officer at Bar Technologies, the company that developed Windwing sails, which were then built by Norway's Yara Marine Technologies.
When you see an aircraft come to land and it deploys its leading edge flap and its flaps at the back when a plane lands, we do something very, very similar, which allows us to control what we call the camber, the shape of the wing, which controls the amount of power. Then we can align the wing at any direction compared to the wind direction. And this is done all automatically, and it maximizes the amount of energy we're effectively harvesting from the wind.
The sails don't only cut down CO2 emissions, Schofield adds, it also cuts down how much fuel they purchase. He says the Pyxis Ocean can save up to 40% of fuel consumption, which he believes is a step in the right direction, considering how expensive fuel has become.
This has got the potential to be mainstream. Obviously, it doesn't suit all vessels because of practical reasons, but certainly on bulk carriers and tankers, we can see a large proportion of new builds and a huge number of retrofits in the coming years being fitted with wind technology of one sort or another. Both from an environmental standpoint, but also as the cost of fuels become more expensive, and especially the adoption of future fuels, it's going to mean that it becomes economically a bit of a no-brainer as well.
Cargill says the Pyxis Ocean will sail from Singapore to Brazil and is then likely to transport a cargo of grain to Denmark. The vessel is said to then remain in the North Atlantic area to maximize wind usage.
Iraq's southern marshes are drying up. They're receding and turning brackish following multiple years of drought. Fish are disappearing, and an entire way of life going back centuries is under threat. Fishermen here say they're feeling the squeeze, and they're asking, where do we go now?
أي أنواع السمك كان موجود بها هنا. كل شيء كان بني سمتي إشكال. هسه كله راح مات. من قلة الماء صار مالح صار السدود علينا وكله مات، السمش مات، الدغل مات، كله انتهى.
On the marshland's shoreline, it's a grim catch. These tiny dead fish can only be used as animal feed. Fisherman Ali Hakim says his water buffaloes are already dying of hunger.
الماي جفاف كلش، اولا السدود سادين علينا الماي، وثانيا الماي هو نفسه تجاف، ماكو ماي قوي. اي واحنا ناس معانين حلالنا موت قتل جوع، لا دغل ولا علف، هم علف غالي.
It used to be different. Some believe this area inspired the Garden of Eden. Residents were self-sufficient, filling their nets with fish and tending to large herds of water buffalo. But officials and locals point to a perfect storm driving the changes here. Upstream damming of rivers by Turkey and Iran, mismanagement of water resources, pollution, and man-made climate change that has led to less rain. Nasser Samari is an environmental activist.
لأن احنا ما بيدنا فد شيء، احنا ما نقدر نسوي الأهوار محمية، ما نقدر احنا نفتح أنهار، لأن احنا ناس ما لا قوة ولا سلطة. على الدولة أن تلتفت بشكل واقعي، والدولة أيضا أنا أعتقد أنه الدولة هي ما تشوف الأهوار إلا بالخارطة. ماكو واحد اليوم إجا جال بشواطئها وأنهرها وقراها على أنه يطلع على واقعها وأهميتها.
As the rivers and marshlands dry out, so does the economy that depends on them. This boatmaker used to employ up to 10 workers to build more than 6 vessels a month. Now, he toils alone. Work is no longer like it used to be, he says. We can't even afford to pay our rent because of the shortage of water. While many are fleeing to cities, there's no guarantee of a better life there. This man used to make a living off the Euphrates, but now sells geese for slaughter and drives a taxi. Making ends meet is a struggle. More than 62,000 people have been displaced across Iraq due to drought conditions over 4 years. That's according to the UN's International Organization for Migration. It adds that number is expected to keep rising.
This variety of rice is climate resistant and climate smart, designed to withstand droughts, floods, and rising sea levels. Scientists at the International Rice Research Institute are testing the experimental plant in these flooded rice paddies in the Philippines. They hope a crop that could withstand the impact of extreme weather will help curb the effects of climate change on agriculture. In Los Banos, south of capital Manila, farmers are planting experimental flood-resistant rice. Scientists say it can survive being submerged in water for up to 2 weeks longer than regular rice. Shalab Dixit is a senior scientist and plant breeder at the IRRI.
With climate change, with increased abiotic and biotic stresses, with reduced amount of water available, we need better genetics for rice to be able to provide stable yields in fluctuating environments.
In addition to flood-resistant rice, the team is currently also focused on developing drought-resistant and saline-resistant varieties. Using an advanced breeding method known as marker-assisted breeding, scientists are able to detect genes of desirable traits from rice grains and combine them into other rice varieties to produce a more favourable crop. Rulix Mendoza is a research manager at the institute.
So the donor parent is the one donating the trait, say drought tolerant, submergence tolerant, all those things. And the recipient parent, this is the one receiving that trait to add to the positive traits that it currently has. So for example, this recipient parent, it is very high yielding, early maturing, so good eating quality. So you need to put in those traits, those drought tolerance, submergence tolerance, or cold tolerance to produce offspring having all those traits.
The drought-resistant variety carries genes that enable rice crops to survive weeks longer than regular crops and continue to grow with very minimal water. It's now being planted by farmers in India, Nepal and the Philippines. Alex Abortes, a farmer in the northern province of Bulacan known for its droughts, says the climate-resistant rice will definitely improve yields for him.
Maganda nga yun, may pag-asa kahit walang patubig. Mayroon kang inaasahan na kahit kaunting bagay hamog-hamog lang matuloy-tuloy ang buhay niyan. Ay sa talaga. Napakahirap ang rito, minsan gaya dyan, hindi namin nagawa sa kabila. Sayang nga, hindi nataniman dahil walang tubig.
The Southeast Asian rice-producing country is usually hit by an average of 20 tropical storms every year. In 2022, a total of 37.6 million Philippine pesos, more than $670,000 worth of agricultural damages were caused by floods. That's according to the Philippine Department of Agriculture. And over $450,000 of those damages were rice crops.
What we hope is that these varieties will lead to improved stability and reduced risk in rice cultivation, so the farmers can earn better and have less cost of production, which will eventually lead to their income and other aspects, improvement of other aspects as well in their lives.
We are in times of great change, from the way we live and work to how we communicate and travel. From geopolitical ructions to climate change and energy insecurity. We need to ask big questions about our future.
From the streets of London and Beijing to the centres of New York and Sao Paulo. Building a better tomorrow starts with a better understanding of today.
Reuters Next is our leading editorial event, hosting the essential debates.
Engaging constructively and reliably with us as interlocutors is really important.
There is a lot of uncertainty and there's a lot of different forces that are impacting markets.
Drawing on our unrivaled newsroom and journalism, Reuters Next helps set the agenda.
And we're encouraged by the news we've seen out of Europe. I'm not going to get ahead of our European allies and partners.
Clearly, as you say, energy security is top of the agenda. Can you give us details?
Our reporters ask questions to get to the facts, to catch people's vision.
So what's next for big business, supply chains, and globalization?
What's next for energy, sustainability, and finance?
Join us at Reuters Next, because in a time of great change, the most powerful question is, what's next?
This is the world's biggest permafrost crater, a gash in the earth of Russia's far east, stretching 2/3 of a mile. And as the planet warms up, the Batagayka crater's permafrost is melting. Locals call it the cave-in or the gateway to the underworld. But it has a scientific name too, a megaslump. Scientists warn the phenomenon is a sign of danger for what's to come. The crater began to appear in the 1960s as a result of deforestation in the area. The deforestation led to the loss of ground ice, which then caused the earth to begin eroding. Since then, locals have taken note of its rapid growth.
Здесь немножко от тропинки где-то метров 20-30 было. Сейчас вообще близко, оказывается. Но здесь местами как? С этой стороны где-то метров 10 уходит. С той стороны где-то метров 4-6. Вот так каждый год. И от года по-разному.
Scientists aren't sure exactly how fast the crater will expand, but they say Russia is warming at least 2.5 times faster than the rest of the world, melting the long frozen tundra that covers about 65% of the country's land and releasing greenhouse gases stored in the soil. Researcher Nikita Tananayev says that will further fuel global warming.
It is a sign of danger because this is produced by higher air temperatures, by warming climate, by anthropogenic impact. So we would say that, toward the future, with increasing temperatures, with high anthropogenic pressure, we will see more and more of those mega slumps forming. Up until all the permafrost will be gone. Well, which is an extreme case, but I have to pronounce it nonetheless.
Thawing permafrost has already threatened cities and towns across northern and northeastern Russia, buckling roadways, splitting apart houses, and disrupting pipelines.
Record heat and historic floods in China this summer, but little public debate on climate change and what the world's top carbon polluter can do about it. Campaigners like Liu Junyan of Greenpeace East Asia are calling it a missed opportunity.
I believe that the coverage by mainstream media is indeed quite disappointing.
China's CO2 emissions grew 10% in the first quarter of 2023 from a year earlier, according to the Centre for Research on Energy and Clean Air. China has set some bold green targets. President Xi Jinping has pledged to make the country carbon neutral by 2060, but experts want faster action. They worry Beijing is failing to engage the public, which could slow the transition. This Beijing resident, who gave his name as Li, is worried.
If, for instance, a heavy rainstorm occurs and people merely discuss it and move on, as with earthquakes and pandemics, people just continue with what they have been doing when they're over. I don't think the results will be very good.
Climate change debate has been absent from media coverage of the extreme weather, campaigners say. Floods damaged Su's home and crops in Hebei province.
I'm not a scholar, I dare not say this. I can't comment on the bad environment. The river channel has narrowed, it's not as wide as it used to be. This is a fact.
State media and officials have said in the past climate change makes China more vulnerable to extreme weather. Though this year few have made that connection, or linked the climate to China's own emissions, now around a third of the global total and rising. People have been discussing severe weather like these deadly floods in Beijing, but there was no big spike in searches on climate change on Weibo or Baidu, China's biggest search engine, according to their official indexes. State media are defending China's record. Articles focus on Beijing's climate leadership and call on developed countries, where campaigners are also anxious governments are backpedaling on climate, to take more responsibility. China's foreign ministry didn't immediately respond to a request for comment, but government spokespeople have long promoted China's record on climate change and press freedom. China's climate campaigns tend to be state-led, and Fan Kecheng of the Chinese University of Hong Kong says the issue is misused, wasting the possibilities. This wasn't always the case. About a decade ago, a grassroots-led campaign prompted leaders to clean up China's smog-filled skies, especially in Beijing. But a crackdown on NGOs, civil society and media freedoms under Xi has made grassroots action harder, forcing campaigners to instead focus on trying to influence an increasingly centralized leadership.
Would you live in a home made of fungi? London-based architects say it might be a way to create a new type of building material, which could reduce carbon emissions from the construction industry. Mycelium is the intricate roots-like structure that makes up mushrooms and other fungi.
So over my left shoulder is a demonstrator of these mycelium blocks.
This idea involves growing building materials from mycelium, using 3D printed wooden moulds to get whatever shape is required. Ron Bakker is the co-founder of PLP Architecture and PLP Labs.
In mycelium you can make any shape you like, but we felt it was important to make objects that could be organized, built up in different ways, taken apart, put back together in other ways, almost a little bit like Lego blocks, because that's one of the aspects of future architecture, is to make demountable buildings.
At Clerkenwell Design Week in London, Bakker shows how mycelium can be shaped for various uses.
So we made a seat, we made a planter, we made a piece of wall. We can make all sorts of shapes if we have enough blocks. And that's what we try to show here.
Unlike conventional building materials like concrete and steel, products containing mycelium are renewable, biodegradable, and have minimal environmental impact. They are also lightweight, excellent at insulating, and have high resistance to fire.
We could use mycelium to make construction materials, to make cladding panels, to make acoustic absorption, to make light fixtures, to make elements that are basically made from waste and from nature, and that never leave the idea of waste and nature.
The team are now investigating how biocomposite mycelium can be protected from water and humidity, and how to grow it into load-bearing structures. They are all key steps towards turning it into the homes of the future.
Yes, watch this space, it's coming. Mycelium has so much quality that we normally look for in materials that are mined, made out of mineral rocks or made out of fossil fuel, all the foams we know. Most of these have a big penalty to the environment, and mycelium does not. So it has so many benefits that if we combine those and use the physical properties of it, I think it's a real material for the future.
We are in times of great change, from the way we live and work to how we communicate and travel. From geopolitical ructions to climate change and energy insecurity. We need to ask big questions about our future.
From the streets of London and Beijing to the centres of New York and Sao Paulo. Building a better tomorrow starts with a better understanding of today.
Reuters Next is our leading editorial event, hosting the essential debates.
Engaging constructively and reliably with us as interlocutors is really important.
There is a lot of uncertainty, and there's a lot of different forces that are impacting markets.
Drawing on our unrivaled newsroom and journalism, Reuters Next helps set the agenda.
And we're encouraged by the news we've seen out of Europe. I'm not going to get ahead of our European allies and partners.
You know, clearly, as you say, energy security is top of the agenda. Can you give us details?
Our reporters ask questions to get to the facts, to catch people's vision.
So what's next for big business, supply chains, and globalization?
What's next for energy, sustainability, and finance?
Join us at Reuters Next, because in a time of great change, the most powerful question is, what's next?
Notice anything different about this carrier ship? It's been fitted with 2 special sails called wind wings, which study how harnessing wind power can cut emissions and energy usage in the shipping sector. This voyage is the 5-year-old Pyxis Ocean's first with its new sails. A first of many as the maritime industry as a whole explores new technologies in an attempt to move away from dirty bunker fuel.
The maritime industry's got a decarbonisation challenge ahead of it. This is not going to solve the problem entirely, but it's a step in the right direction.
Cargill, one of the world's largest shipping charterers, has been developing the Pyxis Ocean's nearly 125-foot-tall wind wings pilot project for years. It's a course companies in the maritime industry have been forced to take, as investors and environmental groups push them to accelerate decarbonization in an industry which accounts for nearly 3% of global CO2 emissions. But as new technologies blossom, the idea of harnessing wind for energy is an old one. Before the switch to steam and diesel engines, wind was once the common way of propelling ships.
It is kind of back to the future, if you like.
Simon Schofield is the Chief Technology Officer at Bar Technologies, the company that developed Windwing sails, which were then built by Norway's Yara Marine Technologies.
When you see an aircraft come to land and it deploys its leading edge flap and its flaps at the back when a plane lands, we do something very, very similar, which allows us to control what we call the camber, the shape of the wing, which controls the amount of power. Then we can align the wing at any direction compared to the wind direction. And this is done all automatically, and it maximizes the amount of energy we're effectively harvesting from the wind.
The sails don't only cut down CO2 emissions, Schofield adds, it also cuts down how much fuel they purchase. He says the Pyxis Ocean can save up to 40% of fuel consumption, which he believes is a step in the right direction, considering how expensive fuel has become.
This has got the potential to be mainstream. Obviously, it doesn't suit all vessels because of practical reasons, but certainly on bulk carriers and tankers, we can see a large proportion of new builds and a huge number of retrofits in the coming years being fitted with wind technology of one sort or another. Both from an environmental standpoint, but also as the cost of fuels become more expensive, and especially the adoption of future fuels, it's going to mean that it becomes economically a bit of a no-brainer as well.
Cargill says the Pyxis Ocean will sail from Singapore to Brazil and is then likely to transport a cargo of grain to Denmark. The vessel is said to then remain in the North Atlantic area to maximize wind usage.
Iraq's southern marshes are drying up. They're receding and turning brackish following multiple years of drought. Fish are disappearing, and an entire way of life going back centuries is under threat. Fishermen here say they're feeling the squeeze, and they're asking, where do we go now?
أي أنواع السمك كان موجود بها هنا. كل شيء كان بني سمتي إشكال. هسه كله راح مات. من قلة الماء صار مالح، صار السدود علينا وكله مات، السمك مات، الدغل مات، كله انتهى.
On the marshland's shoreline, it's a grim catch. These tiny dead fish can only be used as animal feed. Fisherman Ali Hakim says his water buffaloes are already dying of hunger.
الماء جفاف كلش، أولاً السدود سادين علينا الماء، وثانياً الماء هو نفسه تجاف، ماكو ماء قوي. وإحنا ناس معانين حلالنا موت، قتل جوع، لا دغل ولا علف، هم علف غالي.
It used to be different. Some believe this area inspired the Garden of Eden. Residents were self-sufficient, filling their nets with fish and tending to large herds of water buffalo. But officials and locals point to a perfect storm driving the changes here. Upstream damming of rivers by Turkey and Iran, mismanagement of water resources, pollution, and man-made climate change that has led to less rain. Nasser Samari is an environmental activist.
لان احنا ما بيدنا فد شيء، احنا ما نقدر نسوي الاهوار محميه، ما نقدر احنا نفتح انهار، لان احنا ناس ما لا قوه ولا سلطه. على الدولة أن تلتفت بشكل واقعي، والدولة أيضا أنا أعتقد أنه الدولة هي مش تشوف الأهوار إلا بالخارطة. ماكو واحد اليوم إجا جال بشواطئها وأنهرها وقراها على أنه يطلع على واقعها وأهميتها.
As the rivers and marshlands dry out, so does the economy that depends on them. This boatmaker used to employ up to 10 workers to build more than 6 vessels a month. Now, he toils alone. Work is no longer like it used to be, he says. We can't even afford to pay our rent because of the shortage of water. While many are fleeing to cities, there's no guarantee of a better life there. This man used to make a living off the Euphrates, but now sells geese for slaughter and drives a taxi. Making ends meet is a struggle. More than 62,000 people have been displaced across Iraq due to drought conditions over 4 years. That's according to the UN's International Organization for Migration. It adds that number is expected to keep rising.
This variety of rice is climate resistant and climate smart, designed to withstand droughts, floods and rising sea levels. Scientists at the International Rice Research Institute are testing the experimental plant in these flooded rice paddies in the Philippines. They hope a crop that could withstand the impact of extreme weather will help curb the effects of climate change on agriculture. In Los Banos, south of capital Manila, farmers are planting experimental flood-resistant rice. Scientists say it can survive being submerged in water for up to 2 weeks longer than regular rice. Shalab Dixit is a senior scientist and plant breeder at the IRRI.
With climate change, with increased abiotic and biotic stresses, with reduced amount of water available, we need better genetics for rice to be able to provide stable yields in fluctuating environments.
In addition to flood-resistant rice, the team is currently also focused on developing drought-resistant and saline-resistant varieties. Using an advanced breeding method known as marker-assisted breeding, scientists are able to detect genes of desirable traits from rice grains and combine them into other rice varieties to produce a more favourable crop. Rulix Mendoza is a research manager at the institute.
So the donor parent is the one donating the trait, say drought tolerant, submergence tolerant, all those things. And the recipient parent, this is the one receiving that trait to add to the positive traits that it currently has. So for example, this recipient parent, it is very high yielding, early maturing, so good eating quality. So you need to put in those traits, those drought tolerance, submergence tolerance, or cold tolerance to produce offspring having all those traits.
The drought-resistant variety carries genes that enable rice crops to survive weeks longer than regular crops and continue to grow with very minimal water. It's now being planted by farmers in India, Nepal and the Philippines. Alex Abortes, a farmer in the northern province of Bulacan known for its droughts, says the climate-resistant rice will definitely improve yields for him.
Maganda nga yun, may pag-asa kahit walang patubig. Mayroon kang inaasa na kahit kaunting bagay hamog-hamog lang matuloy-tuloy ang buhay niyan. Ayun sa talaga. Napakahirap ang rito, minsan gaya dyan, hindi namin nagawa sa kabila. Sayang nga, hindi nataniman dahil walang tubig.
The Southeast Asian rice-producing country is usually hit by an average of 20 tropical storms every year. In 2022, a total of 37.6 million Philippine pesos, more than $670,000 worth of agricultural damages were caused by floods. That's according to the Philippine Department of Agriculture. And over $450,000 of those damages were rice crops.
What we hope is that these varieties will lead to improved stability and reduced risk in rice cultivation, so the farmers can earn better and have less cost of production, which will eventually lead to their income and other aspects, improvement of other aspects as well in their lives.
We are in times of great change, from the way we live and work to how we communicate and travel. From geopolitical ructions to climate change and energy insecurity. We need to ask big questions about our future.
From the streets of London and Beijing to the centres of New York and Sao Paulo. Building a better tomorrow starts with a better understanding of today.
Reuters Next is our leading editorial event, hosting the essential debates.
Engaging constructively and reliably with us as interlocutors is really important.
There is a lot of uncertainty and there's a lot of different forces that are impacting markets.
Drawing on our unrivaled newsroom and journalism, Reuters Next helps set the agenda.
And we're encouraged by the news we've seen out of Europe. I'm not going to get ahead of our European allies and partners.
You know, clearly, as you say, energy security is top of the agenda. Can you give us details?
Our reporters ask questions to get to the facts, to catch people's vision.
So what's next for big business, supply chains, and globalization?
What's next for energy, sustainability, and finance?
Join us at Reuters Next, because in a time of great change, the most powerful question is, what's next?
This is the world's biggest permafrost crater, a gash in the earth of Russia's far east, stretching 2/3 of a mile. And as the planet warms up, the Batagayka crater's permafrost is melting. Locals call it the cave-in or the gateway to the underworld. But it has a scientific name too, a megaslump. Scientists warn the phenomenon is a sign of danger for what's to come. The crater began to appear in the 1960s as a result of deforestation in the area. The deforestation led to the loss of ground ice, which then caused the earth to begin eroding. Since then, locals have taken note of its rapid growth.
Здесь немножко вот от тропинки где-то метров 20-30 было. Сейчас вообще близко, оказывается. Но здесь местами как, с этой стороны где-то метров 10 уходит. С той стороны где-то метров 4-6. Вот так каждый год. Ну и от года по-разному.
Scientists aren't sure exactly how fast the crater will expand, but they say Russia is warming at least 2.5 times faster than the rest of the world, melting the long frozen tundra that covers about 65% of the country's land and releasing greenhouse gases stored in the soil. Researcher Nikita Tananayev says that will further fuel global warming.
It is a sign of danger because this is produced by higher air temperatures, by warming climate, by anthropogenic impact. So we would say that, toward the future, with increasing temperatures, with high anthropogenic pressure, we will see more and more of those megaslumps forming, up until all the permafrost will be gone. Well, which is an extreme case, but I have to pronounce it nonetheless.
Thawing permafrost has already threatened cities and towns across northern and northeastern Russia, buckling roadways, splitting apart houses, and disrupting pipelines.
Record heat and historic floods in China this summer, but little public debate on climate change and what the world's top carbon polluter can do about it. Campaigners like Liu Junyan of Greenpeace East Asia are calling it a missed opportunity.
I believe that the coverage by mainstream media is indeed quite disappointing.
China's CO2 emissions grew 10% in the first quarter of 2023 from a year earlier, according to the Centre for Research on Energy and Clean Air. China has set some bold green targets. President Xi Jinping has pledged to make the country carbon neutral by 2060, but experts want faster action. They worry Beijing is failing to engage the public, which could slow the transition. This Beijing resident, who gave his name as Li, is worried.
If, for instance, a heavy rainstorm occurs and people merely discuss it and move on, as with earthquakes and pandemics, people just continue with what they have been doing when they're over. I don't think the results will be very good.
Climate change debate has been absent from media coverage of the extreme weather, campaigners say. Floods damaged Su's home and crops in Hebei province.
I'm not a scholar, I dare not say this. I can't comment on the bad environment. The river channel has narrowed, it's not as wide as it used to be. This is a fact.
State media and officials have said in the past climate change makes China more vulnerable to extreme weather. Though this year few have made that connection, or linked the climate to China's own emissions, now around a third of the global total and rising. People have been discussing severe weather like these deadly floods in Beijing, but there was no big spike in searches on climate change on Weibo or Baidu, China's biggest search engine, according to their official indexes. State media are defending China's record. Articles focus on Beijing's climate leadership and call on developed countries, where campaigners are also anxious governments are backpedalling on climate, to take more responsibility. China's foreign ministry didn't immediately respond to a request for comment, but government spokespeople have long promoted China's record on climate change and press freedom. China's climate campaigns tend to be state-led, and Fan Kecheng of the Chinese University of Hong Kong says the issue is misused, wasting the possibilities. This wasn't always the case. About a decade ago, a grassroots-led campaign prompted leaders to clean up China's smog-filled skies, especially in Beijing. But a crackdown on NGOs, civil society and media freedoms under Xi has made grassroots action harder, forcing campaigners to instead focus on trying to influence an increasingly centralised leadership.
Would you live in a home made of fungi? London-based architects say it might be a way to create a new type of building material, which could reduce carbon emissions from the construction industry. Mycelium is the intricate roots-like structure that makes up mushrooms and other fungi.
So over my left shoulder is a demonstrator of these mycelium blocks.
This idea involves growing building materials from mycelium, using 3D printed wooden moulds to get whatever shape is required. Ron Backer is the co-founder of PLP Architecture and PLP Labs.
In mycelium you can make any shape you like, but we felt it was important to make objects that could be organized, built up in different ways, taken apart, put back together in other ways, almost a little bit like Lego blocks, because that's one of the aspects of future architecture, is to make demountable buildings.
At Clerkenwell Design Week in London, Backer shows how mycelium can be shaped for various uses.
So we made a seat, we made a planter, we made a piece of wall, we can make all sorts of shapes if we have enough blocks. And that's what we tried to show here.
Unlike conventional building materials like concrete and steel, Products containing mycelium are renewable, biodegradable, and have minimal environmental impact. They are also lightweight, excellent at insulating, and have high resistance to fire.
We could use mycelium to make construction materials, to make cladding panels, to make acoustic absorption, to make light fixtures, to make elements that are basically made from waste and from nature, and that never leave the idea of waste and nature.
The team are now investigating how biocomposite mycelium can be protected from water and humidity, and how to grow it into load-bearing structures. They are all key steps towards turning it into the homes of the future.
Yes, watch this space, it's coming. Mycelium has so much quality that we normally look for in materials that are mined, made out of mineral rocks or made out of fossil fuel, all the foams we know. Most of these have a big penalty to the environment, and mycelium does not. So it has so many benefits that if we combine those and use the physical properties of it, I think it's a real material for the future.
We are in times of great change, from the way we live and work to how we communicate and travel. From geopolitical ructions to climate change and energy insecurity. We need to ask big questions about our future.
From the streets of London and Beijing to the centres of New York and Sao Paulo. Building a better tomorrow starts with a better understanding of today.
Reuters Next is our leading editorial event, hosting the essential debates.
Engaging constructively and reliably with us as interlocutors is really important.
There is a lot of uncertainty, and there's a lot of different forces that are impacting markets.
Drawing on our unrivaled newsroom and journalism, Reuters Next helps set the agenda.
And we're encouraged by the news we've seen out of Europe. I'm not going to get ahead of our European allies and partners.
Clearly, as you say, energy security is top of the agenda. Can you give us details?
Our reporters ask questions to get to the facts, to catch people's vision.
So what's next for big business, supply chains, and globalization?
What's next for energy, sustainability, and finance?
Join us at Reuters Next, because in a time of great change, the most powerful question is, what's next?
Notice anything different about this carrier ship? It's been fitted with 2 special sails called wind wings, which study how harnessing wind power can cut emissions and energy usage in the shipping sector. This voyage is the 5-year-old Pyxis Ocean's first with its new sails. A first of many as the maritime industry as a whole explores new technologies in an attempt to move away from dirty bunker fuel.
The maritime industry's got a decarbonization challenge ahead of it. This is not going to solve the problem entirely, but it's a step in the right direction.
Cargill, one of the world's largest shipping charterers, has been developing the Pyxis Ocean's nearly 125-foot-tall wind wings pilot project for years. It's a course companies in the maritime industry have been forced to take, as investors and environmental groups push them to accelerate decarbonization in an industry which accounts for nearly 3% of global CO2 emissions. But as new technologies blossom, the idea of harnessing wind for energy is an old one. Before the switch to steam and diesel engines, wind was once the common way of propelling ships.
It is kind of back to the future, if you like.
Simon Schofield is the Chief Technology Officer at Bar Technologies, the company that developed Windwing sails, which were then built by Norway's Yara Marine Technologies.
When you see an aircraft come to land and it deploys its leading edge flap and its flaps at the back when a plane lands, we do something very, very similar, which allows us to control what we call the camber, the shape of the wing, which controls the amount of power. Then we can align the wing at any direction compared to the wind direction. And this is done all automatically, and it maximizes the amount of energy we're effectively harvesting from the wind.
The sails don't only cut down CO2 emissions, Schofield adds, it also cuts down how much fuel they purchase. He says the Pyxis Ocean can save up to 40% of fuel consumption, which he believes is a step in the right direction, considering how expensive fuel has become.
This has got the potential to be mainstream. Obviously, it doesn't suit all vessels because of practical reasons, but certainly on bulk carriers and tankers, we can see a large proportion of new builds and a huge number of retrofits in the coming years being fitted with wind technology of one sort or another. Both from an environmental standpoint, but also as the cost of fuels become more expensive, and especially the adoption of future fuels, it's going to mean that it becomes economically a bit of a no-brainer as well.
Cargill says the Pyxis Ocean will sail from Singapore to Brazil and is then likely to transport a cargo of grain to Denmark. The vessel is said to then remain in the North Atlantic area to maximize wind usage.
Iraq's southern marshes are drying up. They're receding and turning brackish following multiple years of drought. Fish are disappearing, and an entire way of life going back centuries is under threat. Fishermen here say they're feeling the squeeze, and they're asking, where do we go now?
أي أنواع السمك كان موجود بها هنا. كل شيء كان بني سمتي إشكال. هسه كله راح مات. من قلة الماء صار مالح، صار السدود علينا وكله مات، السمك مات، الدغل مات، كله انتهى.
On the marshland's shoreline, it's a grim catch. These tiny dead fish can only be used as animal feed. Fisherman Ali Hakim says his water buffaloes are already dying of hunger.
الماء جفاف كلش، أولاً السدود سادين علينا الماء، وثانياً
You lot are the smart lot, because this is the stage where all of the big things happen. This is basically, we're the Rolling Stones. The other stages are like, I don't know, the Black Eyed Peas, but, like 2018 sort of thing. So you've got it right. I hope they didn't hear me, but this is the place to be. So we're kicking off a little bit early, so well done you for making it on time. We're going to compete with your food comas, I hope. This afternoon's sessions will be fantastic, and hopefully will get us all thinking. I just want to start off with a little housekeeping. Remember, this is interactive, and this is something I want to make sure we do for the afternoon. These sessions are interactive. This is not just us talking on stage and you listening. Please put your questions in through Slido. I think they can pop the QR code up on the screen. Get your questions in. Please make them difficult questions. We want people to squirm. We want some real answers. We want some concrete answers. So this is the code here if you want to do that. So like I said, this is the main stage. This is where you should be. There are the practitioner stages, 3 more of them, the ESG investment stage, Net Zero Europe, and Sustainability Reporting Europe. The B stages, I'm going to call them, down on the second floor. Do check them out, but primarily stay here. Now, a reminder, you're going to also hear throughout the day us mention that some sessions will be helmed by the Reuters newsroom. These are editorial events. That means they follow the Reuters trust principles. That means we do not agree on questions in advance. We can ask whatever we want, and you can trust Reuters journalists to ask the difficult questions. They are live journalism. Other events will be moderated by our commercial colleagues at Reuters Events. So That is my spiel to start with. I would like to invite to the stage Liam Dowd and Upshi Ghosh. This morning, if you were here, you would know we had a little technical difficulty, which always happens, but these two dealt with it with grace and professionalism. So they are going to take you through the Reuters IMPACT Global Sustainability Report on how companies are navigating change. So, welcome to the stage.
Kim, thank you for the introduction. And if you were here this morning, thank you for joining us again. And we should hopefully won't disappoint this time. And let me just do the litmus test. There we are. Woohoo, yes, celebrate. So there we are. So yes, as alluded to, if you weren't here this morning, my name is Liam Dowd, Industry Lead at Reuters Professional.
I'm Upshi Ghosh. I'm Sector Research and Evaluation Lead at Reuters Events.
So for the next, now we've got half the time. For the next 10 minutes, we're going to whittle through some of the analysis from our inaugural Global Sustainability Report. And this report, we see a lot of need for this report, a lot of value in this report. We understand there's increasing pressures on yourselves and peers across the other rooms to navigate increasing regulation, increasing stakeholder pressures, increasing uncertainties, and that's coupled with the fact that there's a lot of action that's required now. You're having to make investments in new technologies, new solutions, adapt strategies, and transition parts of your business or all of your business. And some of these complexities are new. We're looking, people on the stage downstairs, we're talking about 15, 20-year, payback cycles, which is a new concept for boards. So we, through this report, are trying to, I suppose, bring to the fore, or well, not trying, we will bring to the fore and are bringing to the fore actions that your peers are taking, the investments they're making, the strategies that they're prioritising both now and in the coming years. So hopefully you can go away from after accessing this information and talk to your peers, talk to your board and say, look, this is what our peers are doing in Europe or of similar industries to ours. So it's in a way of an extension of some of the value from attending this event. You get to speak to people beside you on your left and your right, and you get to understand how they're approaching some of these challenges. Well, this report is similar. We're holding a mirror to what 500 plus practitioners from across the globe have shared with us in a study that we conducted at the end of last year. You are going to be some of the first to see this report. Unfortunately, the reporting stage downstairs took that badge after this. Earlier on, we presented there and we shared some of the insights, and we had a lot of good questions and a lot of good feedback from that. And we'll share a slide at the end where you can access the report, and you'll see in the report a lot of it is focused around the action part of sustainability. Where companies are what are companies prioritising, where they're putting investments, actions, and also what are the metrics they're using to gauge success. But we're not stopping there. We're just launching it today. We're already working on our 2024 report where we're bringing a lot of the pertinent questions through, and we're also looking to bring more questions and more insight to how companies are approaching the complexities of sustainability reporting, AI and data. So this is an invitation to you. We might not have time to have some feedback in this part of this discussion, but please grab myself or Upshi over the next day and a half to share ideas. What would you like us to cover? What kind of information would you find valuable? And we'll try and work that into the report if we can for next year. But that's a bit of the lay of the land. Before we present some of the information, we want to just share the methodology behind the research. You can know it stands to rigour.
So the first step for us was to understand how different organizations are going about their sustainability strategies, and the way to do that was to talk to them. So we conducted in-depth qualitative research across industries to understand how different industries and different organizations are dealing with the sustainability challenge. And the wealth of information that we got from those qualitative research interviews formed a basis or the backbone for our quantitative study, which was accomplished using strict market research guidelines as well as principles. So the study was conducted in the second quarter of this year, and around 570 business executives who were directly involved in sustainability strategy development, implementation or reporting participated in the study. It was global in scale. We had responses from across the world. Around 27% of the participants were from the US and around 17% were from the UK. In terms of profile of people, 66% of our participants were from board, senior management or leadership roles, and around 15% were from mid-management roles. In terms of diversity of participants for the study, we had diversity in terms of the type of organizations that participated in the study and also the size of organization. If you look at the type of organizations that participated in the study, around 66% of the participants were from private companies, and around 23% were from public companies. In terms of the size of the organization, we had around 50% of our respondents had revenues less than 50 million, but we had a significant portion, around 30%, who had revenues over $1 billion. In terms of range of industries, there was no industry we did not touch. We had responses from across industries, from banking, insurance, to energy, to construction, all the industries, and they were represented in the study. While analyzing different industries, in some of the instances you'll see in our report that we have clubbed some of these industries into two categories. Industries which had high greenhouse gas emissions were classified as high greenhouse gas emission intensities were classified as high greenhouse gas industries, and low were classified as low greenhouse gas industries. And you'll see that when you download our report later in the later during this presentation. So looking at the leading priorities, this is the first and the overarching question that we asked our respondents. We asked them to rank their top 3 priorities among the top 5, the 5 pillars of sustainability. And as you can see, with the continued focus on Scope 1, Scope 3 emission reduction and reporting, energy and decarbonization was the leading strategy overall. The second most important strategy was human rights, social issues, and DEI. So when we look at it holistically, we see this is what overall the industry represents. But if we dig a little deeper, what we see is that a majority of the organization, or the organizations who had DEI and human as their primary sustainability priority, were organizations which were smaller in size or had less than 100 employees. Same goes with other priorities as well. So if we look at waste, circular economy, and recycling, it's the third most important priority overall. But if we look at some industries, for example, retail and wholesale, what we see is that 85% of the respondents in retail and wholesale consider it as their top priority. Same goes with if you look at food, beverage, agriculture industries. What we see is that recycling and waste and circular economy is one of the top priorities. In terms of resource allocation towards these sustainability strategies, there was a lot of diversity. But again, if we look at holistically and if we look at overall, it was quite disappointing. What we saw is that around 55% of the organizations that we interviewed and that participate in the study had only 10 employees allocated towards sustainability strategy implementation, and most of them were related to reporting. So that takes the chunk of the place. But again, there's still hope. What we also saw was that it was higher in some industries than others. So we saw that transportation and logistic and some other industries had higher resource allocation towards sustainability. But there's hope. We saw that larger organizations who had more resources, who had more than 5,000 employees, allocated more than 100 employees towards sustainability strategy development and implementation. Liam.
Thank you, Upshi. And as you can get a sense there, Upshi and the team have done a great job looking at data and trying to find trends between industry, regions, and some of the similarities that some of the companies might have between themselves. And you can see here, one of the priorities or one of the actions is highlighted around nature and biodiversity. We break it down here, so apologies, it might not be easy to view on the screen. Again, in a couple of slides' time, you'll see the QR code where you can access this. But the most popular strategy or action that companies are taking to address nature and biodiversity risks in their operations is responsible sourcing of raw materials and ingredients. You can see that straddling either side of the 50 percentile range for both North American and European-based respondents. I want to just highlight there's a couple of areas of divergence that you can see in this graph or chart. Addressing deforestation across the supply chain, that's a lot more of a chosen strategy or adopted strategy by respondents in North America. And then if we go all the way near to the bottom, you see regeneration and rewilding. That's a strategy that's more deployed by companies based in Europe. And again, within the report, we actually highlight, say, how certain industries are prioritising other actions over some others. So you'll get to maybe benchmarks. So if you work in mining or work in apparel, you might be able to find some threads there that can give you ideas on this is what we could be prioritising or how we stack up and benchmark against our peers. And yeah, as Upshi mentioned, we do also look at some distinctions or parities between industries that are low greenhouse gas emitting versus high greenhouse gas emitting. And not surprising, and in a way for me, kind of reassuring that we actually see around the data management platforms and the analysis aspect of investments or solutions that companies are looking for. There's parity there. So that would imply to me that a lot of organisations, irrespective of industry, are trying to get a handle of their business right now, trying to get that data so they can get a full scope of their impact and also try and ensure that they're fit to report on these impacts and meet the regulations that are coming in. You only, I don't want to annoy Kim here, but if you do take a look in downstairs to the reporting room, you'll see a packed room of people trying to get a grip of the regulation that's coming in and the pressures around sustainability reporting. I think that bears out a little bit in terms of how companies are approaching technologies there. And you can also see quite visibly the distinction where there's a lot more investment from high greenhouse gas emitting industries when it comes to some of the other technologies such as emission management solutions, sensors and some of the others there. So thank you for listening to us. Thank you for joining us again if you were here this morning. And as promised, here's a QR code. You can access the report. It's free to access. We want to make it free to access. We want you to read this insight, to understand how your peers are approaching the complexities that we're all facing right now. And we don't want you to keep this to yourself. By all means, share the report with peers, with colleagues, with friends, because we want to share this information. We want to help you and others and all of us together try and move the needle, because it needs this collective action. And those that are watching on the broadcast, I tested this QR code yesterday on my phone at the screen. It should work for you as well. So please, those watching on the broadcast, do obviously access the report as well. So unfortunately, we don't have time for Q&A. I know the next session is ready to go, but Upshi and I will be around, so please grab us if you have questions or want to pick our brains about what we could be doing next year and how further we could help you and all your peers. But thank you for your time. Thank you for listening. And it's been our pleasure to present the study to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Now, welcome to all of the stragglers. I don't blame you for finding it hard to drag yourselves away from the lunch table, but welcome nevertheless. Now that everybody is here, I just want to remind everyone, please use Slido. Let's get the QR code up again. We want to make sure that these sessions are interactive where time allows. So put your questions there and our moderators will put it to the guests. Up next is a panel discussion. Is corporate leadership fit to tackle the climate crisis? And I have been asked to make clear that this discussion must take longer than simply saying no. Welcome to the stage, moderated by Christine Diamante, who is the Managing Director, Business Transformation at Business for Social Responsibility.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to be with all of you this afternoon. I hope that you enjoyed a good lunch and a good session a bit earlier with my longtime friend and colleague, Liam. I'm Christine Diamante. I'm Managing Director of Business Transformation at BSR. I'm absolutely delighted to be with all of you this afternoon. And we've got a really important topic to talk about. Is leadership ready for climate today? And what are we doing about it? And I was reflecting it on the train today. In fact, we published a blog just yesterday with a few of my colleagues at BSR talking about how we need to have new stakeholders in the boardroom, whether it's affected stakeholders, whether it's the younger, diverse minds, the intergenerational divide, and how do we engage differently to be able to tackle today's global issues, not just today, but the next 2 years, the next 5 years, the next 10 years. And there's a whole shift in thinking that is needed in skills and approaches. And so it's my immense pleasure to be with this fantastic panel of leaders over here. Right to my left, we have Clover Hogan, founder and executive director of Force of Nature. Then we have Rian Thomas, CEO of Green Finance Institute. We have Helen Clarkson, CEO of the Climate Group. And we've got Preeti Shrestha, who's a global sustainability director at Asahi Europe. And what we want to discuss with all of you, and we're hoping for your participation as well, it's not just about us discussing over here, it's also about getting in your questions and your thoughts of how do we accelerate this transformation of corporate leadership to ensure there are young, diverse, bright minds that are tackling the crisis today? How do leaders shift the balance from short-term profit horizon to long-term resiliency? Do we actually need to link C-suite bonuses to metrics rather than just financial performance? And what are the skills that are needed for corporations, and what is that financial perspective? Final 2 comments I just want to say to all of you. We are in the age of rising stakeholder expectations and activism. So all boardrooms today are in the spotlight, and with the new regulatory frameworks, particularly in Europe, the Corporate Social Responsibility Directive, boards have a duty of care, they have accountability, they have a real shift in their role when it comes to today's major issues, whether it's climate, social impact, human rights, that is impacting governance. So I'm delighted, and I just want to also say on a very, very personal note, it is the first time in 25 years in my career that I've had the immense pleasure of an all-female cast. So I have waited a long time for this. And I'm very, very excited. So thank you, Reuters Sustainability, for making this happen. So, ladies, my first question is, can you quickly introduce yourselves? And yes or no, is corporate leadership today fit to tackle the climate crisis? Clover.
Hi, folks. My name is Clover Hogan. I'm a 24-year-old climate activist and the founder and executive director of Force of Nature. COP26 in Glasgow determined that we needed between 45% and 50% global reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. Now, based on current commitments, and these are commitments, not actions, we are currently on track for less than a 1% decrease in global greenhouse gas emissions. So to me, the question is not, are corporate leaders fit to tackle the climate crisis? It is, are people in business, are policymakers responding to the climate crisis with even a fraction of the urgency that this crisis demands? And the answer is absolutely not.
Right, so are leaders responding to the urgency? And we're not there yet. Rian.
Hi, I'm Priya Mary Thomas. I'm Chief Executive of the Green Finance Institute, and it was a long time since I was a 24-year-old anything. Great to be with you on stage, Clover. Answer is yes, clearly they're capable. Corporate leaders don't get to be at the helm of large organizations without having aptitude and skills and being capable. But I was going to make almost exactly the same point. Are they doing it impactfully and with the urgency that the science demands? Well, that is clearly no. And just to give a bit of analytical rigor behind that answer, I looked up the Deloitte C-suite annual report. They do it every year, and the last one that they did, they published earlier this year. It was a bunch of interviews with over 2,000 C-suite executives across all types of industry across the world. And 2/3 of those respondents came back and said they worry about climate change pretty much all the time. 2/3 of them say that they think climate change is going to materially impact their businesses. But then when you actually look at what they've done in terms of genuine needle-moving activities, only 1/3 are using their platform to lobby or look at their political donations through a constructive climate lens. And only 1/3, to pick up on your earlier point, are linking C-suite and senior executive pay to meaningful sustainability and environmental objectives. So having given that politician's answer of both yes and no, I think I'd summarize by saying, look, the C-suite executives worldwide, they clearly recognize the need for business to take climate action, but at the same time, they genuinely are struggling to meaningfully transform those companies. And hopefully we'll get back to some of that, especially as it relates to the financial industry.
So yes, but struggling, and no, not fast enough.
So far.
Helen.
Hi, I'm Helen Clarkson. I'm Chief Exec at Climate Group. We work with over 500 businesses globally committed to our campaigns that you might have come across, RE100, EV100, Steel Zero, things like that, where companies come together, make a commitment, and then we use that to engage policymakers, engage those campaigns are all on the demand side, so the supply side of markets, and use that to sort of shift key systems with emissions. And yeah, I mean, I'd agree that I think, you know, the answer is clearly kind of no at the moment, but we have to make it so, because I don't think we've got time to like kind of rip out entire economic systems in the time that we have to solve the climate crisis. So for me, the question is, how do we make it fit, and how do you get, in particular, companies might be doing really well on one thing, and not sort of going, well, we've ticked a climate box, because actually what we know, the more you work on these issues, it's actually, I didn't enjoy the film, but Everything Everywhere All at Once. Yes. Lots of people love that film. And that's a separate conversation. But it is, you know, there's so much to do, and it's all about that kind of really high level of ambition and shift. And I think that's what's kind of missing, is understanding it's not just, oh, we've done our one thing and move on, but actually we've got to really radically rethink the way that we operate.
So yes, but we have to make it work.
Yeah.
I think is the bottom line.
Well, yeah.
Preeti. Hi everybody, I'm Preeti. I head sustainability for Asahi. We are an FMCG company making lots of different brands of beer, Peroni, Krolsch, Pilsner Urquell and the likes. And my answer is maybe. I think we should get brownie points for self-awareness. I think the leadership is actually having this conversation, checking on themselves whether we are fit to lead on the climate crisis or not. I think kudos to that. And I also feel that we cannot break the system to create a new nice one. So we just have to start tweaking this system. And there may be some leaders who are already thinking about this in a right way, on the right track. And there may be some for whom it's time to step away and let the new blood come in. But at the same time, I know we're speaking about connecting climate action to remuneration and bonuses. And that's an excellent example of trying to fit a circle in a square, because up to now, money talks, money works, so why not use that incentive? But at the same time, we all know that the next generation adds more value or associates more value to well-being of the planet, of themselves, to diversity, and many other social elements vis-a-vis salary when they look for a new job. Right? In UK, there was a survey last year in 2022. Maybe some of you responded to it. And more than 50% of the respondents said that they would consider leaving or joining a company based on the sustainability credentials, not on the compensation. So I feel like it's a good move, connecting climate action to bonuses, but it's almost dictating the same mindset of, let's put a dollar value to everything we do and we say. And it's tough to put a dollar value to diversity, or it's tough to put a dollar value to a vision of a sustainable future. So I think there is room for improvement, and I think there are some leaders that still may fit in the new mold.
So there's a maybe here, but the fact is that there is conscious decisions by leaders today to recognize there is a gap, that they have to upskill, they have to level up on this. Remuneration does play a key factor in this, but more importantly, the expectation of employees and key stakeholders. As I said, we're in this age of rising stakeholder expectations. And if, as moderator, I know it's not my role, but I'll permit myself to say, in the last year, we've had over 70 touch points with boards, and the number one topic is climate. So, there is a reality check out there that today there is urgency to act. Is it fast enough? No, but it is moving. But we also need Clover to continue putting pressure to make sure that it's happening. Rian.
I just wanted to pick up on this point about remuneration, because certainly in the financial services industry, that is the main lever through which you incentivize performance. And again, going back to that Deloitte work, it was one of the most troubling graphs for me in that entire report was where it said over half of the executives interviewed could see that their work on sustainability was going to positively impact their brand and their recognition of their organisation. But when they were asked, will it also positively impact things like your cost of investment? your return on your impact, your investor returns, your ability to generate revenues from new business lines. Genuine financial metrics that are measurable and which incidentally are the foundations for how people, they're normally the KPIs on which people's bonuses and remunerations are based. Those responses were in the low 20%. And that is troubling because I think at that point, if we're not going to view this consideration as being the business of business, then it isn't part of our default thinking, and it isn't the part of the default thinking of how organisations are thinking strategically. And that is part of the mindset shift that needs to happen. So it troubles me. It has broader implications if we say, actually, it's difficult to measure, so let's not link it to remuneration. I think it's actually quite key.
No, I hear you. And to be honest, I just did it at Asahi. So we just 3 months ago.
Hold on.
Because I am not on in a parallel universe. I have a reality check at constant times. I need that. But I realized that the current leadership, the current mindset, needs to push on for another 10, 20 years before the new wave of new leaders comes in. And for them, if motivation is remuneration, so be it. The question is, how are you going to calculate it? Let's make sense of that and let's make that meaningful. Not just because you signed a VPP agreement, you get a bump in your bonus, but you actually created some value environmentally, socially, and financially. Then you get a bonus. So yeah, I'm with you. We did it, and we're very proud of it. I just think, and maybe it's just being the devil's advocate, I just sometimes feel that if we keep pushing the same narrative, there may be a point where just financial, try to put a dollar value on everything, and there may be a moment to step away from it. Maybe not now. Maybe
so it's the business of business, but also, as you said, it's a struggle of putting a circle in a square peg. And we know that with today's regulatory framework in Europe, remuneration must be disclosed as well, and it must be linked to sustainability performance. So we are driving in that direction. But I want to go to you, Clover. You've been an activist since the age of 11 years old, which is extremely impressive, and then you founded your organization today. How do we actually accelerate the path for younger people to enter the boardroom? Is it about, remuneration, or is there something else? Because we can't wait another 20 years. We need action now. So talk to us about that.
I want to start by talking about the fossil fuel industry.
Yeah, go ahead.
So in the same period that fossil fuel companies around the world have been making record-breaking profits, they've actively reversed their climate commitments, right? So they've had more resource than ever while people are struggling to heat their homes in the winter and keep them cool in the summer, while people are dying from heat waves and wildfires and increased droughts and cyclones, as we've seen over the past year, the apocalyptic headlines that is the climate crisis here today, not in 20, 30 years' time. Fossil fuel companies have actively decided to reverse their climate commitments. And Zipporah Berman, who started the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty, she had a great quote in her TED Talk, which I highly recommend, which is that every oil company wants to be the last company to extract the last barrel of oil. At the same time, I've been sat in boardrooms with companies that produce, for example, loads of plastic, right? Big plastic polluters. And I've been in those rooms where they're kind of congratulating themselves and saying, oh, well, we've just introduced these commitments to phase out the use of virgin plastic. And then the head of lobbying pipes up and says, oh, but we just stopped that regulation from going through in California that would have prevented us from making any more disposable plastic. So I think at this moment in time, we have to recognize that one of the most insidious threats and also biggest barriers to meaningful climate action, and I'm not talking about the good stuff, the greenwashing, the tick-boxing activities, I'm talking genuine transformative solutions, is the idea that companies are voluntarily, within this current system of growth-based capitalism, going to do the quote-unquote right or responsible thing. I completely believe that on an individual level, people are capable of it, and I think we're seeing that embodied in the rise of conscious quitting, something that Paul Polman and his team have been researching and talking about. We're seeing it in, the fact that young people don't want to work for companies that misalign with their values. But I think we really have to expose this kind of farce and elephant in the room, because at this point, as we're approaching COP28, that's the 28th conference of parties, and we look at the current state of climate inaction and widespread denial, we can recognize that we're not going to solve this crisis with the same people and the same types of thinking that created it. And that's why in our work at Force of Nature, and I'll invite some of my friends and colleagues from Force of Nature to wave. There we go.
Excellent. Welcome.
That's why we're so passionate about giving voice to young people, because I think as a generation, and this is true of every social movement, whether it's the suffragettes, the civil rights movement, the Stonewall Uprising, it is young people who have refused to accept the status quo. It is young people who have said, well, we don't want to accept the systems that we've inherited. We want to create a world by our own design. And we're willing to be loud and probably annoying sometimes, and disruptive, because we recognize that as a generation, all of these crises are interconnected, but also as a generation, we're going to inherit the worst impacts of the climate crisis. We're actively being locked out of the decisions governing our future. And so it's critically important that we invite young people into the room and that we don't just give them the microphone, we actually involve them in decision making. We actually have them in the boardroom. We actually have them at the highest levels of leadership. To me, that is the only path forward. And even then, we're looking at unparalleled kind of level of transformation across business, across the way that we govern ourselves and make decisions. But with that, to me, is a really exciting invitation, because the climate crisis is a symptom of broken systems, from the food we eat, to the clothes we wear, to how we get around the cities we live. That is an invitation to rethink so much of how we live. And I think both the constructive disruptive energy of young people with our capacity for creativity and imagination and asking, not just why is the system the way that it is, but what if it was something different, is imperative to navigating the next 5, 10, 20 years.
So we're not waiting for 20 years. We need it now. We are closing that gap. We're jumping straight to tackle the problem and the denial in the room as well. And even before you said constructive disruption, I was thinking it in my head, constructive disruption, and we need it now. And I heard a young climate activist a few months ago who said we want a sustainable present, but we also want a livable future. And that right now is in question. Preeti, you spent the first part of your career as an activist, and then you joined the corporate world. I did the opposite. I spent the first part of my career in the corporate world, and now I'm working in sustainability advisory. Tell me, what does constructive activism look like? Is it constructive disruption? Is it constructive activism? What does that look like? And tell me about your experience at Asahi.
I think it's all of it. And I think you should just be loud, noisy, and disruptive, because the power of that goes beyond what you see. I think the power of that works in silent ways in boardrooms where you may or may not be present. I did work for Greenpeace for some time. I worked for a couple of other NGOs as well. And I think when we work in the activism world, we are so close to the human side of the climate crisis. We are so close to the on-the-ground reality that taking that reality and taking that power of the people into the boardroom and translating it into a language that works for them works wonders. Until the leadership changes completely, right? Until then, it works wonders, because I think when we are factoring it, commodity prices, growth of our portfolio, GDP, sales, into our forecasts and discussing in our board meetings, we've started looking at, okay, we are forecasting this amount of sales. What do our consumers want in our products right now and in the next 5 to 7 years? They want to look at a lower carbon footprint product. So that's the power of the people, that's the power of the consumers. And let's look at prospective consumers. All citizens are prospective consumers for us. So how do we make sure that they understand the investments and the ambition we have on sustainability? When we talk about growth portfolios in different geographies, we talk about our workforce. Employees don't want to work in a company that doesn't have a purpose or a sustainability ambition. We need to invest more and more in our sustainability programs. When we talk about profits, we've already figured that out last year. When we talk about profits, not just in the board meetings, in our monthly profit reports, we look at our profits, we look at our EBITDA, we look at EBITDA, and we look at something called S-EBITDA, the sustainable EBITDA, where we're putting a price of carbon and looking at the actual profit we are making. All our investment decisions look at the price of carbon factored in. So it's not an anomaly. It doesn't just wait for the board meeting to happen. It's happening because that cracking of the code has happened in the board meeting, where be it people, profit, portfolio, or planet, sustainability needs to connect the dots. And when we connect the dots, I think that's where we need to play ball a little bit, to take the human angle from the activism world, but take the power of the money and the financial angle from the corporate world, including incentives, bonuses, connecting it to climate action, bringing it all together. And I think I shared it with you, Christine. Having a seat at the table is not enough for sustainability in the boardroom now. I think having a seat and using it to jump up and down is what is required, and making sure that everybody gets on board with you. I think that's what's required.
So definitely sustainability has arrived on the board agenda. You are connecting the dots. I love the notion of an S-EBITDA, which is very, very interesting. So you're looking at innovative ways of embedding this across the business, your product lines, but most importantly, also listening to the expectations, including of your employees, which is part of that human side as well. I'm just going to add in one small question, and then I'm going next to you, Rian. You're talking about what you're doing today in Asahi Europe. You're talking about how you've brought this constructive activism to the table. What does the next 5-10 years look like, and how will it change?
I think for us, we're looking at next 2 years already. We have a target for 2025, full disclosure. We have a 2025 target, but I was telling Helen, we are there. I think we're almost there. We are happy about that. So we're thinking in much more shorter modules, because I think the speed, as much as we need urgency and we're going slow, I think in the private sector, if you look at the work that we have to do just to be able to meet our targets, not go beyond, just to do that basic minimum, the speed with which we have to do implementation to meet 2030 targets is going to be full on for the next 7 years. Be it packaging, manufacturing, all of the operations, all of that. So we are looking in modules of 2 to 3 years. So we're looking at actually 3-year planning of our leadership as well, and the leadership for sustainability. And for us is to get the basics right, make sure we meet our targets and ambitions in 2030. And in terms of leadership, I think it's turned into a philosophical question, to be honest, right now, right? Okay, we've figured it out. It's running well. Should we just keep doing it until 2030? Or is there a point in time where our leadership needs to start looking at sustainability at the heart of the business? It's integrated in the business, but it's not the sole factor in the business, which would mean possibly changing our business models, looking at different revenue streams. That's going to be a transformational change, and there is a level of fear associated with that. But I think that fear will go away when the leadership also starts looking at new ideas. So I think for the next 7 years, this kind of leadership is kind of locked in, to be honest, for 2030.
Right, and I just want to recognize, audience, thank you very much for sending your questions. We will get them, so keep sending them over on Slido, and then we'll have a round to get them ready and get them going. Rian, we had a fantastic conversation about, is leadership really defined by the boardroom? I mean, this is a question on its own. We're putting all this focus on the boardroom, we're putting all this focus on the C-suite, but is this how we define leadership? And you know, what kind of leadership do we need to drive, and what does this look like from non-gender bias? And you introduced a term that I absolutely love. You call it the marzipan layer is the real challenge. So my question to you is twofold. What should leadership look like? Is it really defined by the boardroom? And in a non-gender biased way, what should it really be? And the second thing is, can you illuminate us? What is the marzipan layer challenge?
Oh, sure, thanks. And maybe in my comments, I'm going to weave in both Priti and Clover's points, in that when we were talking earlier about the expectation on this being a board-level discussion, and clearly that is absolutely key. Without board buy-in, organisations can't move forward on this agenda. But we are talking about such a profound organisational shift in the way today's companies operate that this cannot be just something that is a decree from the top, and that it needs to be throughout an organisation. And that is where Clover and your colleagues have such an opportunity to do such meaningful work with your careers. And it's, we often asked about, the eco-anxiety that young people are suffering because of the horrible situation that they are inheriting. And it's like, yes, that all of that is irrefutable, but there is an opportunity to lead such purposeful lives, to actually use your expertise, use your education, use your energy to do such incredible work. And that isn't just at the boardroom, that is throughout every organisation. And so I'd just like to pick up on that. I always use these platforms to talk about the work of Dan Esty, who works at Yale, and we work very closely with him at the Green Finance Institute. And he looked at number of different industries and how they transform to become more sustainable. And this is such a big topic at the moment in finance, about this topic about transition finance. And I still think it's one of the most comprehensive and clearest insights into how this happens. And he says the stage one is when an organisation focuses purely on risk and compliance. Stage two, they start looking at systematic management. That's where the organisation starts to develop its reporting, starts setting targets, it starts looking at certificates, and it starts making some of the organisational changes that it needs in order to actually align with those targets. The third bit is transforming the core. And that is when sustainability starts driving your product development, your process innovation, your revenue, your growth, even your cost savings plan. And then finally, you get to competitive differentiation. And that is where the brand, the business model, the customer and employee engagement, they're all driven by sustainability considerations, and done well, you can achieve competitive advantage and commercial gain. I spent 20 years as a banker before setting up the Green Finance Institute. And a fantastic recent piece of research done by Tina Mavraki on behalf of the FCA looked at where 60 globally systemic banks are on a very similar trajectory. And it's fair to say that they are moving from the initial engagement piece, where this is viewed as risk and compliance, into that next layer. But what we're seeing is a lot of commitment at the board level, and certainly in the work that we do in trying to help banks implement some of their net zero strategies and think how they could be working more impactfully with government and other financial bodies and industry, we often see that those commitments get stuck at a level where incentives are not aligned or credit committee mandates aren't quite aligned. And it's that layer beneath. It's not the juniors coming up who are all fighting and energetic, and it's not the C-suite. It's that level slightly below, the marzipan layer, where traditionally a lot of women's careers have gotten stuck. But that is that's the bit, and we need to empower and help those people get over some of those internal obstacles by genuinely transforming how organisations do business.
So it's a whole organisational transformation. Leadership is part of it, but you really have to tackle it integrated across and fully vertically, horizontally, and also externally to align with expectations. And that marzipan layer today, however, is still a struggle for change, which is why we need action, we need disruption, we need to be loud, and we need to be bold. Helen, when we discussed earlier this week, you said, but there's also another dimension that we need to think about. It's not about the individual leaders in the boardroom. It's not about the individual employees. It's not even about just the teams and the task forces working together at a company level. We need to go beyond. So what's beyond?
I was quite wise earlier in the week. I've been listening to the conversation. It's really, really interesting, and thinking, because I've had most of my career in non-profits and mission-driven, and I was like, oh God, it's great listening to Clover and what she's saying, and I was like, has my idealism died on kind of some sort of pragmatic hill? But then I think about things like the fact, Christine, you said, oh, this is great. It's the first time in 25 years I've had an all-female panel. Well, the suffragettes were kind of 100 years ago they started, and I'm like, this is what I mean about that time element. We know we've got to solve the climate crisis now. Absolutely agree with everything you're saying, like watching the oil and gas industries, like not even pretend anymore to have climate targets is just like the most kind of distressing thing of the last year or so. And then watching alongside that, actually, a lot of the banks, to be honest, kind of, saying good things, not quite living as a report this week by Action It. Okay, sorry, I thought we were being fire alarmed out from the heat of our activism. so how do we get these rhetoric things to align? We're stuck to some extent with, you could try and burn the whole system down, but people need to be fed, they need to be clothed. We've got all these kind of concurrent crises going on. So that's why I do favour the approach of, in this immediate moment, how do we shape things from within the systems we've got and use that to push quite radical change. And I think we've seen a really big impact, actually, from a lot of the youth activism because of the kind of, actually the age, when we sort of had like the school strikes a couple of years ago, we could start to see this correlation between the age of the kids and the age of their parents. And actually that thing of like going home, what did you do in the war, Dad? That kind of discussion was really real for people that we were talking to, whether they were in the boardroom or kind of on the edges of the boardroom, that kind of implementation there. So a lot of this is about kind of taking those commitments, and we see people who are kind of activists within their organisation in terms of, if you make something like an RE100 commitment or EV100, you're saying your whole company is going to be buying only electric vehicles in the fleet or only renewable electricity, 100%. That's going to need a commitment from the top level, because if you said 95%, 97%, maybe that's quite a good target, but everyone in the company then thinks they're in the 3% or the 5%. So you've got to get that 100%. But then once that's signed off, you can then use that to go and do kind of creative things and start to get into these policy conversations. And that's where you start to see companies getting into this collaborative frame, which is quite new. And I think the kind of typical mindset, which everyone's been drummed into since kind of business school, and they're another big culprit in all this, which we don't have time to discuss today, but is, competition and this kind of, very, you work with some of these companies who's, you can't say the name of their rivals in the building. But actually, if you're starting to talk about, we both need renewable electricity in South Korea or in Japan, where we're doing a lot of our work at the moment, the ability to kind of come together. But that's where it can get thwarted from the government affairs people who, again, trained to be anti-regulation, whereas we know a lot of regulation drives innovation. So that's why I think we've got the right skills, but we need to start to sort of shift them around, repurpose them, redirect them. And how do you help a company understand that all this time, you've had the instructions to the government affairs people have been like, go to Capitol Hill, fight down regulation, off you go. Actually, that one would give you a competitive advantage. Like, how do you get that mindset shift to happen across the whole company and then start to see advantages in collaborating with competitors or doing these different things?
So systemic change at an industry level, collaboration, moving beyond just your individual company to actually make massive change.
Yeah, I did a project years ago with Nike on the chemical waste into water courses in Asia, where all the manufacturing is. It was like a breakthrough moment for them that their competition with Adidas, which is real, is not about who is or isn't putting more chemicals into the water. Like, that has nothing to do with their competitive edge. So actually you can work together on these things, but it took quite a big shift in thinking to realise that factory, actually both of us have got stuff being made in the same factory there. So it's taking those kind of approaches, but turning them around and using them for different reasons.
And certainly at BSR, we work with individual members, but we also work in collaborative initiatives because we realize it takes a large sphere of companies to come together and actually make that net zero transformation or that supply chain transformation or that living wage transformation, for example. Now, we've got 5 minutes left, and I promised audience that we would take some of your questions. So I'm just going to start off here. Can leadership rely on investor activism when many finance companies still invest in new oil and gas? Can business change without waiting to be told to do so? Who wants to tackle that?
Can I add something to what Helen said? I know it's a brilliant question. I just want to add. I think I was in a panel with Diageo earlier in the day. As much as we're speaking about, collaboration, you'd be surprised one of the questions from the audience was, how come you don't need lawyers while you're talking about joint projects, right? We have joint projects with Diageo, with Heineken and others. And that is the perception. And I think to Rian's point about diversity and, diversity, it's not about just age and gender anymore. It's diversity of experiences and mindsets. And this is the mindset that the NGO brings, and this is the mindset that the activism brings. So I know it's brilliant that it's an all-women panel, but I think there's more brilliance in the diversity of the experience and the culture that we bring into leadership. Just wanted to add that, because I was shocked at that question about lawyers being required to collaborate. But that's the reality.
We do, though. I mean, we have, antitrust. You have to do all the antitrust stuff on Scale Zero. You just have to
work around it.
I definitely agree. Diversity in mindset, and I think this is also part of the power of the discussion that we're having today.
Exactly. Yeah.
Can I jump in there?
Yeah. Just go in, because I think it's calling you.
I think talking about mindset is so important. And when I look at business leaders today, 99% of them are enshrined within a mindset of do less harm when it comes to sustainability, right? So sustainability is a tick boxing activity. It's how can we tinker around the edges of the problem. Really simple example, the Force of Nature team were recently talking to a shoe company, and the shoe company was saying, without naming names, we're going to insert some recycled plastic into our shoes, and that way we're going to reduce the amount of virgin plastic going in. And I was like, okay, cool. And so what's your, overall portfolio growth for this product for the next 10 years? And like, oh, well, of course we want to double sales. I was like, great, so you're going to be using more virgin plastic, more recycled plastic, you're going to have a bigger carbon footprint, right? But because we're thinking about how do we, incrementally change the individual product rather than how do we reevaluate the way that we create value as an organization, we're enshrined within a type of thinking that is not parallel to the scale of change that is needed. So companies really need to shift their goalposts from do less harm to do more good. So rather than, the kind of tradition and history of business being, okay, how do we create a product or service in pursuit of profit? The question becomes, how do we create a product or a service that is a vehicle for solving a greater societal and environmental problem, right? It was Milton Friedman who, I believe in 1970, his social treatise, he said, the social responsibility of business is to make profit. And I think everyone in this room can now agree that that's wrong, right? We understand it intellectually, but I find a lot of hope in the rise of disruptor companies, B Corps, social enterprises, companies that are saying, profit is a vehicle, but it's not the end goal, right? The end goal is solving something that's much bigger than all of us. And it also invites a conversation around regeneration as well, where it's not how do we just reduce our impact or minimize impact. It's actually at this point in time when we need to draw down more emissions than have historically been released, when we need to bring back the abundance of life that we once shared this planet with. It's a question of how do we actually invest in regeneration so that we can create a world that is more abundant, not so we can create a world that's a bit less bad. I invite all of us to be a little bit more courageous, a little bit more visionary in our thinking.
So looking beyond growth, thinking about long-term value, being conscious about planetary boundaries, because there are planetary boundaries, moving away from the short-termism, realizing that you may have 2-year goals, but we also need that mind shift change, and we also have to move that goalpost, and we have to ask different questions and also set different success and leadership levels as well. We've got just a few seconds left, so I'm just going to go quick power around. Last thoughts. Rian, Helen, Priti.
Can you, I don't want to shortchange the question that was there that you had asked. Can you ask that question again, maybe?
Can leadership rely on investor activism when many finance companies still invest in oil and gas? Can business change without waiting to be told to do so?
Okay. I'll keep my closing thoughts on that question.
Okay, go.
Can business change without waiting to be told so? I think so. I truly think so. I think it takes... shows up on your balance sheet, and then you have to do something about it. I think business now is changing at a much more rapid pace than we see externally, because it takes a lot of work to move the needle by 1% and 1 quotient. I do understand the urgency around changing of the leadership, but I think changing of the corporate leadership is required beyond sustainability, honestly. I think it's not just sustainability. If you think about marketing, if you think about finance, if you think about the way we produce things, I think all of it requires a major shift in leadership. And I would love to see a corporate leadership that has to be called a corporate leadership. It's just leadership, which includes experiences and life lessons from the nonprofit, from the activists, from the private and the public sector.
So I think, ladies and gentlemen, just to wrap up, it's not just about corporate leadership. It's about leadership to be able to tackle today's climate crises. It doesn't matter how old you are. It doesn't matter the skill sets that you bring. We need a shift in thinking. We need a shift in action. We have to be holistic. We have to collaborate. And we definitely have to be loud and bold. Thank you very much, ladies, and thank you to all of you.
Good summary.
That was fantastic. Thank you so much. I think that might be my favorite panel of the day. I feel inspired after that. I've got to say, Clover, there are a lot of heads nodding in the audience as you're speaking, so I think that's a good sign. Without further ado, we want to get on to this next discussion. This is a Reuters editorial session, a fireside chat about decarbonizing aviation with the CEO of EasyJet. This session will be moderated by my colleague from Reuters Breaking News. This is Sarah Young. Thanks, Sarah.
Hi. Hi, everyone. I'm Sarah Young from Reuters News team in London, and I'm here with Johan Lundgren, who's been Chief Executive of EasyJet since 2017. We're delighted to be here. I want to start off by asking you, Johan, can you outline the ways in which EasyJet is working towards decarbonisation? What are your targets, and how are you going to get there?
Well, it's a journey that's actually started long before I came in as well, and I think it was part of the fact that the whole business model of a low-cost airline has been to be very efficient with its resources. So of course, by that time, before there was sustainability was really high up on the agenda, it was really how you save fuel in everything you did, and no business classes, and you try to have high load factors. So I think that kind of business model, of course, lends itself very well for the challenges that we have ahead of ourselves. But I think it was really it was a milestone last year, as you know. I think you intended that when we had the launch of our roadmap to net zero, where EasyJet is the first low-cost airline in the world who came up with a science-based target initiatives verified a roadmap to net zero, which basically then takes down our emissions by 35% to 2035, and then by 78% by 2050, and then the remainder of that has to then go by carbon removal technology. So it's based on basically 6 measures in there, and I mean they would be everything from fleet renewal, you would have SAFs in there, you would have zero emission technology, which I think is the most exciting one. Perhaps we're going to talk about that. But then also airspace modernization. God knows when that will happen, but it is in there. And I think that you can say on one hand that we're saying in the plan that it's going to be carbon intensity reduction of 78% by 2050. We know it's not going to be 78%. It's either going to be more or it's going to be less. But we don't know today, which one of these measures is going to accelerate and work out, which one is going to be slower and which is going to be faster. But I think that the reason why this was, kind of picked up as a very good document was that it had 2 things in it that didn't exist before. It was the level of detail behind it. We worked with some 35 organizations, governments, NGOs, and own expertise as well. So it was level of detail, and then also the focus on zero emission technology, which is most likely now to be hydrogen for short elevation.
Okay, great. So, I mean, getting it down by emissions down by 35% by 2035, a lot of that's going to come from sustainable aviation fuel, right? I'm not sure if everyone in the room knows what that is, but it's fuel which replaces jet fuel. It's made from waste oils like cooking oils, and it produces about 80% less emissions than normal jet fuel. However, it's much more expensive, and there's not that much of it being produced at the moment. How are you going to overcome that? Will there be enough SAF for you to use to get to your targets?
Well, it's not actually the majority of it. Actually, it's part of it as well, but it's a combination of the others that are bigger. So it's not even the single biggest one, and I'm pleased about that. Look, it's the challenges with SAFs, and first of all, we're going to need SAFs. Sometimes they get criticized to say, look, you're not a proponent of SAFs. You have to be, because it's the only solution in there as well. And we're going to need SAFs, particularly for long-haul airlines, and particularly kind of in the short term. We completely are in favor of the mandates and all of that. We do understand that. But fundamentally, you burn the same amount of kerosene when you use a SAF. And it is, I believe, a bridge when you get on to zero emissions technology, which hydrogen, with all its challenges, can actually deliver. The problem then with SAFs is the following: that today you would buy it on 3 to 5% times what you then pay for kerosene. And the discussion is then to say, well, that's all done fine, but somebody's going to pay for that. If that increases to the point where actually now consumers then have to pay that because they're going to go through to ticket prices, it won't take long with the additional taxation that goes on in the countries, which are called eco-taxes and they're called sustainability taxes, where actually very little, if anything, goes on to decarbonization of the industry. It's there to cover, deficits in government's budget. You're going to find out that not long before, some of you in this room, I don't want to be ageist here, but, would remember how things were before, let me say EasyJet, but for deregulation, flying was for rich and privileged people. So, is that the plan? Is that what you do? And if you would come to that point where you say, look, you just got to increase the prices in here and let SAF cost whatever 3-4 times the amount you're going to do, what's going to happen is actually you're going to become less efficient. Your load factors will go down because you can't fill your seat. So the ones who can afford to pay are going to be the rich and wealthy, and you won't have the load factors. So the discussion is then, and here's the challenge with SAF, that it's really only aviation that will use this fuel. It's not like hydrogen. Hydrogen will be used in a number of hard-to-abate carbon industries as well. So, of course, the discussion that exists now, and I think the government here in the UK came out with a proposal that, in all fairness, some of my competitors wrongly has come up with a brilliant idea that we're going to have SAFs in place, and actually we should put a revenue certainty mechanism in there. That is just like, I don't know how you can come up with something so strange like that. It's a Soviet-style plan economy thing. If we are negotiating now for our mandates of SAFs beyond 27, we're speaking to oil producers, not a problem getting the supply in there. If you're late to the party, if you're finding out that you're going to be there in 2030 or whatever that is, and you haven't shored up supply, there might be a different thing. But to go to a fuel producer, which is apparently what I think has happened, and they say that, look, this is only aviation, not going to be a massive market in there. Would you need a guarantee for the volumes? Yes. Would you need to guarantee the profit? Yes, actually. Thanks for the input.
Okay.
If you put it in law, if you make this mandate a law, they're going to come to this. So
you want the government to say,
a little bit upset about this one.
20% of airline fuel has to come from SAF by a certain
there's
date.
different mandates now. You get the EU is at 6% by 2030, and I think the UK is at 10% on that. So there's different levels onto this.
But that's your preferred mechanism?
Well, I think that should be mandates in place,
yeah.
But I don't think you should have anything like this revenue, mechanism certainly. It won't drive any efficiency either.
Okay. Moving on to I think you just mentioned it. One of my questions has been, I know you're very keen on hydrogen-powered flying at the moment. You were more keen on kind of battery-powered electric flying before. I think you had the partnership with Wright Electric. But hydrogen is really your favoured option at the moment.
Yeah, so we are keen on decarbonization through zero emissions technology.
Okay.
And we are pretty agnostic of what technology that is. And we still have the collaboration that when you're looking at battery. And by the way, there are, I think I heard, I might be wrong, but I think the Norwegian government had decided now they're going to do more or less everything through electric flying in there. So electric will play a role. And also remember, the battery technology will be useful also in the propulsion of any hydrogen system you might have as well. So for us, we've been agnostic of this, but we want to join up with the ones and push the manufacturers, because we don't manufacture anything ourselves, to say, look, you got to get onto this as well, because otherwise this is existential for the industry in here. And I think that what we announced yesterday with hydrogen in aviation, we actually gathered, some of the companies that are more at forefront on this. Rolls-Royce, Airbus, we have Ørsted in there, we got Bristol Airport, GKN Aerospace as an example, as founding members on actually how we can take the information that is needed now to go to the government and decision maker to say, look, here's what you need to do in order to get this done. Because we have noticed one thing, that the technologically advances on hydrogen in a narrow body aircraft that Airbus believe they're going to have available at scale in 2035, it's outpacing the work that needs to be done on infrastructure, the supply on green hydrogen as an example, and also the regulatory regime around this. There's no regulatory regime around how you transport this, how you refuel the aircraft around this. And and hydrogen aircrafts are flying today in tests, and there will be more to come. And I could just think it would be unforgivable if we then suddenly have cracked this and we worked out that you actually can fly this and you can make it into a good business model, and the rest wasn't in place. So that's what the purpose is on hydrogen. That's why I'm excited about it.
Okay. Before we get to that point where hopefully we can all go on holiday guilt-free on a hydrogen-powered plane.
I hope you do, otherwise it's not a great holiday.
Before we get there, lots of these announcements about, you know, the journey to net zero for airline, some people would say that it's kind of greenwashing, because the fact is that flying still produces 2% of the world's carbon emissions. What do you say to that?
Well, you got to define greenwashing. I assume you mean it's actually when you're making a claim that's not true. Mm-hmm. We don't do that. We're confident enough in our journey on where this is going, so we didn't need to make up things. So okay. There's no point on this. But what you have to do, and by the way, when you say, the people who say we should be flying less, look, I come from Sweden, the land of flight shame. I got lots of friends who a couple of years ago said, oh, we need to stop flying, and we shouldn't be doing that as well. Speak to them now. Oh, great! I'm in Mallorca. I'm in Ibiza. It's amazing. So I've been meeting politicians in a room, and before the meeting starts, we're going to talk about how they want to reduce flying. They said, "Oh, it's been great to some been able to travel like before." It's just like you don't connect that people want and can do this. So let's use the revenue that comes from this at scale, because you need scale in order to get these things cost efficient. So people will continue to fly. Let's admit that. And the people who say that they don't fly and they are not flying, they didn't actually fly before as well.
Okay, so you're not worried that as climate change becomes more and more of an issue, people are going to fly less because they're more worried about it?
I'm not worried, but you can't say that you're not worried. You have to be on this. You have to, you have to make sure that there is progress in what you're doing. You have to make sure that there is credibility in the things that's coming along. But no, I'm not worried to that extent. No.
Okay, kind of related to that, reducing carbon emissions. Then these new hydrogen-powered planes and all the sort of infrastructure that airports are going to require to kind of make that a reality. That is going to cost a lot of money. There's a lot of kind of capital cost coming to aviation. How do you think the kind of structure of the aviation industry will need to change to deal with that? I guess my question is the need for decarbonisation going to accelerate M&A within aviation?
I think, first of all, but there's costs attached to that, and then the question is who's going to fund that. Remember also that there's cost operating old aircraft to go on kerosene, so it's not like that is going to be the future either that you want to stay in as well. So I think what you need to get on these technologies at scale, and to make that transition, everybody has to chip in here. The industry, the aviation industry, airlines, airports, governments needs to chip in. But you take the approach that different, regions in the world are taking. I mean, look at the U.S. with the IRA, the investment they done on sustainable aviation fuel. There are some states you can buy sustainable aviation fuel now for the same price as kerosene, because the federal state and the local state had actually subsidized that to that. So there's no doubt that there will need to be investment. And the UK government, in all fairness, are also investing into this. So there will be a cost along the journey to do that. But I think that our goal has been, when we have our meetings, and from an EasyJet perspective, we have said that one of the things we want to look at is that this should not cost more to the consumer, because then you're back into this where it's just becoming an elitistic phenomenon again, that you're going to be able to travel, and I don't want that. That's not what we need to aim for. So I'm hopeful when you get to the scale you can do it, but meanwhile there needs to be investments from everybody to do that. I've seen some numbers on the whole thing, and they've been revised, so there's no credible numbers on it at the moment in time. I think this is going to be an industry in itself. I think UK can take a leading global stake of being, number one when it comes to UK aviation and hydrogen, and that should pay off.
And what specifically do you want the UK government to do?
Yes, so basically there are a number of areas. One, we want them to make sure that there is infrastructure around this. We need to make sure that there's enough for green, hydrogen here when the time comes. And that's going to be enough not only for ourselves. And we're not asking this to be ring fence. So there needs to be infrastructure at airports, transportation, how you move the hydrogen in there. There needs to be a regulatory framework around this. The CAA needs to make sure that they have the staff, the people in there, so they can start giving approvals and certify some of these things. There need to be policy frameworks around this, on how this will actually work. And we also want them to, they do investment at the moment, there's hundreds of millions in here, but we wanted them to transform that into a 10-year program where they actually say, look, this is what's going to need to happen when, and I say 10 years because that time we get to 2033, and Airbus is aiming to get that 2035 narrow-body aircraft out there on hydrogen here by 2035. So these things needs to be done before. So, and we intend within the alliance here, which I'm chairing now, that to have a more detailed plan on the milestones within those areas by the end of this calendar year, that we can go to the government to say, look, here's where we are. And what's unique about this group is that it's not 6 airlines sitting and having a discussion about this. We have expertise from every critical part of the value chain, and I think that's unique. And the government really welcomed that. I spoke to the Secretary of State of Transport yesterday about this as well, and I think it's pretty unique what we want to do. So that's the intention of the group. The aim of the group is to accelerate the decarbonization in aviation with hydrogen.
Okay. How much is EasyJet investing in decarbonisation?
Well, you can say billions if you're looking at the airplane orders we have.
Okay.
One part of the... Yeah, but you can say, oh, what do you do more?
Well, I meant in new technologies.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so we haven't disclosed that. It's a number that we're having, and we're using, primarily not only direct funds into this as well, but it's the expertise on what it would look like, and so we can shape it in a way that actually works on a commercial basis.
Okay. As an airline CEO, what proportion of your time is spent dealing with decarbonisation issues related to it?
Oh, this week it's a lot. What proportion? I'd say. Well, so let's broaden that. What proportion of my time is spent on becoming more efficient? Because that is actually reducing our carbon impact, because that sits with how much time you are in the air, less fuel burn. Then I'd probably say it's 60-65%. Specifically on these things, I think it's probably around 20.
Mm-hmm. And do you think that's is the kind of climate emergency... are you spending more time on it than you did when you first started in the job, or?
I spent more time on it previously, more privately, because I care about this. But now I can do it for work and get paid for it.
Great. Sounds like a good situation. Have you ever been to COP? Are you going to COP later this year? How important is COP to you?
Yeah, I think it's important. Yeah, I was in there last year. I'm not intending to go there too long.
Okay.
We don't fly there. We need to stop 3 times to get there.
Okay.
No, it's no. I do believe that those things matter, because what it does, it kind of gives a reference point to where you were last year. Mm-hmm. And if you can't measure progress, it's pretty embarrassing if you're setting up targets and sign decrees and everything, and you go there and say, okay, well, let's just look where we got to. That's the point with the roadmap that we have, and we're measuring that now. We launched it. I should tell you this. We launched it last year. And we're already ahead of our roadmap to 2050 because we beat it by 2% after year 1. But anyway, if you were behind then you need to do something. Mm-hmm. So that's what I like about setting targets. But then you need to be confident enough to know that you don't have answers to everything, but you need to work out how you're going to get there and when. And you need to track the process and invest enough that you will get there.
Mm-hmm. And then... kind of finally, we're running out of time. On climate change, do you see that it's kind of changing behaviours? Do you see Southern Europeans in the future going on holiday to cooler climes like, your country of Sweden? In future, is that going to be a trend?
That you get people from the Mediterranean flying up to Sweden?
Yeah, from Spain, going on holiday to Sweden where it's cooler.
Is this live? Is this broadcast? Look, I think, well, let me be diplomatic. At EasyJet, we fly returns, so they can go either way they want to.
Okay. So that's not a trend that you're seeing?
It might be. Look, we're evaluating where people want to go all the time. And, they yeah, they're in for a surprise unless they go on that day in July where the sun is out.
Okay, brilliant. Well, it's been a fascinating chat. Thank you very much, Johan, for joining us today. And I hope to be flying on a hydrogen-powered plane at some time in the future.
With
Very
EasyJet.
exciting. Yeah, with EasyJet, of course.
Very good.
Thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Fascinating discussion. Great to have to go from having a panel about corporate leadership to having the CEO of a major airline in a discussion. We're now going to talk about policing the carbon offset market. So I'm going to hand over to my colleague Axel Threlfall, editor-at-large for Reuters.
Good. Thank you very much indeed, Kim. I am really thrilled to introduce Annette Nazareth. Annette is chair of the Integrity Council. I'm sure you all know this. Integrity Council for the Voluntary Carbon Market. She's had a long career in financial services regulation, most notably as Commissioner of the SEC. Very nice to see you again, Annette. Look, let me start with a broad question, and I think you know this is coming. Is the market, the voluntary carbon market, recovering now, do you think, from the pretty damning investigation about a year ago that said the majority of credits being used to offset emissions lacked merit? And I think that's putting it quite nicely.
Well, I certainly am optimistic about the future for the voluntary carbon markets. I'm not sure I agree that the majority of credits were lacking integrity, but there certainly was a lack of consistency with integrity. And that's really at base why the Integrity Council for the Voluntary Carbon Market was formed. There was a recognition more than 2 years ago that we really have tremendous potential to benefit from a scaled-up voluntary carbon market, but only if that market is high integrity. And so over 2 years ago now, there was a task force on scaling voluntary carbon markets that was tasked with coming up with a blueprint for what would it take to establish a high-integrity carbon market. Yep. And there were a number of outcomes from that. One is the Integrity Council for the Voluntary Carbon Market. So we now have a sort of full-time organization, an international governance body to establish what and define what a high-quality carbon credit is. And another, obviously, big deliverable was just that we needed to have a definition for what a high-quality carbon credit was, and also to look at the markets on which they trade to ensure that we can address the issues that historically have been a problem.
And earlier this year, and you and I have talked about this before, but you came up with the core carbon principles.
Yes.
Really a global standard, a threshold standard, if you like, really to instill confidence into the markets. So let me ask you this. The proof's in the pudding.
Yes.
Has it instilled confidence into the market?
Well, not yet. I think the market is very excited about the possibilities. What we've done is we issued the core carbon principles and in 2 stages issued our assessment framework. The first assessment framework issuance, which was in our first release, related to the assessment of the carbon crediting programs and dealt primarily with the governance of those programs. Release 2, which was much more recent, was the even bigger hurdle, which is how do you assess carbon credit categories?
Yep.
And so we now have the framework in place and an assessment procedures as well. So now the task is how do you implement that? Yep. And so that's where we're now getting to.
And it's my belief you're expected to issue the first CCP approved credits by the end of the year. Is that still the time frame? Are we going to see that before the end of the year?
I think either by the end of the year or early next year. It depends on a lot of work that we're doing. We have a portal for the carbon crediting programs to register, and no one has registered yet. But we see a lot of people in the portal, so we know.
Does that worry you that no one's registered yet?
No, actually. I think partly what's happening, if I can speculate, and I know this is the case because of what Vera just did. Vera just, reissued one of their methodologies, which clearly is more consistent with the CCPs. I think that the programs are looking at the requirements and seeing where they need to make some adaptations before they apply.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I'm optimistic about that.
Let me just step back a little bit and ask you what you think is actually going on in this space, and then we'll get into a little bit more detail into the weeds a little bit. You read plenty of reports that say this is a shrinking market, the voluntary carbon market. Whether it's because companies have been spooked by what's going on, or whether it's because they're seeking other ways to net zero. On the other hand, you read that this is a market that might be $50 to $100 billion in 15 years.
Right.
Which are we to believe? Which do you believe?
Well, I believe the market will scale up.
Do you have to say
50. No, I don't just have to say that. I think where we are now, and I think you correctly described the current situation, I think the market is rather lethargic right now. Some analysts have told me, and I hope it's not just to make me feel good, that what they're seeing is, as I said, a sort of lethargic market, in part because people are waiting to see how the implementation of these core carbon principles and the assessment framework goes. In other words, if you know that there's a more standardized, high-quality product that will start to trade, hopefully, by early next year, maybe it's worth waiting. So I think that, and frankly, what I think is, at the current time, a very problematic mindset and narrative. I mean, there's no question, and you referred to it, there's been a lot of very negative press. And I think a lot of, very well-meaning buyers are, at this point, a little spooked. And so I think we need to do two things. I think we need to sort of earn the credibility and trust of the market by a very effective implementation of our work. But also, I think even if we do that, I think that just the public perception of carbon credits, I think people don't understand them, and to the extent that they even do, they're concerned because they just hear it. So I think we need to change the public narrative around this and really explain what the potential is for a high-integrity carbon market.
I mean, you talk about the damning investigations. I mean, that's one thing. But I mentioned, on the other hand, some pretty high-profile names. I think Gucci's in there. I think Disney's in there, who are stepping back from this market and looking for other ways to net zero, which, let's face it, ultimately is the right thing to do. The airline, we just heard from EasyJet. I speak, reasonably often to Scott Kirby at United, who very openly calls offsets a fig leaf for CEOs. Maybe that's the reason ultimately this market won't scale to the size you imagine it might.
I'm not sure I agree with that for the following reason. I think I very much agree with the Secretary General of the UN, who said we need to do everything, everywhere, all at once. We cannot, even corporates that are very aggressive and doing a wonderful job in reducing their emissions, either their own emissions or in their supply chains, can't get to net zero fast enough. And what they are willing to do, and will really make a difference, is to accelerate their transition to net zero by, in addition and as a supplement, investing in carbon credits. And that's what this is about. This is not about an either-or situation. This is about reducing or removing greenhouse gas emissions as quickly as possible, but getting to that last mile through the use of carbon credits. So this is to get there faster and to accelerate. It's not as a substitute in any way. It's as a supplement. And that is, again, something that I think is not commonly understood. And I think if people understood that those who are doing this legitimately and are following, the VCMI protocols or whatever, they're doing this in the most, positive way. Yeah. I mean, they're doing more than is required of them currently, because they've agreed to get their emissions down, but there's a limit to how much you can do with the current technology.
But if the market that you're overseeing is shrinking for the right reasons, that's a good thing, right?
Yes.
I'll mention the EU Parliament, I believe, plans to ban the use of environmental claims based solely on carbon offsetting schemes from, I think it's from next year. That's probably something that's going to contribute to a squeeze on the market. But that's a good thing, isn't it?
Well, I think we want a market that can scale up, for sure. I mean, my understanding is the EU is very, very focused on the disclosure of these practices as well. But I think we want to encourage this market, but again, only as a supplement to aggressive decarbonization by corporates. But I mean, you look at the current situation. I mean, this is an existential crisis at this point. I mean, if we reduce all of the emissions that are required by governments, and corporates reduce all their emissions to the extent that they have promised to do so, we're still not going to meet net zero. We have to do more. We have to accelerate the transition. So this is not a substitute for other efforts. It's a supplement for other efforts.
You know, I know we're not here to talk about prices because that's not really your thing. But you know, with your markets hat on, of course, and you're a markets person, not a scientist. Yes. You know, the market sets the price. Right. I imagine, and I don't want to put words in your mouth here, but I imagine if integrity returns to this market, confidence returns to this market, then prices should rise. Is that your
right? Because I think demand could increase, and I think the quality of the supply will be higher, and so this will have iterative beneficial effects, right? Because you'll get more funding going into more climate projects, many of them in the global south, where where the greatest nature-based solutions are. And where 90% of the nature-based solutions are, and so the impact could be really quite substantial. I mean, it's as you're right. I've spent most of my career in financial markets and as a financial regulator. I mean, what's really exciting about this is not just the use of the capital markets to bring finance to projects. I mean, that's really wonderful. But when you look at the sustainable development benefits as well, and the opportunity to bring all of this funding to activities in the global south that will meaningfully not only improve our chances of achieving net zero, but also really change those communities. I mean, we could create an entire generation of what I like to call green collar workers. I mean, it's really quite it would be really quite remarkable to go from a situation where the global north is currently we've never really met our promises with respect to finance, and here we would be using the private sector and capital markets to bring capital to those communities. So I think it's very, very exciting.
If you've got questions, by the way, for Annette, shoot them through on Slido. Do you think there will come a time when this market should be properly, fully regulated? I mean, I know you like to talk about a regulated like market or regulation light or whatever. But
light.
Not light? Like. Okay.
Not light.
Not light.
I'm a former regulator. We don't do anything
former SEC person. No, you wouldn't say that, would you?
Quasi.
Right. But is there, I mean, when you hear, I mean, there must be people saying to you all the time that this we need full regulation here. What do you say to them?
I say to them that we're doing what at the Integrity Council, we are dealing with the hand that we were dealt. There is not currently an appetite on the part of most governments to regulate this sector. And so we, as the private sector, have had the ability to act more quickly and in a more facile way to do this. We are not opposed to regulation. And because this has been built in a way that mimics other regulated markets, we didn't reinvent any of this. This is all based on, if you're a markets regulator, you'd look and say, this is like market regulation 101. It's got all of the attributes of a fully regulated market. So if at any point in time governments decided that they wanted regulators to take this over, my hope is that this has been done in a way that, and I believe it is, so similar to regulated markets that it would actually be modular. They could just take it over. They may make some small tweaks or something, but I don't think, I think it could be taken over by governments and the regulated markets in a way that had minimal disruption. I mean, that it would be so similar to
where I mean, looking ahead to COP, and this is the road to COP stage, you're going to be at COP. Where do you fit in now? How do you complement the compliance markets, the sovereign markets? What are the discussions you're hoping to have at COP this year?
Well, we're hoping to bring greater visibility to the voluntary carbon market, and I would hope that as we continue to deal with governments and sovereigns, that they understand how we really want to complement their work, and that we want to be very consistent, with what they're doing. I think it would be helpful if we got, at some point, some recognition from governments. I think there's a big question, and I'm not the expert on it, but how, the voluntary markets will interact with the compliance markets and how it works under Article 6. And so there are working groups sort of thinking about that, and I'm sure there'll be some discussions of that at COP as well. But again, as far as we're concerned, we just want to be part of the solution.
Yeah, and of course, another part of the solution is the John Kerry initiative.
Yes.
And I believe are you on the steering committee?
I am. Yes, I think. I'm on somebody's steering. Yes.
Yeah. How does that complement with what you're doing?
Well, it's a different kind of thing, right? Just for the audience, the John Kerry thing is what's called the ETA, the Energy Transition Accelerator, and that's an effort sort of that complements the voluntary carbon markets. It's really to find ways to finance the accelerated decommissioning of things like coal mines. And so the U.S. has the ETA. There's a similar effort that the MAS, the Monetary Authority of Singapore, is working on. And there, it's somewhat different from the carbon credits. In both cases, what we are hearing is that in both instances, they want to incorporate our core carbon principles in some way, but they're not carbon credits as we know them. I think they're calling them transition credits. So all of the details have not been worked out, but it is another means of using the private sector to provide financing, in this case, to accelerate the decommissioning of coal mines.
Two or three really good questions here I want to very quickly get a response to. To what extent is social justice included in your definition of integrity? How do we ensure no exploitation of Global South communities to enrich the North, which, of course, is what the VCM is all about?
Yes. No, I think that's a fabulous question. And sustainable development and protection of local communities and the benefits to local communities are all very important and are a key part of our core carbon principles. And there'll be a lot more transparency on those practices. And we were really quite aggressive in encouraging adherence to the UN Sustainable Development Guidelines, things of that nature. So we're very committed to this, and we actually have now a separate working group where we're really focused on indigenous peoples and local communities, and because they are the people who are really, at the front of this effort largely, and we want to ensure that they're part of. We're not going to be imposing things on them. We want them to be part of the process and part of the solution.
Okay. Preference or an opinion when it comes to nature versus technological-based offsets?
I don't have a preference, and I think we've tried to be very neutral in our core carbon principles between nature and technological-based offsets. My own guess is that we'll see and continue to see more focus on nature in the early stages. To some extent, I look and say, if we don't address some of these nature-based solutions, we may lose the opportunity to do that. I mean, we're just, So I think that's an imperative. But I think the opportunities with technology are also really quite significant.
Just a couple of very quick final ones from me. And this gets a little bit. I wanted to go back to this because I wanted to ask you this earlier. Do you have any idea of what percentage of existing credits are likely to qualify now as this program moves on?
No, we have not done that analysis.
You haven't?
To be honest, no.
You can't even hazard a guess?
No, and we're really forward-looking.
Yeah.
So what's going to happen is we're looking forward to the new methodologies, and then any credits that meet those methodologies, even if they were previously issued, would satisfy the test. But we did not spend time sort of reinventing, what would it mean for the existing market? We specifically have not done that.
Okay, and just finally, are you confident, Annette, that were we to sit here a year from now, in front of a bunch of corporates who are questioning whether they should be entering this market and what they should be buying and the integrity of that. Are you confident that your response to them a year from now will be far more optimistic than it was, say, last year?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes. Look, I think that the CCPs will bring much greater standardization to the market on the supply side, which means that the buyer experience will be much easier. Once they see the core carbon principle label on a carbon credit, regardless of where that credit was issued or by whom, they will know that it met a consistent set of standards. So that's very important. What I think we're also going to need, which is not the Integrity Council's mandate, but rather VCMI, is greater clarity around the use of credits by corporates. And I think corporates are going to want more clarification around that as well. So even if you have really good supply, you need the demand side to be driven by our corporates comfortable that if they purchase a credit, that they are appropriately taking the credit.
All right. Well, look, we'll have you back next year, and hopefully we can
so.
have that conversation. And it's always a pleasure to talk to you. Thank you very much indeed. Annette Nazareth, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, we are going to break until 3:30, so go and grab a coffee. After the break, we will resume with a discussion on developing sustainable supply chains. We'll see you then.
We are in times of great change, from the way we live and work to how we communicate and travel. From geopolitical ructions to climate change and energy insecurity. We need to ask big questions about our future.
From the streets of London and Beijing to the centres of New York and Sao Paulo. Building a better tomorrow starts with a better understanding of today.
Reuters Next is our leading editorial event, hosting the essential debates.
Engaging constructively and reliably with us as interlocutors is really important.
There is a lot of uncertainty, and there's a lot of different forces that are impacting markets.
Drawing on our unrivaled newsroom and journalism, Reuters Next helped set the agenda.
And we're encouraged by the news we've seen out of Europe. I'm not going to get ahead of our European allies and partners.
Clearly, as you say, energy security is top of the agenda. Can you give us details?
Our reporters ask questions to get to the facts, to catch people's vision.
So what's next for big business, supply chains, and globalization?
What's next for energy, sustainability, and finance?
Join us at Reuters Next, because in a time of great change, the most powerful question is, what's next?
Notice anything different about this carrier ship? It's been fitted with 2 special sails called wind wings, which study how harnessing wind power can cut emissions and energy usage in the shipping sector. This voyage is the 5-year-old Pyxis Ocean's first with its new sails. A first of many as the maritime industry as a whole explores new technologies in an attempt to move away from dirty bunker fuel.
The maritime industry's got a decarbonisation challenge ahead of it. This is not going to solve the problem entirely, but it's a step in the right direction.
Cargill, one of the world's largest shipping charterers, has been developing the Pyxis Ocean's nearly 125-foot-tall wind wings pilot project for years. It's a course companies in the maritime industry have been forced to take, as investors and environmental groups push them to accelerate decarbonization in an industry which accounts for nearly 3% of global CO2 emissions. But as new technologies blossom, the idea of harnessing wind for energy is an old one. Before the switch to steam and diesel engines, wind was once the common way of propelling ships.
It is kind of back to the future, if you like.
Simon Schofield is the Chief Technology Officer at Bar Technologies, the company that developed Windwing sails, which were then built by Norway's Yara Marine Technologies.
When you see an aircraft come to land and it deploys its leading edge flap and its flaps at the back when a plane lands, we do something very, very similar, which allows us to control what we call the camber, the shape of the wing, which controls the amount of power. Then we can align the wing at any direction compared to the wind direction. And this is done all automatically, and it maximizes the amount of energy we're effectively harvesting from the wind.
The sails don't only cut down CO2 emissions, Schofield adds, it also cuts down how much fuel they purchase. He says the Pyxis Ocean can save up to 40% of fuel consumption, which he believes is a step in the right direction, considering how expensive fuel has become.
This has got the potential to be mainstream. Obviously, it doesn't suit all vessels because of practical reasons, but certainly on bulk carriers and tankers, we can see a large proportion of new builds and a huge number of retrofits in the coming years being fitted with wind technology of one sort or another. Both from an environmental standpoint, but also as the cost of fuels become more expensive, and especially the adoption of future fuels, it's going to mean that it becomes economically a bit of a no-brainer as well.
Cargill says the Pyxis Ocean will sail from Singapore to Brazil and is then likely to transport a cargo of grain to Denmark. The vessel is said to then remain in the North Atlantic area to maximize wind usage.
Iraq's southern marshes are drying up. They're receding and turning brackish following multiple years of drought. Fish are disappearing, and an entire way of life going back centuries is under threat. Fishermen here say they're feeling the squeeze, and they're asking, where do we go now?
أي أنواع السمك كان موجود بها هنا. كل شيء كان بني سمتي إشكال. هسه كله راح مات. من قلة الماء صار مالح، صار السدود علينا وكله مات، السمك مات، الدغل مات، كله انتهى.
On the marshland's shoreline, it's a grim catch. These tiny dead fish can only be used as animal feed. Fisherman Ali Hakim says his water buffaloes are already dying of hunger.
الماء جفاف كلش، أولاً السدود سادين علينا الماء، وثانياً الماء هو نفسه تجاف، ماكو ماء قوي. وإحنا ناس معانين حلالنا موت، قتل جوع، لا دغل ولا علف، هم علف غالي.
It used to be different. Some believe this area inspired the Garden of Eden. Residents were self-sufficient, filling their nets with fish and tending to large herds of water buffalo. But officials and locals point to a perfect storm driving the changes here. Upstream damming of rivers by Turkey and Iran, mismanagement of water resources, pollution, and man-made climate change that has led to less rain. Nasser Samari is an environmental activist.
لأن احنا ما بيدنا فد شيء، احنا ما نقدر نسوي الأهوار محمية، ما نقدر احنا نفتح أنهار، لأن احنا ناس ما لا قوة ولا سلطة. على الدولة أن تلتفت بشكل واقعي، والدولة أيضا أنا أعتقد أنه الدولة هي ما تشوف الأهوار إلا بالخارطة. ماكو واحد يوم إجا جال بشواطئها وأنهرها وقراها على أنه يطلع على واقعها وأهميتها.
As the rivers and marshlands dry out, so does the economy that depends on them. This boatmaker used to employ up to 10 workers to build more than 6 vessels a month. Now, he toils alone. Work is no longer like it used to be, he says. We can't even afford to pay our rent because of the shortage of water. While many are fleeing to cities, there's no guarantee of a better life there. This man used to make a living off the Euphrates, but now sells geese for slaughter and drives a taxi. Making ends meet is a struggle. More than 62,000 people have been displaced across Iraq due to drought conditions over 4 years. That's according to the UN's International Organization for Migration. It adds that number is expected to keep rising.
This variety of rice is climate resistant and climate smart, designed to withstand droughts, floods and rising sea levels. Scientists at the International Rice Research Institute are testing the experimental plant in these flooded rice paddies in the Philippines. They hope a crop that could withstand the impact of extreme weather will help curb the effects of climate change on agriculture. In Los Banos, south of capital Manila, farmers are planting experimental flood-resistant rice. Scientists say it can survive being submerged in water for up to 2 weeks longer than regular rice. Shalab Dixit is a senior scientist and plant breeder at the IRRI.
With climate change, with increased abiotic and biotic stresses, with reduced amount of water available, we need better genetics for rice to be able to provide stable yields in fluctuating environments.
In addition to flood-resistant rice, the team is currently also focused on developing drought-resistant and saline-resistant varieties. Using an advanced breeding method known as marker-assisted breeding, scientists are able to detect genes of desirable traits from rice grains and combine them into other rice varieties to produce a more favourable crop. Rulix Mendoza is a research manager at the institute.
So the donor parent is the one donating the trait, say drought tolerant, submergence tolerant, all those things. And the recipient parent, this is the one receiving that trait to add to the positive traits that it currently has. Say, for example, this recipient parent, it is very high yielding, early maturing, so good eating quality. So you need to put in those traits, those drought tolerance, submergence tolerance, or cold tolerance to produce offspring having all those traits.
The drought-resistant variety carries genes that enable rice crops to survive weeks longer than regular crops and continue to grow with very minimal water. It's now being planted by farmers in India, Nepal and the Philippines. Alex Abortes, a farmer in the northern province of Bulacan known for its droughts, says the climate-resistant rice will definitely improve yields for him.
Maganda nga yun, may pag-asa kahit walang patubig. Mayroon kang inaasahan na kahit kaunting bagay hamog-hamog lang matuloy-tuloy ang buhay niya. Ay sa talaga. Napakahirap ang rito, minsan gaya dyan, hindi namin nagawa sa kabila. Sayang nga, hindi nataniman dahil walang tubig.
The Southeast Asian rice-producing country is usually hit by an average of 20 tropical storms every year. In 2022, a total of 37.6 million Philippine pesos, more than $670,000 worth of agricultural damages were caused by floods. That's according to the Philippine Department of Agriculture. And over $450,000 of those damages were rice crops.
What we hope is that these varieties will lead to improved stability and reduced risk in rice cultivation, so the farmers can earn better and have less cost of production, which will eventually lead to their income and other aspects, improvement of other aspects as well in their lives.
We are in times of great change, from the way we live and work to how we communicate and travel. From geopolitical ructions to climate change and energy insecurity. We need to ask big questions about our future.
From the streets of London and Beijing to the centres of New York and Sao Paulo. Building a better tomorrow starts with a better understanding of today.
Reuters Next is our leading editorial event, hosting the essential debates.
Engaging constructively and reliably with us as interlocutors is really important.
There is a lot of uncertainty, and there's a lot of different forces that are impacting markets.
Drawing on our unrivaled newsroom and journalism, Reuters Next helps set the agenda.
And we're encouraged by the news we've seen out of Europe. I'm not going to get ahead of our European allies and partners.
Clearly, as you say, energy security is top of the agenda. Can you give us details?
Our reporters ask questions to get to the facts, to catch people's vision.
So what's next for big business, supply chains, and globalization?
What's next for energy, sustainability, and finance?
Join us at Reuters Next, because in a time of great change, the most powerful question is, what's next?
This is the world's biggest permafrost crater, a gash in the earth of Russia's far east, stretching 2/3 of a mile. And as the planet warms up, the Batagayka crater's permafrost is melting. Locals call it the cave-in or the gateway to the underworld. But it has a scientific name too, a megaslump. Scientists warn the phenomenon is a sign of danger for what's to come. The crater began to appear in the 1960s as a result of deforestation in the area. The deforestation led to the loss of ground ice, which then caused the earth to begin eroding. Since then, locals have taken note of its rapid growth.
Здесь немножко вот от тропинки где-то метров 20-30 было. Сейчас вообще близко, оказывается. Ну, здесь местами как, с этой стороны где-то метров 10 уходит. С той стороны где-то метров 4-6. Вот так каждый год. Ну и от года по-разному.
Scientists aren't sure exactly how fast the crater will expand, but they say Russia is warming at least 2.5 times faster than the rest of the world, melting the long frozen tundra that covers about 65% of the country's land and releasing greenhouse gases stored in the soil. Researcher Nikita Tananayev says that will further fuel global warming.
It is a sign of danger because this is produced by higher air temperatures, by warming climate, by anthropogenic impact. So we would say that, toward the future, with increasing temperatures, with high anthropogenic pressure, we will see more and more of those megaslumps forming. Up until all the permafrost will be gone. Well, which is an extreme case, but I have to pronounce it nonetheless.
Thawing permafrost has already threatened cities and towns across northern and northeastern Russia, buckling roadways, splitting apart houses, and disrupting pipelines.
Record heat and historic floods in China this summer, but little public debate on climate change and what the world's top carbon polluter can do about it. Campaigners like Liu Junyan of Greenpeace East Asia are calling it a missed opportunity.
I believe that the coverage by mainstream media is indeed quite disappointing.
China's CO2 emissions grew 10% in the first quarter of 2023 from a year earlier, according to the Centre for Research on Energy and Clean Air. China has set some bold green targets. President Xi Jinping has pledged to make the country carbon neutral by 2060, but experts want faster action. They worry Beijing is failing to engage the public, which could slow the transition. This Beijing resident, who gave his name as Li, is worried.
If, for instance, a heavy rainstorm occurs and people merely discuss it and move on, as with earthquakes and pandemics, people just continue with what they have been doing when they're over. I don't think the results will be very good.
Climate change debate has been absent from media coverage of the extreme weather, campaigners say. Floods damaged Sue's home and crops in Hebei province.
I'm not a scholar, I dare not say this. I can't comment on the bad environment. The river channel has narrowed, it's not as wide as it used to be. This is a fact.
State media and officials have said in the past climate change makes China more vulnerable to extreme weather. Though this year few have made that connection, or linked the climate to China's own emissions, now around a third of the global total and rising. People have been discussing severe weather like these deadly floods in Beijing, but there was no big spike in searches on climate change on Weibo or Baidu, China's biggest search engine, according to their official indexes. State media are defending China's record. Articles focus on Beijing's climate leadership and call on developed countries, where campaigners are also anxious governments are backpedalling on climate, to take more responsibility. China's foreign ministry didn't immediately respond to a request for comment, but government spokespeople have long promoted China's record on climate change and press freedom. China's climate campaigns tend to be state-led, and Fan Kecheng of the Chinese University of Hong Kong says the issue is misused, wasting the possibilities. This wasn't always the case. About a decade ago, a grassroots-led campaign prompted leaders to clean up China's smog-filled skies, especially in Beijing. But a crackdown on NGOs, civil society and media freedoms under Xi has made grassroots action harder, forcing campaigners to instead focus on trying to influence an increasingly centralised leadership.
Would you live in a home made of fungi? London-based architects say it might be a way to create a new type of building material, which could reduce carbon emissions from the construction industry. Mycelium is the intricate roots-like structure that makes up mushrooms and other fungi.
So over my left shoulder is a demonstrator of these mycelium blocks.
This idea involves growing building materials from mycelium, using 3D printed wooden moulds to get whatever shape is required. Ron Backer is the co-founder of PLP Architecture and PLP Labs.
In mycelium you can make any shape you like, but we felt it was important to make objects that could be organized, built up in different ways, taken apart, put back together in other ways, almost a little bit like Lego blocks, because that's one of the aspects of future architecture, is to make demountable buildings.
At Clerkenwell Design Week in London, Backer shows how mycelium can be shaped for various uses.
So we made a seat, we made a planter, we made a piece of wall, we can make all sorts of shapes if we have enough blocks. And that's what we tried to show here.
Unlike conventional building materials like concrete and steel, products containing mycelium are renewable, biodegradable, and have minimal environmental impact. They are also lightweight, excellent at insulating, and have high resistance to fire.
We could use mycelium to make construction materials, to make cladding panels, to make acoustic absorption, to make light fixtures, to make elements that are basically made from waste and from nature, and that never leave the idea of waste and nature.
The team are now investigating how biocomposite mycelium can be protected from water and humidity, and how to grow it into load-bearing structures. They are all key steps towards turning it into the homes of the future.
Yes, watch this space, it's coming. Mycelium has so much quality that we normally look for in materials that are mined made out of mineral rocks or made out of fossil fuel, all the foams we know, most of these have a big penalty to the environment. And mycelium does not. So it has so many benefits that if we combine those and use the physical properties of it, I think it's a real material for the future.
We are in times of great change, from the way we live and work to how we communicate and travel. From geopolitical ructions to climate change and energy insecurity. We need to ask big questions about our future.
From the streets of London and Beijing to the centres of New York and Sao Paulo. Building a better tomorrow starts with a better understanding of today.
Reuters Next is our leading editorial event, hosting the essential debates.
Engaging constructively and reliably with us as interlocutors is really important.
There is a lot of uncertainty and there's a lot of different forces that are impacting markets.
Drawing on our unrivaled newsroom and journalism, Reuters Next helps set the agenda.
And we're encouraged by the news we've seen out of Europe. I'm not going to get ahead of our European allies and partners.
Clearly, as you say, energy security is top of the agenda. Can you give us details?
Our reporters ask questions to get to the facts, to catch people's vision.
So what's next for big business, supply chains, and globalization?
What's next for energy, sustainability, and finance?
Join us at Reuters Next, because in a time of great change, the most powerful question is, what's next?
Notice anything different about this carrier ship? It's been fitted with 2 special sails called wind wings, which study how harnessing wind power can cut emissions and energy usage in the shipping sector. This voyage is the 5-year-old Pyxis Ocean's first with its new sails. A first of many, as the maritime industry as a whole explores new technologies in an attempt to move away from dirty bunker fuel.
The maritime industry's got a decarbonisation challenge ahead of it. This is not going to solve the problem entirely, but it's a step in the right direction.
Cargill, one of the world's largest shipping charterers, has been developing the Pyxis Ocean's nearly 125-foot-tall wind wings pilot project for years. It's a course companies in the maritime industry have been forced to take, as investors and environmental groups push them to accelerate decarbonization in an industry which accounts for nearly 3% of global CO2 emissions. But as new technologies blossom, the idea of harnessing wind for energy is an old one. Before the switch to steam and diesel engines, wind was once the common way of propelling ships.
It is kind of back to the future, if you like.
Simon Schofield is the Chief Technology Officer at Bar Technologies, the company that developed Windwing sails, which were then built by Norway's Yara Marine Technologies.
When you see an aircraft come to land and it deploys its leading edge flap and its flaps at the back when a plane lands, we do something very, very similar, which allows us to control what we call the camber, the shape of the wing, which controls the amount of power. Then we can align the wing at any direction compared to the wind direction. And this is done all automatically, and it maximizes the amount of energy we're effectively harvesting from the wind.
The sails don't only cut down CO2 emissions, Schofield adds, it also cuts down how much fuel they purchase. He says the Pyxis Ocean can save up to 40% of fuel consumption, which he believes is a step in the right direction, considering how expensive fuel has become.
This has got the potential to be mainstream. Obviously, it doesn't suit all vessels because of practical reasons, but certainly on bulk carriers and tankers, we can see a large proportion of new builds and a huge number of retrofits in the coming years being fitted with wind technology of one sort or another. Both from an environmental standpoint, but also as the cost of fuels become more expensive, and especially the adoption of future fuels, it's going to mean that it becomes economically a bit of a no-brainer as well.
Cargill says the Pyxis Ocean will sail from Singapore to Brazil and is then likely to transport a cargo of grain to Denmark. The vessel is said to then remain in the North Atlantic area to maximize wind usage.
Iraq's southern marshes are drying up. They're receding and turning brackish following multiple years of drought. Fish are disappearing, and an entire way of life going back centuries is under threat. Fishermen here say they're feeling the squeeze, and they're asking, where do we go now?
أي أنواع السمك كان موجود بها هنا. كل شيء كان بني سمتي إشكال. هسه كله راح مات. من قلة الماي صار مالح، صار السدود علينا وكله مات، السمك مات، الدغل مات، كله انتهى.
On the marshland's shoreline, it's a grim catch. These tiny dead fish can only be used as animal feed. Fisherman Ali Hakim says his water buffaloes are already dying of hunger.
الماي جفاف كلش، اولا السدود سادين علينا الماي، وثانيا الماي هو نفسه تجاف، ماكو ماي قوي. اي واحنا ناس معانين حلالنا موت قتل جوع، لا دغل ولا علف، هم علف غالي.
It used to be different. Some believe this area inspired the Garden of Eden. Residents were self-sufficient, filling their nets with fish and tending to large herds of water buffalo. But officials and locals point to a perfect storm driving the changes here. Upstream damming of rivers by Turkey and Iran, mismanagement of water resources, pollution, and man-made climate change that has led to less rain. Nasser Samari is an environmental activist.
لأن احنا ما بيدنا فد شيء، احنا ما نقدر نسوي الأهوار محمية، ما نقدر احنا نفتح أنهار، لأن احنا ناس ما لا قوة ولا سلطة. على الدولة أن تلتفت بشكل واقعي، والدولة أيضا أنا أعتقد أنه الدولة هي ما تشوف الأهوار إلا بالخارطة. ماكو واحد يوم اجى جال بشواطئها وأنهرها وقراها على أنه يطلع على واقعها وأهميتها.
As the rivers and marshlands dry out, so does the economy that depends on them. This boatmaker used to employ up to 10 workers to build more than 6 vessels a month. Now, he toils alone. Work is no longer like it used to be, he says. We can't even afford to pay our rent because of the shortage of water. While many are fleeing to cities, there's no guarantee of a better life there. This man used to make a living off the Euphrates, but now sells geese for slaughter and drives a taxi. Making ends meet is a struggle. More than 62,000 people have been displaced across Iraq due to drought conditions over 4 years. That's according to the UN's International Organization for Migration. It adds that number is expected to keep rising.
This variety of rice is climate resistant and climate smart, designed to withstand droughts, floods, and rising sea levels. Scientists at the International Rice Research Institute are testing the experimental plant in these flooded rice paddies in the Philippines. They hope a crop that could withstand the impact of extreme weather will help curb the effects of climate change on agriculture. In Los Banos, south of capital Manila, farmers are planting experimental flood-resistant rice. Scientists say it can survive being submerged in water for up to 2 weeks longer than regular rice. Shalab Dixit is a senior scientist and plant breeder at the IRRI.
With climate change, with increased abiotic and biotic stresses, with reduced amount of water available, we need better genetics for rice to be able to provide stable yields in fluctuating environments.
In addition to flood-resistant rice, the team is currently also focused on developing drought-resistant and saline-resistant varieties. Using an advanced breeding method known as marker-assisted breeding, scientists are able to detect genes of desirable traits from rice grains and combine them into other rice varieties to produce a more favourable crop. Rulix Mendoza is a research manager at the institute.
So the donor parent is the one donating the trait, say drought tolerant, submergence tolerant, all those things. And the recipient parent, this is the one receiving that trait to add to the positive traits that it currently has. So for example, this recipient parent, it is very high yielding, early maturing, so good eating quality. So you need to put in those traits, those drought tolerance, submergence tolerance, or cold tolerance to produce offspring having all those traits.
The drought-resistant variety carries genes that enable rice crops to survive weeks longer than regular crops and continue to grow with very minimal water. It's now being planted by farmers in India, Nepal and the Philippines. Alex Abortes, a farmer in the northern province of Bulacan known for its droughts, says the climate-resistant rice will definitely improve yields for him.
Maganda nga yun, may pag-asa kahit walang patubig. Mayroon kang inaasa na kahit kaunting bagay hamog-hamog lang matuloy-tuloy ang buhay niyan. Ayun sa talaga. Napakahirap ang rito, minsan gaya dyan, hindi namin nagawa sa kabila. Sayang nga, hindi nataniman dahil walang tubig.
The Southeast Asian rice-producing country is usually hit by an average of 20 tropical storms every year. In 2022, a total of 37.6 million Philippine pesos, more than $670,000 worth of agricultural damages were caused by floods. That's according to the Philippine Department of Agriculture. And over $450,000 of those damages were rice crops.
What we hope is that these varieties will lead to improved stability and reduced risk in rice cultivation, so the farmers can earn better and have less cost of production, which will eventually lead to their income and other aspects, improvement of other aspects as well in their lives.
We are in times of great change, from the way we live and work to how we communicate and travel. From geopolitical ructions to climate change and energy insecurity. We need to ask big questions about our future.
From the streets of London and Beijing to the centres of New York and Sao Paulo. Building a better tomorrow starts with a better understanding of today.
Reuters Next is our leading editorial event, hosting the essential debates.
Engaging constructively and reliably with us as interlocutors is really important.
There is a lot of uncertainty and there's a lot of different forces that are impacting markets.
Drawing on our unrivaled newsroom and journalism, Reuters Next helps set the agenda.
And we're encouraged by the news we've seen out of Europe. I'm not going to get ahead of our European allies and partners.
Clearly, as you say, energy security is top of the agenda. Can you give us details?
Our reporters ask questions to get to the facts, to catch people's vision.
So what's next for big business, supply chains, and globalization?
What's next for energy, sustainability, and finance?
Join us at Reuters Next, because in a time of great change, the most powerful question is, what's next?
This is the world's biggest permafrost crater, a gash in the earth of Russia's far east, stretching 2/3 of a mile. And as the planet warms up, the Batagayka crater's permafrost is melting. Locals call it the cave-in or the gateway to the underworld. But it has a scientific name too, a megaslump. Scientists warn the phenomenon is a sign of
energize. We're going to refocus, starting with a panel discussion on developing sustainable supply chains. This is an editorial session under the Reuters Trust principles, and this is going to be moderated by my colleague who is an EMEA mining correspondent, Clara Danina. Clara, please take the floor along with the panelists. Let's give them a round.
Good afternoon and welcome to our Developing Sustainable Supply Chains panel. I'm Clara Danina, Reuters EMEA mining correspondent, and I will be guiding you through the next 40 minutes as we discuss global supply chains with our panelists. So we have Dr. Enas Abu Ahmed, CEO and co-founder of H2Go Power, a hydrogen tech business addressing hydrogen storage problems around heavily emitting industries and transportations, covering the entire supply chain. Mathieu Flamini, who after a successful football career, anyone recognizes Mathieu? Where did he play? That's right. So good to see we have football fans in the audience. So he co-founded GF Biochemicals, of which he is also the CEO. GF Biochemicals provides sustainable alternatives to petrochemicals that come directly from biomass for use in cosmetics, skincare, fabric care, etc. And Steve Malkin, CEO of PlanetMark, a company that provides sustainability certifications for businesses and real estate and support their progress in their transition to net zero. Now, thank you very much for joining us in what I'm hoping will be a stimulating conversation. Many people, let me just start by saying many people in a lot of countries have been experiencing supply chain disruptions, bottlenecks, seeing prices go up. And that has filtered into higher consumer prices. As a financial journalist, I am spending a lot of time assessing the impact of inflation on businesses, the concerns from the pandemic, lockdowns, the reopening, high energy costs, the war in Ukraine. But all this is just a taste of the disruption we are going to see from climate change if the transition is not just and is not smooth. And as we think about disruptions we have been already feeling, I want to talk about how we make supply chains resilient to climate change and to those events, whether it's extreme weather related conditions like flash floods, wildfires, etc., or considering the consequences of policy changes, for example. So you will be talking about your work yourself, but you all provide services and solutions to green the supply chains of other companies. And I want to ask all of you, how have the conversations with your clients changed over the past 2 or 3 years on the back of these events? And what issues are leadership teams most concerned about? Shall we start with Enas?
Well, first, thanks for having me, and good afternoon, everyone. Just to answer your question directly, it's a really interesting moment in time where in businesses, what we small and larger, where the conversation with your suppliers have changed significantly, and therefore the conversation with your clients will change. And what you mentioned, starting with COVID, where the predictability for energy demand was not there, just to show us what's like how our energy demand curve shifted, followed by events like the war in Russia, which again unpredicted but also shifted the pricing, meant that you have out of a no plan as a business to deal with changes on the near term, but at the same time think about your supply chain in the longer term, because these unpredicted events brought in the thought where what is happening today is expensive to us, is difficult to us, and is expensive to our customers, it's difficult to our suppliers, and that means that even when we have customers, it doesn't necessarily mean that we're able to build the product around servicing them. We're at a point in time where actually you're more reliant on your suppliers than on your customers to run a business, and that is not very sustainable. That has to be shifted into a model where there is a completely different balance that is achieved. Here comes your strategy as a business, but also whatever around you as a business, from regulation, government, local supply chain, correlation to geopolitics, the global the globalization or deglobalization when it comes to decarbonization. All of that really affects how you think about your supply chain and the impact on your business in the short term and the long term. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think climate change obviously is a very hot topic those days, which was not necessary 10 years ago, and it's also impacting all of us, whether we believe in it or not. Maybe I'll speak a little bit more about one industry which is much more familiar to me, which is a petrochemical industry, which is today basically generating 1/3 of the oil demand, which is huge, okay? And by 2050, it will generate more than 50%, meaning more than transportation. So it is clear that when we speak about transportations, some solutions have been brought out. We're talking about hydrogen. We're talking about also electric. In the petrochemical industry, also we have to go through a transition. And I think we have two main factors which are driving this transition. I would say the first one is a regulator, government, EU, UK, which are also phasing out and putting more pressure, on, I would say, the industries, and the big FMCG company phasing out all the harmful and unsustainable, materials. And on the other side, you also have consumers, people like me, people like you, which are requesting much more consumer good, much more sustainable and safer for them. And in the middle, you have all those large chemical groups, large FMCG company, which are becoming more and more accountable. When we see Unilever announcing them for 2030, they want to become 100% bio-based. When we see L'Oréal announcing them by 2030, they want to be 95% bio-based. Those companies becomes accountable, and obviously supply chain and the materials they are using become more and more important. So what we are trying to do is basically to provide them technology, to provide them solutions and plant-based ingredient, plant-based material for them to have consumer goods much safer and more sustainable. So to answer your question, obviously supply chain is very, very important, especially those days.
Steve?
Just to build on both, hi everyone. Just to build on both of those, your question was, what's changed? Everything is accelerated. There's just, the conversations we're having around ESG and net zero in particular, it's just gone off the charts, and that happened really, really quickly after what we were experiencing within the first few weeks of COVID, where we didn't quite know what was going to happen. Immediately after that, for the last period, it's been really sort of flat out, and there's a whole bunch of reasons for all of that. But where we work at Planet Mark is kind of at the interface of a whole load of potentially sort of policy and regulation. But historically, we've been working mainly with SMEs. So, probably quite large constituents of a supply chain. So we're kind of getting the hang of what smaller organisations have been experiencing with sustainability for the last 10 years. And up to this last 2, 3 or 4 years, it's been actually, is it really a clear business proposition for smaller organisations to start tackling some of their impacts from an environmental point of view and from a social point of view. And it's kind of, yes, we want to do that, right? But actually since then, and particularly with net zero and, the drag along, which is scope 3, then actually all sorts of organisations have suddenly realised they're going to up their game in and around, in particular, my space is really around carbon. And so all the conversations we're having right now is like, from large organisations and smaller ones, is I need to work out my carbon and I need to get on with it really, really quickly. And there is this massive acceleration because they're feeling the pressure points from, there might be a regulatory threshold or not and some compliance stuff going on. But they're absolutely seeing business value because in actual fact, measuring and reducing carbon is almost like a license to trade for most organisations now. And this is this exciting piece around sort of collaboration and the rethinking of a relationship in a supply chain.
And say with you, Steve, how can actually businesses incorporate those, climate disclosures into their strategies now with an eye on costs, given the high inflation, high interest rates environment?
I think, so for us, it's always coming back to just make a really clear business case to it, which seems pretty obvious, but it's not always clear. So a couple of things we might be recommending to organisations who come to us. Lots of companies are sort of doing things, but then actually it's a bit surprising sometimes how many people aren't measuring all of their carbon. So you kind of, all the scopes 1, 2 and 3 thing. The first thing is that there's quite a lot of misunderstanding around definitions on net zero, and also there's a lot of consolidation in the marketplace around standards, definitions and so on, which, hopefully there's going to be that consolidation and greater consistency. I think there's a couple of things. One is that an organisation wants to be reporting through its sort of ESG, but in actual fact they don't always know what they're doing. So internal education for teams is really, really super critical, in particular at board level, so you can start to make these strategic decisions with great clarity around what an organisation is going to do. Because at the very least, net zero is a complete business transformational sort of strategic moment in time. So I think it's a bit about board and general understanding across the business. Secondly, I think is quickly baseline, understand where you are. And I'm talking about, the E of ESG, so but particularly with net zero, it's like baseline it, make sure around the world, wherever you are, you're measuring your scopes 1 and 2, and then get into your 3 as quickly as you can. And then the third part, and bring it back into supply chain, is like, right, okay, where are my material impacts? Who are mostly responsible for those? And then how can I engage those suppliers with, taking this action so that we can all get to net zero together? Our feedback is that suppliers are absolutely ready for that, and they want to play their part in everyone getting to net zero.
Moving on the other side of the coin of sustainable supply chains, there has been also a focus around the reliability of supply chains, and a lot of Western governments after COVID have started to race to create reliable supply chains and introducing climate and clean energy policies on EV batteries, for example, but sourcing materials like lithium, copper, cobalt, etc. as its own issues around permitting, pollution, water availability, the fact that mines are in countries where there are a lot of extreme weather-related events. So, are there alternatives to EVs? And is it right to invest so many funds in one big basket, EVs in this case, or would it be wiser to hedge our bets and put a little bit of money in different pockets?
So the direct answer would be no, but this is a very short answer. So just to explain why not. Firstly, the target here is to look at a net zero scenario. And EVs on their own are not going to get us there. They do solve part of the problem. They do offer an alternative that is cleaner than an existing one. They do need to be supported, and their advantage today, which makes them investable, is their commercial maturity. And that is the reason that a lot of, and from a regulation perspective, they have benefited over the years from a lot of regulations and subsidies that got the price down to a point that the consumer can afford it. And that means that, every day you can manufacture millions of them across the world, which means you're servicing your customers, but at the same time you have the economical backing machine behind it because it makes economic sense. But they do have a long history behind them. So EVs were not as investable 20 years ago or 30 years ago. And they've gone through the unit economics curve, and they've gone through the cycle to become commercially mature where they are today. However, it is debatable, really, whether it's enough to put all your bets on one technology because it's commercially mature and there is the demand has been created for it, or actually today is the day to actually take bets. And even if the cost of that is loss, on introducing new technologies that are going to make us more resilient from a supply chain perspective, but also importantly from an energy security perspective. And we all know how much we're paying for events that affect energy security. So the short answer is no, and the investment really need to be diversified across a portfolio of technologies that could offer us a decarbonized system, a system that is sustainable and reliable and diversified.
And so hydrogen could be an alternative to...
I think, and this is not my opinion, this is me citing literature and some studies that have been put out there. There won't be a net zero scenario without hydrogen. From a decarbonization impact, it's very high. How investable it is today in comparison to EVs, just to go back to your question, it's not as commercially mature, which means wherever there is an incentive for an investor for faster return, they'll go for the faster return. Hydrogen is more of a longer-term game, which is absolutely necessary. Regulations are on the right path, like IRA, for example, in the US, to create the right type of ecosystem where hydrogen could grow into a commercially mature opportunity.
And can it take less than the 20 years, 30 years that we have seen in...
Certainly. I think 2030, hydrogen can be a competitive molecule with natural gas in terms of pricing and in terms of decarbonization impact, given it's such an elegant solution. When you burn it, if you generate it from clean resources, when you burn it, it does not generate carbon emissions, so it gives you the energy that you want and it doesn't give you the carbon that you don't want. So can be competitive in 5 to 7 years.
And what do you need to make it competitive and get to those?
A whole system approach. So you need the investment, you need the regulation, you need the supply chain, you need the workforce, you need the skills and talent, and you need the technologies.
You mentioned the US Inflation Reduction Act, and I just want to ask Mathieu, both the IRA and the EU Green Deal promote the idea of building domestic supply chains. Now, what incentives are you seeing in these pieces of legislation that could convince you to move your operations from where they are closer to home in Europe or elsewhere in the US? There is a tension between the EU and the US about incentives, tax reliefs, etc. So are you seeing incentives that can convince you to do that?
I think one thing which is for sure is there is a global economic war. I mean, between different continents, because I mean, like now we're seeing US coming out with ERA, trying to basically like promote the US economy and also attract some of the most innovative companies. I mean, you have on the other side, you have Europe coming out with a Green Deal, which is trying to promote, I will say, like the energy transition. So on our field, so we are into deep tech. So we are manufacturing, we have technologies to basically manufacture plant-based ingredients in order to deliver safer and more sustainable consumer goods to everyone. And obviously we're a global company, so operating in various markets, Europe, US, Asia. And of course, getting closer to your main markets, which are for us like Europe and the US, is very important. I mean, there are some mechanisms in Europe today which are making Europe, I would say, like more and more competitive, and I will give you a few examples. Mm-hmm. So we are based in France. In France, you have something which is called Crédit Impôt Recherche, which is like whatever you spend in research up to 100 million, in France, basically, like you are getting back up to 43%. Which is huge. Right. I mean, this is like something which you don't find anywhere else except in France. So for us, obviously, there are some great incentives. So what we have done, we have relocated, our R&D, which was in the US.
And since
in
when?
France. I mean, it's been existing for quite some time. But I mean, like we are moving our R&D lab, from the US to France, and we're opening like a new R&D facility in France. So this is one of the mechanisms which makes, like, for example, Europe and France in particular competitive.
So your French facility would be in addition to what you have already in Asia and in the US, or is it a relocation from Asia?
So far we had some R&D facility in the US, and we looked at what was offering the French government in France. Whatever you spend in R&D up to 100 million, okay, you are getting back 43%. Which is a huge incentive, which is making like an ecosystem very competitive in France. So we decided to move a big part of our R&D facility in France. This is one aspect. Another aspect also in France, I can speak about France because we're in discussion with the French government, talking about potential new facility in the next few years. I mean, in France also, like you have a lot of incentives because one of the main priority of the French government is to reindustrialize the French territory. And also like to accelerate the energy transition. I mean, I think this is a hot topic for all the European countries. Mm-hmm. We have seen that having our industries like very far away is not always like a positive act. I mean, during COVID, we couldn't even find some Panadol, in Europe and in France. So being able to bring back the industries is very important, and having a solid, industry sector is also like very important to have a solid economy. So being able to bring back the industries is very important, and France is trying to accelerate that. So they have also like another, a French entity which is called BPI, which is also facilitating through like green loan, up to 15 million for 15 years, helping, company to move, I will say, from the R&D side to the large scale, development. Because I think what has been happening a lot in Europe, a lot of companies have developed a lot of solutions, a lot of new technologies, and those technologies has been leaving to Asia, has been leaving to the US. Mm-hmm. So now we have realized, and yes, it is good to invest in R&D, but it's even more important to also support those entrepreneurs, those companies to move to a large scale, which the US has been doing for many, many years. So I think Europe is on a certain aspect, becoming more competitive, and is really trying very hard through the green deals and other vehicles, trying to be more competitive because they have realized, and if we want to exist in this world, we also have to compete with others.
And is it, right to assume that it is better to have a shorter and smaller supply chain? When you think about efficiency?
I personally believe that, and especially with COVID has exposed a lot of weakness about our supply chain. For example, we were operating like a factory in India, and it was very, very difficult for us to basically to bring the product to Europe, to address the European market, because obviously from one day to another, logistics has been massive nightmares. Containers, the price of containers has been exploded. It was very, very difficult for us to basically address our customers. So we have realized that maybe being closer to your main market is a very important aspect. And then also looking at the incentives in Europe, talking about the Green Deal, talking about some grants, talking about some support when it comes to R&D. It's also become more and more competitive, because the reality is today you're manufacturing in Asia, and you're bringing your product to Europe. Today you even have some tax, I think it's 6.5%. So taking everything into consideration, I think like Europe is trying to understand, or is understanding and facilitating, you know, the implementation of new factories and bringing back those industries which has been like very far away, closer to the market is very important. So on our side, we believe that being closer to your main market, closer to your consumers, closer to the people you're also serving is important. That's why we are thinking about like bringing back some of our operations.
There's just a bit of a maybe on that one as well, isn't there? Because, I don't know, so if you're looking at aluminium or something, you know, if you're looking at smelting aluminium, you may, you know, the transportation of aluminium is negligible in terms of the energy that goes into smelt. So it's probably, it depends, and it depends on what data you might be eliciting from, you know, your measurements that you're doing as an organisation. So if you're using a lot of alum, you might be saying, actually, can I get it geothermally smelted in Iceland or something, and then, you know, transport it, because the transport emissions be so much lower. So we're just massive advocates of measuring everything. So, you know, make informed decisions about your supply chain. There may be other reasons. If it's a net zero thing, then that might be a one-dimensional, right, okay, it might be, you know, better for carbon to get it from there. There's you know, multiple other factors that come into, you know, choosing the length of your supply chain and where you're getting stuff from. But actually, just keep data coming in and start to use it and analyse it.
And obviously the conference has got the road to COP there, so the time and topics, you know, give us a flavour of what we will see probably at COP this year. Will you all be going there, or any of your team going to COP?
We're sending our head of policy to COP because we just want to keep driving consistency. So as a certification, it's super important for us to be consistent wherever we're seen globally. You know, that's what we want. And so we want consistency in terms of any sort of standards and methodologies around net zero, and get that sort of bedded in as fast as we can. So we're just sending one member of our team. I won't be going, you know, but you know, it's useful to be there. We don't need personally loads of people being there.
But what kind of, you know, message or policy do you want to see coming out of COP this year to all of you?
I personally believe, I think government and regulation needs to play an even more important role, because I think like we're facing a very critical time, and we also need to facilitate those new technology and those new solutions to basically like be more on a bigger scale. I've heard before, I mean, I don't think we're going to find a solution by telling people they need to travel less. I mean, like when you need to travel and take the plane to go to New York, I mean, you have no solution than doing it. I mean, the question is like, okay, how can we make sure that basically jet fuel is being powered by a bio-based fuel? I mean, like if you have to pay to buy a shampoo to wash your hair, I mean, we cannot tell people, okay, now you're going to reduce, you know, washing your hair, you know. No, people need to have access to product, and we need to move the problem, I mean, to the large chemical groups, to the big FMCG company. I mean, it is the role to provide, you know, consumer goods which are more sustainable, which are safer to people. And then obviously it's also important to empower people and give them access to information so they can choose better. I think right now when you go to a supermarket, you want to buy a shampoo, you have the one which is like a bio-based one, you have the one which is more like on a petrol-based one, and obviously like people hopefully like more and more is going to choose like the bio-based one. So be able to do a better choice is important, but also I think like companies need to take responsibility to provide like a better service, and government need also to stand up and be able to kind of like come out with some more regulations, because we have been facing problems in the past and we have addressed it. I think the most dangerous it is not to take any decision.
So I think it would be good to see a message that reinforces the importance of globalization versus deglobalization. Seems like the political events in the past few years have really shifted the approach towards deglobalization. And climate change is everyone's problem. It's a global issue. It's a global problem. And COP should be dealing with initiatives that reinforces how action can be made fast enough to have a global impact that is positive and rewarding to everyone involved. Obviously, there's more responsibility that lies on those who have more development and capability and resources to drive the effort and support and take on board also those who have less resources and political impact, which they are a part of the world, are impacted and will impact climate change and its consequences.
There is a question from the audience. Can the panel share more on how they are linking net zero commitments to human rights impacts to support developing supply chains? Who wants to take that?
I might be able to help. It's not like first-hand experience, but I'd just say that from our perspective, what net zero is forcing people to be clearer about what's going on in their supply chain. So it's going beyond policies. It's actually saying, okay, what is your organisation doing, and give me some data to show me what's happening. I'm pretty carbon-centric, although we do measure social value and so on. So just two things. One is that I think anything which elicits data from your supply chain is going to help de-risk situations and shore up your supply chain and make improvements. The second thing is, look, net zero might have this sort of race to the bottom line type of thing. So I think it needs to be more nuanced than that and more holistic than that. So from sort of our perspective, we have a sort of setting a line of sight about regenerative type of thinking and more around sustainability. So net zero, yes, but actually sort of social impact, social justice measurement should be, in every organisation's playbook, and also, in actual fact, what does it mean for an organisation to be nature positive? So if you start to get organisations thinking about, carbon's hard enough, getting companies to start to measure, nature data, plant-based data, what does it mean to be nature positive? Then our direction of travel will be that sort of approach, and then we might find solutions to the questioners raised here.
Anyone else want to add?
Yeah, I think the way it is being measured, I think one is very important, because sometimes I hear, planting some tree and on the other side, doing some crappy stuff. It's okay. No, the reality is you have to be good on both sides. Yes, planting tree is great, but at the same time, I think you have to make sure that you're doing the right things. So how to measure it is very important. I think if it is pushing toward more transparency, it is great. Companies to be accountable. We speak about plastic bottles. If you make a plastic bottle, you should be responsible and making sure that this plastic bottle is being recycled. So being able to be more accountable for whatever you do is very important. So I think those two aspects needs to be taken into consideration.
Good. So when we talk about hydrogen, are we speaking of fossil-free and biofuel-free hydrogen, or hydrogen in general?
I think if the question is in the context of net zero, both green hydrogen, which is hydrogen that is generated from renewable energy and electrolysis, water to split water into hydrogen and oxygen. So in the net zero scenario, both blue hydrogen and green hydrogen are modeled to have an impact. With blue hydrogen, it's generated from methane, but the carbon generated is captured. And it has more of a positive impact than a negative impact in terms of a measured environmental impact. Not my opinion. This is studies that are in the literature.
Staying with you, Anas, the buzzword of 2023, I think, has been AI. How do you think AI is looking likely to change or benefit the resilience of supply chains? Are you using it? And, can it help predict things like, extreme weather events or, other things that are important?
Thanks for asking this question and bringing the topic of AI up. So we do, as a company, we build AI-based software solutions that looks at the entire value chain, from the point that hydrogen is generated or before it's generated, where you can predict renewable energy, its pricing, its impact on the generation of green hydrogen, and then what happens across the value chain in terms of how the molecule is moving past until the consumer receive it. What that means is you can basically predict the connection between the generation and the demand and make better decisions in terms of matching between supply and demand. That's a critical point to actually bridge between the pricing that makes sense, that are that the consumer could afford them, or whatever the consumer would want to pay for hydrogen, and whatever it takes to generate it, especially at a time when generating green hydrogen is more expensive than other alternatives. So AI has a lot of, this is a good example for how AI could be very useful as a technological tool, because with the predictability and the capability of AI, we can optimize project that reduces significantly its capex and the cost that you commit up front. What that means is it increases the likelihood of project developers to actually commit to more and more hydrogen project. Indirectly, what that means is that it could affect growing the ecosystem very positively. And when a hydrogen project is in the ground, having the ability to map out the journey of the hydrogen molecule and make decisions on when you want to generate it based on pricing and when you want to sell it based on pricing, or when to buy it based on pricing, makes it easier to make the decision faster with higher reliability, but also encourages trade and encourages usage of green molecules.
That's great. Anyone else uses AI in their...
I mean, maybe on my side, maybe AI could be helping in R&D, research and development. I mean, maybe something that people are not all aware than, like every consumer product. If you go from a shower gel, shampoo, deodorant, it is a formulation. I mean, most of those products today are made of ingredients coming from the oil industry. Okay, and our biggest organ is the skin, so 80% of what you put on your skin is being absorbed. So today, when you are using a shower gel full of harmful chemicals, you basically like slowly intoxicating yourself. This is a reality. So, I mean, today we're going through a massive reformulation, meaning like we're trying to phase out all those harmful chemicals and replacing them by basically the new ones, which are plant-based, coming from biomass. Okay, so through this reformulation, which takes time, because I think when you use a product, I mean, behind there is huge development, I mean, a lot of formulations. It takes a lot of time to bring a new product to the market. So maybe AI could help, I mean, through that process of reformulations, collecting the data and making things like the introduction to new product reformulated with safer and more sustainable chemicals much quicker to the market. So this is something where I see AI could have a massive impact.
Could help you.
Yeah.
So let's go to another of the audience questions. What are the ramifications of reshoring for the global south? Is the death of expert-led growth? Don't know. Does anyone have an answer there? Markets are created. Where in the world is leading in creating innovation-friendly markets?
Not in the UK, but we hope it's going to change. But at the moment, we're just saying, I'll just deal with this one. I'm a pragmatic optimist. I can't help it. So I think we'll work our way through all this. And we're massive favourites of organisations who are doing brilliant things, like these guys here. So regulation's helping. I'm an optimist about COP28, but we saw what happened after COP26. It's like, come on, guys. Right. So we're big optimists around what we can get out of COP28. On here, I just think that organisations can get ourselves through this because we're seeing loads and loads of innovation coming through the supply chain. Yeah, and so if you can create an environment where we can sort of reposition this transition and this transformation that we're going through as something which is supersonically exciting and not something which is going to be bad for people, it's going to be really, really good for people, I think that that's something that we would like to be playing a part of. We do, but actually do more faster, and a lot of this can be led by people in the room, and organisations taking leadership here, and then kind of regulation, legislation catching up. But, yeah.
And should people be the ones making better choices? So the audience is asking, is everyone able to afford such options, as in costs. No?
I'm happy to give it a go. I think that we all live in a time where we have enough and sufficient level of education around us to help us make decisions that are better decisions if we choose to, in terms of being more sustainable, what transportation tools we use, what type of food we eat. All of these have measurable impact on the environment. And actually, like, if you multiply a small amount of impact that one person has by the amount of people on the planet, the impact is huge. So if people can afford and they have enough awareness around them to make better decisions, I think it's a very good thing to make better decisions. I wouldn't say that we should sue people who don't make the right decision, but I think we should educate more people and bring more awareness and support tools up so people can actually be empowered by making the right decision or better decisions.
Mm-hmm. Good. Oh, 0. We don't have any more time. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
For the discussion. I hope you all enjoyed it, as I did.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we are moving on now to a topic which feels very timely, at least, tackling extreme heat with the Global Chief Heat Officer for UN Habitat. And the moderator for this session is my colleague from the Reuters Events Department, actually one of the co-creators of this entire event, Reuters IMPACT, John Harmon. I believe we have John is ready. Maybe they're just gathering themselves. While we wait, let me brief you on what we are expecting for the rest of the afternoon. So we've got 3 more sessions before the end of the day. Then it's drinks, which is going to be on level 2, and I hope you will all join me and at least come and say hello. This session is pre-recorded, so then no, it won't be coming onto the stage. So let's play it and watch. Thank you.
Hello, everybody, and welcome. My name's John Harmon. I'm head of Reuters IMPACT, and I'm welcomed here today with Eleni Miravilli, who's just finished transitioning as her role as Athens heat guru, and she's about to step into a new role, Global Chief Heat Officer at the UN Habitat, where she'll be supporting cities around the world to tackle extreme heat. Welcome, Eleni.
Thanks for having me, John.
Great. So, as a first question, just to put to you, so I believe you grew up in Athens, and I think it's quite an important scene setter to understand sort of how have you seen the heat waves and heat in general in Athens over your time, and how's that led you to where you are right now?
When I was growing up, I don't remember many heat waves. I do remember summers being hot, but I don't remember them being unbearably hot. And at some point, I remember a big heat wave and learning months later that a lot of people had died from it. I think that was at the late 80s and 1980s. And then there was, I studied, I went abroad, I went to the States, I came back, and then there was this really intense period where one summer, the summer of 2007, there were intense fires all over the place in Greece. And that was a wake-up call for me. So that is what started making me think about climate and climate change much more intensely and reading and learning. And then I decided to join the Green Party. And then I stayed with them for a while, and I'm an anthropologist in training. So this was a leap for me because I didn't know much about issues that had to do with meteorology or environmental issues or, all these different kind of climate related sciences. So anyway, and eventually I decided to run for city government for Athens because I love this city and I care for it. And I got elected in 2014. And I was appointed Chief Resilience Officer at first with this great program called 100 Resilient Cities that was running back then. And then also the Deputy Mayor for Urban Nature and Urban Resilience. And then finally, around after my term was finished, I was appointed by the new mayor and the Arch Rock Resilience Center. Together, they appointed me as Chief Heat Officer for Athens, and that was in 2021. And then there was a terrible heat wave, right? 4 days after my appointment. So that was kind of, it became immediately a very big issue that there was somebody appointed as chief heat officer, and there was a series of heat waves in South Europe that we were having in 2021. I don't know if you remember, it was like a real shock for the system that summer in the southern Mediterranean, in the southern Europe, northern Mediterranean.
Wow. Okay. And well, we have quite the expert on the call with us today. Okay, so I'd like to touch a little bit on your time in Athens, actually. So you're already one of the first chief heat officers in Europe.
Right. Yeah.
So what spurred your decision to take more of a global role?
You mean moving to UN Habitat?
Correct.
Well, I feel like I have set up, because I was working on heat resilience since, the 2016 or 2017. I feel I have put in place things, and there is a Department of Resilience and Sustainability. There's like policies that are in place right now in Athens. And I was also involved with city networks always. So I've been always interested in what cities are doing about heat, like the Resilient Cities Network, ICLI, C40, always in discussion with the people, especially for adaptation and resilience, and especially about heat, because that was what I was concerned about. And it seemed like there weren't too many people talking about that, and cities weren't really preparing for heat. So I was really kind of pushing that topic for a while now, and wherever I could find anybody working on it, I would try to collaborate. So after, it felt like, Europe and Athens kind of have the means to deal with it. They can handle it if they actually put their minds to it, and if they make the right policies. Not many people have to die from heat, and we can actually move down the dial to no one, because we have the means in this region. And but other parts of the world don't, and that's the really kind of scary thing. That's what I'm really worried about. That there are countries and cities that have a lot of informal housing, a lot of informal labor, and a lot of poverty, and that's where heat becomes really deadly, and that's where heat becomes a real killer. And I'm really worried about it, and I also want to find out what are the best solutions in different settings. So I want to educate myself too, so I can be more helpful.
Okay, so as the Chief Heat Officer of Athens, I was listening to a podcast, I think last year actually, and one of the key points you made within that was that you were looking to advance the policy agenda specifically. So do you felt like you succeeded?
In local government, it's difficult to say that you've succeeded. Yes, I have succeeded, because now there are policies, and there are many things that weren't happening before that are in place. And a lot of people think about heat more. And that's not just me. It's also the heat waves that have been more intense lately. So yes, there are policies. I wish there were more, and it's always, you always push, and even if you succeed a little bit, we are happy, because government is a difficult animal.
It's interesting. So you said you're pushing and pushing, and the government's a difficult animal. Were there frustrations there with the government, or is it? How did you feel about that?
Always, there's frustrations. there's a lot of challenges in local government. For example, if we accept that, one of the main things that cities can do, we accept that. One of the main things that cities can do to protect themselves from heat is to really bring radically more nature into the city. So nature-based solutions, engaging the people in designing them, creating like the desire and actually the design and the implementation is something that a lot of cities all around the world are looking into. And this is really an important aspect, right? It's not easy because a lot of cities don't have the capacity. They don't have, for example, within the municipality, the right people to do these types of designs. They don't have the expertise. They don't realize that another challenge is that you have to bring a lot of disciplines together. Another challenge is that you have to open yourself to the communities and try to work with the communities to figure out what's best and where it's best to do things. And many people in politics are scared of that, are fearful of that, to open themselves to the communities and what they want to do. But also it's really difficult, for example, to change procurement. Procurement is a very big problem with us in public. In the public sector and doing it the right way and having like an overview of how things are finally implemented, and so that people don't cut corners and they do it the right way. And all of these things are challenges. These are like the small, more related to actually implementation, but there's bigger challenges too, which have to do with policies in general, right? It's difficult. Like I was lucky to have the mayor on my side, but it's not so simple even for him to persuade the city council that we have to deal with heat. There's a lot of hesitancy. Heat. If we start talking too much about how Athens is too hot, how does that affect our tourism? How does that affect different aspects of how we try to understand what has priority, because there's a lot of different priorities, and climate change, for example, in my country is not a big priority. So there's all these things. Climate change becoming a priority is one of the biggest ones, and making sure that we do cross-cutting things with a lot of different people sitting at the same table and talking from economics to health to social welfare to infrastructure to materials to surfaces, like trying to see things a little more holistically is always a challenge for municipalities and public administration that usually works more vertically. And if you let me continue, I'll never stop. But there's all these challenges, but there's great stuff that have been implemented in Athens. And the mayor and his team actually have been doing like great work in doing green parks and doing pocket parks and trying to figure out where it's best to kind of really create kind of a cooler environment. Still, we need more, and we need to cars are another challenge. Cars and the attachment of people to cars are a very big problem. Etc., etc., etc. So there's tons of challenges everywhere, not just in Athens, and we just have to have a strong stomach and to keep kind of pushing forward.
Well, it's really interesting you mentioned that, and that leads me on to the next line of questioning. I want to take more of a sort of a global perspective now. So, during your tenure as well in Athens, and looking forwards, what kind of conversations did you have and will you be having with other chief heat officers around the world?
One of the discussions that we've been having is how can we finance nature-based solutions and adaptation plans. This is something that we've all been struggling with. And we've also been talking about designing nature-based solutions, and how do you do it best, and where do you put what, and how can you best approach a more strategic designing of for example, urban forests in cities. This is something that's coming up again and again. Other things have to do with different materials we talk about. We talk about, white roofs. How much do they work? How big a district should there be if for the white roofs to start actually having an effect down on the ground where people are moving? Do they cool cities? So these are kind of data that we're still looking for. We're sharing research. We're sharing articles. We are checking other cities and what they're doing. For example, Phoenix is doing amazing, has been done an incredible investment in white asphalt, creating these white seals to make asphalt more reflective. So that's another kind of issue, reflecting the sun. Does it really create outdoor comfort for people, or actually it's kind of a mixed bag, because it doesn't create so much comfort. However, if you put it together with shading elements and with trees, then it actually can be much, much more effective. Et cetera, et cetera. So there's all these different things that we are looking for. What are the best solutions? What are the most effective things? What tools can we use? And we have created, the Arch Rock Resilience Center has created this website that's called Heat Action Platform, which is available to everybody. And this is something that has a lot of support for different cities that want to try to plan things and pick and choose what they need. And actually it has some kind of guidelines that could be helpful. So these are things that we are talking about, and also looking at the website and kind of correcting it and sending feedback and best practices and stuff like that.
Okay. So with all of this in mind, I'm quite eager to know what your thoughts might be on COP28 specifically. So if you're thinking right here, right now, based on what you knew then and what you're looking at now, what do you feel must happen at COP28? What's your key message to those that are either watching or looking to attend? What needs to happen at COP28, and what's your message to them?
Well, John, after this summer, this was a really bad summer for heat. It was for people and for ecosystems and for agriculture and for all of these things, that economies, et cetera, et cetera. And we saw in July heat domes from the south of the United States to the Mediterranean, the south of Europe and all of the Mediterranean, to the MENA region, and from the MENA region all the way to China at different times. In different parts of Asia also, we had these really intense heat waves. In other parts of Asia, it was earlier in the summer that we saw intense heat waves that were totally uncharacteristic of the time. But then in July, we had these crazy heat domes in almost the whole of the Northern Hemisphere. And it really felt like it was... something was different this year again. It felt that maybe it was a turning point. And I'm really hoping that this COP is going to be a much more decisive COP in relation to moving away from these generalities and the commitments, and actually kind of really moving fast forward with stopping greenhouse gas emissions and stopping deforestation and figuring out how to create a much more sustainable agriculture and more sustainable animal husbandry. So these things seem to be the most important things. And I usually work in the adaptation and the resilience sector, but it seems, because it's always important to remember that there's people already suffering and losing their lives because of climate change. But really, we have to really realize that no matter how much adaptation we do, and no matter how much we try to save people, unless we stop climate change and unless we stop heating up the planet, we're not going to be able to do much. I mean, we really I'm worried that we have reached these tipping points that the scientists have been talking about that will put us in feedback loops. Like, I'm worried about the wildfires, and have the scientists taken the wildfires and all the smoke into their modeling? Have they thought about them going up because heat is going up and heat waves are going up? I mean, these are all things that the ocean. I mean, we know that the ocean is one of the most important heat sinks that we have on Earth, right? If we didn't have the oceans, we would have heated up much, much faster. They actually absorb a lot of heat, and this year we saw the highest temperatures ever recorded in the ocean surfaces. So, apart from the ecosystems that are in danger, what does that mean? And what does it mean? Are we really kind of moving fast into something that we don't even know? And this seems to be what a lot of scientists seem to be indicating, that we might be reaching 1.5 degrees Celsius from the pre-industrial era faster, and that's terrible. That's really, really dangerous, and it's really bad. So, we put our hope to COPs. Maybe there should be something created within the UN system which is multilateral and it creates funding and it creates more capacity especially for heat. We need really to kind of realize better the type of funding that goes from big, the big multilateral organizations to national governments, but directly also to cities, because cities are the ones that know how to best create conditions that are best for the people. And often there is a trickle of money that goes down to cities, or it goes through national governments, and then it kind of gets lost in other things. So this is like a really important thing that we have to pay attention to. And finally, we have to pay attention to these two things that are already Antonio Gutierrez is kind of one of the two of the main things that he talked about, which is early warning systems for all and adaptation measures, like really trying to figure out how we can best fund and move forward with adaptation measures fast. I mean, there's other things. Of course, I have to say that I haven't been looking into it. I know that this COP will be dealing with heat. Oh, this is important. So there's a cool coalition that has been created, and it's led by UNEP, UN, the environmental program, and there's many different important kind of members in the coalition, and we have been working all together for months now to create a cooling pledge. So this is another very important thing. It's like a pledge that national governments can take, which has to do with both active cooling, which is mostly air conditioning and other types of active cooling. How can we make sure that active cooling is not does not end up being another just another, an adaptation measure that's a terrible measure for mitigation and actually heats up the planet, so it becomes just like a vicious circle. And how can we make sure that national governments understand the importance of cooling in general? So both more sustainable cooling for active cooling, but also more funding and more focus on passive cooling as well, which is how can we cool cities. So this is an important thing that's coming for the first time, and I know that that this COP is going to be focusing on heating, which is great, on heat resilience and cooling. So that's very important.
Well, Eleni, thank you so much. We have actually come to the end of our time, and I know time flies. when we're deep in conversation, but some really interesting conversations. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, John. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, I mean, let's give him a round. John's in the room, actually, so you can give him a round of applause. But I think Eleni was right? The summer did feel different, and let's just hope that that adds to the sense of urgency at this year's COP. The next session is the final session of the day, and just to link it thematically, earlier we were talking about whether entire system overhaul is necessary or feasible or even desirable. This next panel discussion is looking at whether the climate crisis will break capitalism. So I'm joined on the stage now by my colleague Gloria Dickey, who is the climate and environment correspondent for Reuters, alongside her panel. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you, Steve and Anne, for joining me in conversation today. So I think to kind of kick things off and get into this discussion is kind of to know where things stand. So how do you feel, what is your view on whether or not we can continue to have perpetual economic growth while tackling the climate crisis? And is it possible to address climate change through a capitalist system? Big questions. Whoever would like to start. Anne, go ahead.
You
go
ahead.
Oh,
you want me to go ahead?
Why? Sure.
Big questions. So I think the climate crisis won't break capitalism because capitalism is already broken. And I think that's our problem, basically. Capitalism is broken and therefore actually won't be a service for us to support us in the process of tackling climate breakdown. And I want to justify that by explaining the way in which capitalism now works is really bizarre. It's not bizarre, actually. It's a kind of fantasy. So the way it works at the moment, in the old days, corporations who are going to invest and do something risky and long-term and so on would go to the banks or go out and raise the money and then use that funding to invest and to make the changes or build whatever infrastructure they were going to build and so on. Today, we have a system whereby corporations don't do that anymore. What happens is that investors, in particular, private equity, hedge fund kind of investors, come along and impose debt on those corporations, and yet have no liability for that debt. So they own the company, they control the company. The company is managed by the managers and the stakeholders, and they owe the debt, not the persons or the institutions that have borrowed the money. And it's an extraordinary situation. It's a sort of sorcerer's apprentice's dream where you can conjure up all this debt but not owe it. You can dump, I don't know how many millions, 500 millions or so, the Glazer family have dumped on Manchester United, but it's not their debt and they don't have to pay it. The people that are paying it are their season ticket holders, their guy buying T-shirts or buying tickets. He's paying back the debt. And that's happening to big corporations like, for example, Thames Water. Now, Thames Water is a British company. It's pretty fundamental to managing climate change here in Britain. And all the water companies were privatized in, I think, 2005. Their debt was completely written off by the state. So they were debt-free when they started. And now they have $60 billion of debt. Sorry, £60 billion of debt. And this is crippling. And we see that. For example, Macquarie took over Thames Water for 10 years between 2010 and 2017 and increased their debt by about 10 billion and took out about 2 billion in dividends and have left this company in this terrible state. And therefore, when the rivers are polluted and Thames Water can't afford to invest to clean up its system so that it doesn't pollute the rivers, the owners and the controllers of the company are not there. It's not the managers. They may be the stakeholders in the company, but they don't own the company. What they owe is the debt. So this is I don't think this ought to be legal. I think this is illegal. But it's private equity, and that's the other thing that's bizarre to me. It's neither private nor is it equity. All of the private equity firms are backed by too big to fail banks, and they have been backed by too big to fail banks since 1974, when Franklin National was an American bank based in London that did crazy lending to low-income countries and was bailed out by the Fed. Since 1974, the Fed and the Bank of England have bailed out these companies.
So for you, it's a no. Capitalism is already broken, so therefore the climate crisis.
Sorry, I'm rambling on.
We'll get into more details, but I want to let Steve chime in as well. What is the correct systems approach here? Again, can we have this perpetual economic growth while still tackling climate change?
I want to be really careful to not disagree with Anne, because I don't. Everything she said was right, but there are other examples that show where private equity is actually on a much smaller scale. It has been a force for good. I've been working with some companies through Global Compact where the private equity investors' business model is to buy into companies whose sustainability performance is poor, work with them to make them more sustainable, and the value of the company goes up and they're cashing in that way. As to the growth question, I'm an outspoken advocate for the UN Sustainable Development Goals. They sometimes come in for criticism because they incorporate growth as part of the agenda, and I think undoubtedly in 2015 when this was passed, there was an element of expedience in that. It was an extraordinary diplomatic achievement to get every country to sign up to this agenda, and growth is frankly essential from a political economy perspective to get business and most governments to buy into it. Can the planet survive that? Well, I think that the jury's still out on maybe not even whether we can decouple economic growth from environmental impacts. I suspect that we can't completely, but as a transition towards the kind of systems change that we need, I think, again, it's politically more expedient to talk about that. And now I feel like I'm starting to be an advocate for greenwashing, but it does feel like we can't flip a switch and make this incredibly complex world we live in sustainable overnight. So we are going to need to go through stages of sustainability, and I think let's first work on reducing that linkage between growth and negative environmental impacts, which I think is something that is achievable and something that both in practical terms and in political terms. And then let's build on that to take the next step towards sustainability.
But I don't think you can talk about economic growth when actually what we're facing is sort of systemic failure of the capitalist system, of the financial system, because the capitalist system is largely financialized. In today's Financial Times, the Financial Stability Board, which is the global regulatory body overseeing both the mainstream banking system and the shadow banking system, is warning of the systemic threat that a certain group of hedge funds pose to the system. So we've had systemic threats, from 1974 onwards, really. In 2007-9, we had this massive crash, and very destructive it was too. Governments, and in particular central banks, bailed out the system. And the reason why I say capitalism is broken is that it's a kind of Soviet-style capitalism. In the Soviet Union, the state protected these big companies and used these big companies to siphon capital gains and profits up to the nomenclatura at the top of the system, basically. And it's not very different to what's happening now. And as a result, I just don't think, so we had a bailout, a massive bailout, 2007-9. We've had several since then, but most remarkably, in March 2020, a bailout, a global bailout, a global financial crisis which people forget about, which we could only overcome because of central bank action. And now in this year we've had the Silicon Valley Bank go down, we've had Credit Suisse go down, and today the FSB warns us that hedge funds pose a systemic risk. And in that context, you want to talk about growth. You need finance for growth. You need sustainable finance, which means interest rates ought to be low to make it sustainable, because if interest rates are high, then you have to have more and more growth, and you have to exploit and extract even more assets from the finite resources the earth provides in order to have that growth. And you can't have that with very high rates of interest.
So I want to ask, so if capitalism is currently broken or breaking down, if we're seeing the bottom falling out, what system would you recommend we switch to? What works to tackle these issues, in your opinion?
I think there's only one system, and that's the big green state. That's all that can do it. The big green state came to our rescue when we had COVID, when we had a global plague. The big green state came to our rescue in 2007-9. The big green state is the thing that would prepare us for the insecurity of a foreign invasion. And the big green state is the only thing that is going to be able to finance and plan for this massive transformation that we have to make. If not, we're not just to have growth, but to have survival, for humanity to survive. And I think that, I get deeply annoyed by all these debates about net zero. Net zero presumes that something's going to happen after 20 years or whatever, and you'd be able to do more after that time to mitigate climate breakdown, when actually we should be doing it now. We should be going for zero carbon, because that's what we need to do to decarbonize. But it's kind of, let's leave it to 2030 or 2050, and it's kind of all this fantasy world we live in, when actually civilization is under threat right now. I mean, go to Greece.
Steve, I want to ask, what do you think of this? Because you're kind of working with companies where they probably are not going to be a big fan of this top-down, big government approach to climate change.
Well, there's a lot to unpack in what's the big
I don't expect you to agree.
I think I'm generally quite a ways to the left of center in most things, and it's not entirely clear what we're talking about. So in the big green state, presumably we still have private ownership of things. So I mean, it's still sitting in a basically capitalist system. But and this I absolutely agree. Capitalism is failing. We are driven. Government policy is too much influenced by sustainability laggards that just keep putting the brakes on change instead of embracing leaders and really going for change. Why has it taken so long, to change the building code? Just things like this. It's madness. How is it that the water companies are doing what they've been doing and right in plain sight for so long? This is madness. How is it that the media in this country, or arguably even worse in the States, no offense to my hosts, but how is it that half of the country in this country were persuaded that Brexit was a good idea, or that Trump was the right person to elect? And sorry to offend anyone, but these I think are objectively people have been deceived. And to me, this is a failure of democracy, a failure of regulation, a failure of government, before I would consider it a failure of capitalism. The broad strokes of capitalism, of private ownership, of individual freedom, I think those are necessary ways of working. We certainly don't want to go to to the extent that we're not already in a Soviet style of capitalism, we certainly wouldn't want, I don't think, go to a central planning kind of model, at least not on goods, on some services, certainly on public goods like water, perhaps like internet, perhaps like we're getting to a point with the scale of Amazon where maybe there is a role for government to get involved in retail. I think we talk a lot about minimum wages, but we don't ever talk about maximum wages. What about a wealth tax? I mean, it is madness that one man owns, has $255 billion. That's not a healthy situation. So I think, it's badly damaged. I think we need to work within this system with a more assertive, let's fix democracy, and I think then we start to see a government that's more responsive to the will of the people. I think generally people, when given correct information, are making the right decisions.
So what kind of discussions are you having with the companies in the Global Compact that you work with about this? Are you broaching the topic of, I guess, demand-side mitigation, degrowth, as we've seen the UN mention recently? Are you discussing greenwashing? You alluded to that earlier too. Some people might say the Global Compact, it's voluntary, there's not enforcement to it. In this time of crisis, how do you address these criticisms and these issues?
Yeah, certainly, and I have to do some soul searching in that regard. Are we just providing cover for companies? Are we propagating blue washing, greenwashing, as it were? It's a self-selecting population. This is a challenge. Are companies more sustainable because they're in the Global Compact, or do more sustainable companies join so that they can give themselves a pat on the back?
Using it as a shield of criticism, yeah.
So most of the work that my team and I do is to help companies to become more sustainable. And so in that regard, I can sleep at night that we're making the world a better place by helping companies that have joined Global Compact because they want to be more sustainable. I think there are many economic drivers for being more sustainable. The most tangible one, and this is, I don't even think is debatable, is in the market for talent. The young people want jobs in organizations that give them a sense of purpose in their life. That easily translates into the bottom line for a company. The difference any company can consider, even just think about your own team, the difference between the productivity of your best employee versus your worst, and extrapolate that across an economy or across a company. If your company, because of the investments you're making in being more sustainable, can attract better talent, that's going to translate into profit down the road. So I think that there are a number of drivers like that that incentivize companies to be genuinely more sustainable. And
just a quick follow-up to that, and then I'll come back to you, Anne. But within that, is there any discussion, as you said, during the soul searching, is there any discussion of having more stringent guidelines of who can be in the compact, more, removing companies that perhaps might not be adhering to the same values, the SDGs?
We already do that.
Okay.
So first, there is an annual reporting requirement. So one of the things that is important about Global Compact philosophically is set up in contrast to B Corp, where B Corp is a very high barrier to entry. So it's prestigious. A company needs to be operating at a high standard of sustainability just to get through the door. And that's great, and it's aspirational, and many companies work on improving their performance in order to achieve that. But it's a high bar, and that leaves out many companies. We take a different approach. Our doors open. Wherever a company's at in their sustainability journey, if they're making a genuine commitment to be more sustainable, then we're happy to work with them. And our view being, if we work with companies with real problems, then the upside that we can have is that much greater.
Sure.
So that does leave us wide open. We have a number of companies that are participating in Global Compact that I might prefer we're not.
Do you want to name one?
Yeah, no. But it's not hard to guess. Anybody could do a little Google and see we do have companies from challenging sectors, some that have made enormous profits in the last couple of years while rolling back their commitments towards being more green. That's very frustrating. And to some extent our hands are tied. But we do have processes for expelling companies that have been in breach of the principles, and we have an annual reporting requirement that again is enforced. So the theory of change being we enforce a reporting requirement, we enforce transparency, and that in theory empowers other stakeholders to do some of the enforcement.
Great, thanks. Anne, I want to come back to you. So you called the 2008, one of the economists who called the 2008 financial crisis. Despite all of the disasters we're seeing right now, billion-dollar events, we've not yet seen a significant economic slowdown due to, on the surface, climate change. And so I know you've written about kind of this decade of false security that we've seen and perhaps undervaluing climate risk. So I guess, in your opinion, when will we see a financial crisis, as we saw in 2008, tied and driven by climate change, and when might that occur?
So I would be a very wealthy woman if I'd got the timing right. I did write the book predicting it, but I didn't get the timing right. My book was to be published in 2006, and it was called The Coming First World Debt Crisis. And when the publisher insisted on that title, I said, you can't possibly do that to me. It'll be published in September 2006, and the crisis will have come, and my book will be out of date. And I was so completely wrong on that. And then in August 2007, when the crisis broke, I thought this was the end of the world. But, life went on until Lehman's 2008. So, when it comes to timing, I'm the wrong person to ask, really. But what I can say is that the system is so profoundly unstable because of the overload, the overhang of debt. And that's what's imbalancing capitalism, basically, and corporations with them. Thames Water is effectively bankrupt. And that has a major impact on the water supply here in Britain. And what's going to happen is the big state, and it's not the big green state, but the big state is going to bail out Thames Water, i.e. me and you, the taxpayers, essentially. And so we've got a big state, but it's a big state that looks after capital markets and not after its people. And in that's when you get Donald Trump, and that's when you get Mr. Modi and all of the other authoritarian leaders in the world who are all promising to protect their people, those people in the Rust Belt, those ordinary people, those poor people, protect them from these market forces which the central bank bails out and supports and subsidizes and sponsors, and my pension fund, because a lot of the money that is being used by private equity and so on includes public money. Pensions is public money. So they get public money and they get public guarantees and public sponsorship, and they carry on, the 1% siphoning wealth out of the world. And the poor guy in the street is mad as hell, and he's going to the strong man to demand protection from those imbalances and from that capitalism. And that's the problem with allowing this system to continue in the way that it is. It incites authoritarianism, as it did in the 1930s. And we're all sitting here saying, oh, well, it'll never happen to Britain, but it could. And it's going to happen in Europe. It's in Italy. We've got someone who's effectively an authoritarian. We have in Hungary and in Turkey and in Russia, India, China, until Lula, Brazil, and so on. And this is public reaction against a system which siphons off the world's wealth to the 1%, essentially. And that's what broke the Soviet Union.
I guess, how do you have a healthy democracy and a big green state, though, as is your solution? What some people could see that as an authoritarian, power if you have big government, depending on who rises to fill that role.
So when we go to war, we have a big state that protects us, and we don't complain about that because it provides security. Now, it doesn't do that on its own. It mainly provides a framework in which the private sector can act. The private sector profits enormously from a war, but the state is the thing that protects the people. And we can't rely on the private sector to protect us in wartime. You know, Elon Musk has got his Starlink, and he tells the Ukrainians that they can have access to Starlink and the internet. And then halfway through the war, he says, well, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to do this anymore. I'm switching it off. And he goes to the military and says, you've got to pay me $22 million to carry on supporting Ukraine at war. You know, you can't have that kind of instability when you face a major security threat. You know, all those army generals in Ukraine on the front line, needing their drones and needing to share information, suddenly were cut out by Elon Musk, by a private company, an individual, right, who wanted to he didn't want to subsidize that. And that's fair enough. He's a private company. He deserves to get paid for his resources and so on. But it shows you how risky and unreliable the private sector is in a crisis. I love Mariana Mazzucato's formulation in which she argues, you know, that the private sector are timid mice. They really are. You know, they're afraid of risk. They're risk averse. They want the state to protect them from losses. They can't bear the thought of losses, especially in the finance sector, whereas the state is a roaring lion. The state moves in 2020 to nationalize capitalism, essentially, and then it allows capitalism to then move on without any cost as a result of the collapse of the system.
Steve, as someone entrenched in the private sector.
But I don't think a big green state necessarily has to be undemocratic.
Of course
that's not.
Right.
That doesn't follow. We do currently have quite an undemocratic state for a number of reasons. I mentioned, you know, the flaws with information and the way that's disseminated, but the first past the post model isn't great for democracy. So there are lots of, again, I think, political changes that could get us to a point where a more active state, I think it is clearly there needs to be, you know, stronger parameters. People on the left don't usually pull out Milton Friedman quotes as a solution, but you know his famous quote about the purpose of the social responsibility of business is to maximize profit. But he went on to say within the rules of the game, and this is where that part I don't have a particular problem with that, and I think the breakdown has been that we've allowed corporations and dishonest actors to hijack the rules of the game. And I think if we could fix democracy and get those rules of capitalism working properly again, so that there was actually a genuine social value that was expected of companies, and as soon as they started tipping over into negative, then the state would have the power to step in and fix it. I have no qualms about that. And I think many of the companies we work with have no interest in going down, you know, to the dark side. They want to make their money honestly and provide services to solve, you know, goods and services to solve the needs of society. And if they make some money while they're doing that, perfect. And that's, you know, a naive version of capitalism, but let's get back to that. This over-financialization.
Let's get back to profits.
And the jiggery-pokery happening in the shadows of the financial system is what really needs to be fixed. The buying low and selling high of goods and services, providing a good service and making a profit for your time. I don't think anybody can really object to that. Right. And it's just the shenanigans that are happening in the shadows.
I'm going to turn to a couple audience questions, then come back to thinking about the road to COP28. So if economic instability is fueled in part by debt overhang and exacerbated by climate crisis, what is the role of banks and lending institutions in helping the transition?
That's a good one, yeah.
You know, the banks should do what they should have always done. They should be making loans and they should be willing to take risks on those loans, and they should be doing so at a reasonably low rate of interest. They should be close to their borrowers. They shouldn't be out in the stratosphere in the shadow banking sector, remotely capturing a corporation and then detaching themselves from the reality I would hate to be a manager at Thames Water because they've just been left high and dry, those guys. So, so what is the role of the banks? They should be banks, and they should provide finance, and they should provide sustainable finance. I know capitalists who want to borrow money from the banks to do something which I know is entirely sustainable, and the banks will only do so if you provide massive, I'm speaking about high street banks here, massive collateral guarantees against, and very high rates of interest. We've been through a period of about 10 years where central bank rates were low, but if you went to NatWest Bank and asked for a loan of £1 million because you wanted to expand your lawyer's business or something, they would have charged you 5, 8, 10%, would have been a massive premium over the central bank rate. And, I think banks have given up doing what they should be doing, which is providing liquidity to the system to keep the thing going.
I read something that you wrote getting ready for this in the context of third world or developing country debt, and I thought it was really astute that the lender also has to take some responsibility.
Of course, yeah.
These lenders that give money to people that they know aren't going to be able to pay it back, and then when it all fails, then go looking for a bailout.
So the international financial system is designed to serve the interests of creditors. There is a bankruptcy law at domestic level, but there's no international bankruptcy law. So if Argentina or Zambia or get into difficulties, if the warehouses burn down, say, or they have incompetent governments or whatever, there is no neutral arbitration process which could say to Wall Street, you should not have lent money to Argentina for 100-year bonds. In the middle of the crisis, when Macri was president of Argentina, he issued a 100-year-old bond. The idea that Argentina in 100 years' time is going to repay. Why did investors and creditors go for that? And then why did the IMF allow it to happen? It's crazy, crazy, crazy. Then when Argentina defaults, it's all, the burden of losses must fall on the debtor and not on the creditor. The creditor is not allowed to make losses. And that's what's so profoundly unjust. Ordinary people may not know much about macroeconomics, but boy, do they understand what's going on. Do they know that the system is rigged? And are they mad? And, they're coming, the pitchforks are coming.
To that point, and this ties into an audience question, how do you, if we cannot have sustained economic growth, if we are seeing a breakdown, how do you get people on board with degrowth? What can governments do to gain public support for that? Because it's a very tricky one.
So I'm not a degrowth person. I think it's a silly thing, really. But then I'm not for growth either. Growth is an economic concept which implies kind of perpetuity and of, constant expansion of economic activity. What I'm clearly in favour of is that we need high levels of employment and high levels of investment. And we're going to go on needing high levels of investment, and we're going to go on needing high levels of employment. And that employment is going to generate activity, and that activity is going to generate income, which is going to enable us to pay for investment in the employment. And that's how the system works. And we're going to need that even when we have a low energy, green energy, whatever type of economy. Degrowth is kind of, I'm sorry, but I'm not a fan of degrowth. I'm not going to defend.
Steve, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, another issue with it that back to the political economy side of things, growth is a means by which people can be lifted out of poverty. If we adopt a degrowth philosophy that starts locking people in place, and then so to counter that, then there needs to be income redistribution, and that politically not likely to happen, since the people who's going to be losing income are the ones that have all the power to say no, that's not going to happen. So I think the degrowth arguments are, someone as naive as me, I think they're naive. Okay. So I don't see that as really viable. I think what we have to aim for is a decoupling of growth and environmental impact. And maybe that's having our cake and eating it too, but I think that's a more viable politically and just realistically in terms of actually achieving some change than going all out for no.
Did you have one more quick thought?
I wanted to ask the audience a question. I wanted to ask, the people here, how many of them think their business will still be in existence when we hit 1.5 degrees? How many think they'll be in business when it hits 2 degrees and 3 degrees?
Is this rhetorical?
And how many think capitalism will still be here when that happens? How many really think their businesses can survive that level of heat and temperature?
I just love too many chiming in. But I want to bring this back to the COP28, which of course begins in November. This has been called the oil COP. There's been a lot of negative press attention over the leadership so far. So in this climate, in this year of extremes, is COP still relevant? Is it important? And what will you be looking for at COP28?
Always relevant, because it does focus the world's attention on climate for a week, even if it's just to foment outrage at the number of oil lobbyists that are in the building. I think it's just important with so many squirrels grabbing our attention. I don't know if people get that expression, but squirrel, like with dogs, is something we do in our house. So there's so many distractions. It is helpful when there's not a wildfire getting your attention, or a flood, or a heat wave, to just again be reminded
the underlining
that there is action being happening around climate, and that people have a role through their elected officials and their personal choices as a consumer, that they could have an impact on it. So I think so much of the news around climate for the other 50 weeks of the year is a passive victimhood kind of thing. Here we do get an opportunity to talk about action that could actually start fixing the problem. And so for those of us, I imagine we all spend a lot of time talking about solutions to climate and what we could do to make our organizations less impactful, but most of the population don't give it a thought from day to day, unless they've just had to evacuate their home. So I think in that regard, it's helpful. I'm not optimistic that we'll see the big step changes that we would like to see from this COP, but I'm also just realistically, I'm never transformational change is the kind of thing that it happens after 10 years of incremental change. It seems like it just happened, but there are building blocks that have to be made, and I think this COP will. The last COP was disappointing because we didn't talk about phasing out fossil fuels, but we added in a word that just moved us a little bit closer, and then I think we're going to add in another word this time, and maybe in 2 years we're going to finally have what everybody knows is inevitable. We'll finally just start accepting that and speaking about it out loud. But they all know it's inevitable. And this is again a weird thing about the investment. And when you mentioned this earlier, when does this? There's all this talk. It's been talk for 10 years now about stranded assets in the oil and gas sector, and yet they still keep attracting investment. At what point does this? Do people start to wake up? Yeah. Miami is sinking, and yet people are still buying real estate there. At some point, there's going to be a tick over, and people are going to realize, maybe I shouldn't buy that apartment building in Miami. And then when that happens, then it's going to be, and you start looking up the coast and start thinking, actually, maybe I shouldn't buy any real estate on the coast. And then, boom, now we've got a transformational change that is happening because it finally comes home to roost. And hopefully the economy and society survive it. And
I think Steve has to defend the COP. You know, I agree with Mark Campanelli this morning at this morning's session when he said this is the fossil fuel COP.
Right.
And also, can I highly recommend the carbon tracker report that's just come out. The economic modelling at the heart of COP and the IPCC is based on theory, economic theory, that is deeply, deeply flawed and dishonest. And, you know, economists like William Nordhaus have won Nobel Prizes for their climate theory, economic theory. But actually what that has done is to incriminate the United Nations and IPCC in this kind of, it's worse than greenwashing. It's much worse than greenwashing. But it's the thing that has enabled us to not take action. 30 years ago, Nordhaus published his papers in which he said, well, so no big deal, you know. Greece, Athens would just become like Belgium, like Brussels. You know? And therefore, you know, we'll just have the same. So he used one indicator, the weather temperature, to predict what was going to happen to this very complex atmospheric system we call climate, right? And he wrote papers about this, and he won the Nobel Prize for saying this. And that is at the heart of the modelling, of the IPCC's modelling. And so, therefore, it cannot be the answer. You know, I'm afraid it's lost, that battle. That fight has been lost, and it's very deliberately been lost. It was, you know, stuff was put off 30 years ago, and here we are.
Late.
And
right.
to think we could go back...
We will end on that optimistic
note.
Thank you both so much for joining me. Thank you for sharing your thoughts and perspectives. And I think reception awaits you in the lobby.
Yay.
Cheers. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Gloria, Steve, and Anne. I think the quote, "the pitchforks are coming," might be the quote of the day. So that is the first day of Reuters Impact finished. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you to our speakers, our moderators, our sponsors who joined us on the Road to COP stage. Before you go, one thing to note about tomorrow morning. The 8:40 a.m. panel has been moved to 12:10. That's Powering Progress Sustainably with Honeywell, which means for you an extra 10 minutes in bed. So if everyone could be here at 8:55 tomorrow morning for a 9 a.m. start with my panel, so I hope you are all here, we'll be talking about holding rich nations to account on climate justice. The night isn't over yet, though. Do join us down on level 2. There's the Impact Leaders reception and some drinks. We continue the conversations that we've had here today. Thank you very much.